are targeting journalists.
Police in riot gear facing off against the protesters just 6 blocks from the inaugural parade. Unleashing pepper spray, concussion grenades, all to disperse the crowd.
6 journalists, including one of our own, are facing felony riot charges after being arrested while covering the violent protests near the presidential inauguration parade. If convicted of the charges, the journalists could face hefty fines and up to 10 years in prison.
I was arrested at 10:54 a.m. on Inauguration Day after covering the anti-capitalist march leaving from Logan Circle.
Independent journalists Shay Horse and Matt Hopard were all arrested.
The police formed like a riot line on both sides of the protest and then just like snapped shut and then shoved us against the wall. I didn't really mention that I was a journalist until much later in the process because throughout the day and after being like tear gassed several times, it's one of those things that you just have to argue later because no cop at that point is going to listen to you. At that point, they're just in smash mode. The public should care because if they come after people like me that are small time, it's only a matter of time before they come after the bigger fish.
The U.S. has a pretty free press, more free than a lot of other places in the world, certainly. In the current climate, there's reasons to question whether it'll remain that way. There are struggles for rights everywhere in this country. The media and the way journalism publicizes those things is an umbrella under which they all live. So shutting down the way that the media works and the press works is actually like going to kind of a choke point where you can stop the spread of the information that's needed for all these more siloed struggles for individual rights of groups.
I want surveillance of certain mosques, okay? If that's okay. I want surveillance.
The surveillance systems that have been put in place, like potential for abuses by them, is through the roof. Cyber attacks on the press are very, very real. With the Trump administration, I mean, these guys clearly don't feel the same restraints as even Obama did. Things could get pretty bad.
If you want to target journalists, a cyber attack is an attractive mechanism. CPJ are responsible for directly assisting journalists in need and protecting journalists from getting into trouble in the first place.
These hackers were targeting New York Times reporters as well as some reporters for other news organizations.
There's a lot that an administration can do publicly and visibly to disrupt, degrade, and destroy the institutions of journalism. NSA has as its mission to essentially hear, record, and transcribe every communication that anyone sends anywhere in the world. The threat that they pose to the free press is only at a beginning. Should you focus on being afraid? That won't help. Should you take measures to protect yourself? Absolutely. Number 1, use a password manager and turn on two-factor authentication for all your accounts.
Secure communications, encryption is incredibly important right now.
Making sure your phone has a strong passcode.
Use the Chrome web browser with the privacy badger, HTTPS everywhere.
You have to protect your sources. I mean, that's going to become of paramount importance.
Bravery or the adrenaline to get through these horrible things.
We just have to keep doing our jobs the best we can. Keep reporting on them and keep giving people important news that they need to know so that they can go about making informed democratic decisions.
This isn't the first time this has happened in the world or in this country.
And because these attacks are so inexpensive, I can't imagine any journalist who isn't at risk.
Okay, what is the only 100% effective way to prevent HIV and STDs and pregnancy? You want to be sure that you do not use a male condom and a female condom together because the friction will cause it to tear and then you can end up becoming pregnant. Being a young woman who lives in East New York and Brownsville and Canarsie, places like that, there's resources, but you have to communicate with others to find those resources because it's really scarce. Has anybody ever heard of the Depo shot?
It's a shot that lasts for 3 months that you get in your arm.
I don't think I even knew what a clinic was before I got into Theo. If it wasn't for Theo, I wouldn't know that there's free resources out there instead of going out your pocket and paying this amount of money for all these tests that you want to take. I'm currently a college freshman. I'm studying nursing. I live with my mom, my 3 sisters, and my 1 brother. At first, I wasn't curious at all about the program, but after seeing my sister getting all this information that she didn't know before, it kind of pushed me to want to do that. It made me realize that I want to help others more.
We need to be able to talk to young people about their sexual and reproductive health in order for them to be able to make better decisions. I've been doing this work for 17 years. I don't think it's a lack of services, it's really a lack of being able to coordinate those services. Unfortunately, there's not sex ed in all schools, and so that's why we're really working very hard to expand programming in all of the schools, but also trying to reach young people wherever they are.
A latex sheath that covers the penis and prevents any semen from entering in the vagina, the anus, or the mouth. There are also polyurethane condoms, which are ones made out of plastic if you're allergic to latex. Nothing's really handed to us women, and we have to be strong ourselves rather than looking for somebody else to be strong for us.
It's actually very healing to work with other survivors, regardless of whether or not they know I'm a survivor. I've been in their shoes or been somewhere very similar to where they've been, and I can understand some of the things that they're feeling. I myself have never been able to fully disclose my story. I think I was close recently, but even then it's this feeling of, will I be misunderstood? The last time I saw my father was 10 years ago. It was one time when my mom and my father were arguing while we were on the highway. He was driving, and the argument got so bad that he was hitting her on the head while driving, but he was speeding at the same time. And he lost control of the car because he essentially lost control of himself in his rage. And a bus hit us, and we only barely made it. I just remember going to school the next day wanting to talk about it, but knowing not to, because I didn't want to lose our status in the country. There seems to be a subtle type of victim shaming and victim blaming. In South Asian culture, it's deeply rooted. To the point where like little boys are coddled to adulthood. Mothers don't speak to their sons about how to treat women with respect. Make it for you?
Can you mix packet?
No, 만에 이제 프리즈 비터에.
No.
Ready-made
Ready-made king nahi amader.
And yet women are told to protect themselves and to safeguard themselves. There's a disconnect here. Whenever someone has even heard an inkling of what I've been through, it's almost like, what did she do wrong? What did you do to make him mad? Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Something that's actually very common in immigrant communities, especially if there is domestic violence in the household, the abuser will often keep important documents with them, kind of keeping it hostage. At some point, my father got a hold of my sister's passport. The very last time I saw him was him holding on to the passport, unwilling to give it back. I'm diasporic, you know? I'm from South Asia, but I'm American. South Asian community in general is so close to my heart. Women need to be there for other women. If we're not a team and we're fighting against each other, then of course we're not going to be able to rise together to fight for our causes.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea. I'm the production designer for the Saturday Night Live film unit. I came up with the system for a face shield out of stuff that you can get off of Amazon or in Home Depot or in Staples. We've got your acetate, double stick tape, this curly wiggly stuff. Apply your weather strip, thread that through, and that is literally it.
We assembled Art Cube Army as soon as we heard about the dearth of PPEs and supplies worldwide, because we knew that we could make these items and get them out very quickly.
Good morning, this is Marcus at Art Effects 23. We are printing face shields with 2 Ultimaker S5s.
Art Cube Nation is a global network of art department professionals and small businesses that cater to the needs of film, television, and theater and events. The Art Cube Army consists of about 120 volunteers from our major list. Small prop fabricators, art directors, set decorators, artisans, you name it. A lot of our members are also 3D printers and have very select skills. They're divided into pods, mostly by neighborhoods, some concentrating in the Navy Yard, where they all can work together separately in their own shops. I've heard stories about doctors and nurses going home afraid to hug their children because they feel toxic. I find that unacceptable. I hug my kid every night, and I don't have that feeling. So I can work as many hours, and so can the Art Cube Army. So our professionals that take care of us 24/7, 365 can go home and get the comfort that they need from their families and not feel toxic. The ideal material for face shields is a 20 gauge crystal clear marine vinyl. They use a lot on boats, etc. We were able to source 40 rolls from Shields for Heroes for this. Each can produce up to 400 shields. Once we received these 40 rolls of marine vinyl, we utilized another volunteer group from the film industry called Feel USA as logistics. They're PAs, production managers, and producers that banded together knowing that logistics were going to be everything in this process. Once we get the materials over to our group, we call Feel. They pick up small batches. They distribute them to 4 or 5 different hospitals weekly. Broward Propulsion Lab is an R&D firm that has a shop with many capabilities in the Navy Yard and also a small network there, so they can work apart together to make the shields and other equipment that's necessary. The newest forms of PPE we're making are cubes to protect doctors from the virus when they intubate patients for ventilators. James Bednark, art director on Ray Donovan, brought in DeBoer Media, who has a drag knife. They are able to cut vinyl very quickly. We are used to making things on the fly with no room for error, no sleep, and we're particularly adept to this crisis. We have the materials at hand and the tools that we need already in our shops and in our home shops as well.
I don't stop hearing sirens all day long. I live across the street from a cemetery. It's very busy there. I'm super appreciative to be involved in the project and make PPE. Nothing gives me a greater sense of purpose than to be able to help the people that are on the front line.
City Council member Brad Lander on exposing inequity and protecting frontline medical workers from retaliation.
Your working from home actually includes work, which is legislation. You have a bill that's been introduced that really is cutting to the core of this pandemic that we're facing right now. Why that bill and why now for it?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I've got 2 pieces of legislation that I think are really relevant to the crisis. I think the first one you're referring to is about this bill that protect doctors and nurses and healthcare workers who are facing gag orders and being threatened with firing if they speak up publicly about the conditions in their hospitals. So we announced legislation, and it's actually modeled on a bill that I was working on with fast food workers who also face unfair firing. You know, you can't be fired for a discriminatory reason, but most people can be fired for no reason at all, with no notice and no cause. So I realized we could pass a local law that would say healthcare workers, whether you're a doctor or a nurse or somebody that's providing healthcare assistance, you can only be fired for a good reason. You can't be fired without any notice and with no reason at all. And a good reason is not raising up your voice about health and safety conditions in your hospital. You cannot be fired for that as long as you're telling the truth. So yeah, so that legislation is being developed. I hope to get it introduced. I hope we're able to have it heard in a Zoom hearing and passed soon, because boy, every night at 7 we go out and we cheer and clap and bang cowbells to say how grateful we are to these healthcare workers protecting their jobs while they are speaking out publicly about what's necessary to protect their health and safety. Seems like a real no-brainer.
And you think in this environment where at 7 o'clock like clockwork, people are out there cheering and supporting and banging the pots together, do you really think one of these hospital systems would have the audacity to fire a healthcare worker in the face of all of that we're facing and the public support?
You know, there were some reports of it actually having happened, not in New York. There was a report, I think, of a doctor in Boston and one on the West Coast who actually did get fired for this. So here so far, we saw very stern gag orders coming from the institutions. Whether they would follow through and fire people, I don't know. But obviously, those workers are feeling very anxious now. They believe their jobs are on the line because they've been told that they are, and that they have to choose between crying out to protect their health and safety and that of their colleagues and continuing to have their jobs. So if we get this legislation passed, it's not only that they would not be able to be fired, but you know, that kind of gag order would be against the law, would run contrary to that law.
Knowing what we do about the current landscape and even seeing the headlines of workers from Amazon facilities in New York who are taking their demands to the street and saying, hey, it's unsafe for us here, we have concerns, and one of the leaders of a walkout being subsequently fired. Is there any thought to maybe expanding the reach of this legislation?
Definitely. As I said, we started with fast food workers, and I'd like eventually to cover everyone. You know, this is a pretty simple law that says you can only be fired with a good reason. And there's plenty of reasons, obviously. There's things people can do that merit termination, but there's a set of policies as opposed to just you can be fired without any reason at all or in retaliation for organizing or raising health and safety causes. So yeah, I'd like to see that expanded more fully. One other thing I hope to be able to do for some of those Amazon Flex and Uber and Instacart workers, there's a lot of people out there right now that don't have any paid sick leave. And that's the second bill that I mentioned before. Unfortunately, the federal legislation and the state legislation to expand sick leave do not cover gig workers. New York City already has a great paid sick leave law if you're a traditional, employee who gets a W-2, but it doesn't yet cover those platform and gig workers, and I think we can. So I think, you're seeing workers all over the country right now speaking up, and especially, I think at least people would have said before, I know doctors and nurses are very important workers, they're essential workers. But I don't know that people would have said my restaurant delivery guy or that Amazon, warehouse employee or my bodega and grocery store worker or my laundromat worker. We might not have said those are essential workers. But now we know they are, except that they still don't get paid well enough. They don't get enough benefits. They a lot of times don't get that sick leave. We need to do better. And a lot of them are organizing all over the country, rising up, doing walk-offs like Amazon did, going out on strike. Through organizing, through worker action, and through legislation, we need to use this time to protect workers right now and also build that future where, if we know they're essential, then let's pay them and treat them with the dignity that essential work, and really all work, deserves.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. So your grandfather, Mr. Willie, was a Brooklyn legend, maintaining and building this business for more than 50 years. And you were learning right at his side. I wonder what he would think of this moment.
Wow. This has been exceptional. He did experience the crack epidemic era, and that was challenging, but it was nothing, absolutely nothing like this. So he would have definitely been a first-time experience for him, absolutely.
So if he would have experienced nothing like this in his 50 years plus, I can't imagine what it is that you're going through right now. I see a mask hanging from your ear.
Got the mask, got the gloves, got the Lysol, got the hand sanitizer. we're doing everything we can to stay safe. We have been totally inundated with cases of people who have unfortunately passed. And it's actually at the point now where funeral homes are turning people away because they cannot handle the volume of deaths. We are at extreme capacity. We have several persons who have yet to be picked up. And even the network of funeral directors that we have who assist us in picking up our loved ones, they've been stretched to the max. I'm no longer hosting funeral services. We're only allowing our families to come view their loved one for 30 minutes, just the immediate family, and then we're going right to the burial and or crematory. I used to have a casket selection room, and I can no longer use it because I need the space for the deceased and the caskets. And we had 2 burials this morning. We have someone going to the airport tonight. I believe I got 7 calls from different families of recent deaths just yesterday.
I just had a question about how the Social Security Administration and the folks at the Veterans Administration also, I know sometimes kicking entitlements for some folks who've passed on to help defray and offset some of the cost. I wondered, have they been keeping up with the demand that surely you've been facing? Have they been getting in there and making sure that things are processed and going smoothly for families?
No. Everybody has been just rammed to the rim. Crematories are now stopping us from coming as normal. We have to make appointments. So every phone call that we have to make is taking much longer. So I would imagine social service is doing the best they can, but I know their work volume has went through the roof. So we're all just hanging on and doing the best we can.
How are you counseling families in this time of social distance?
Right now, most of the families are very understanding. We had one family this week that lost 3 family members this month to COVID. So they're very understanding. We haven't had the opportunity to counsel anyone other than what we normally do as far as our personal compassion. But right now we have been getting cooperation from the masses. Families are allowing the condensed service and friends are staying home. It's just my heart goes out to the people who pass away at home, and they have been having to wait almost 24 hours before somebody can get to their house to take their loved one out. And a case I inherited yesterday was because of another funeral home who refused them.
Have you had to refuse anyone yet?
No. As long as they can be patient, I'm not going to refuse anyone, as long as they can be patient.
As many Americans abroad were in a panic to return stateside, beauty and travel entrepreneur Tanisha Barnes was swimming upstream with a plan to leave the U.S. and shelter in place in Morocco's Sahara Desert with her daughter, Salam.
I remember I had just moved back from Italy, and maybe a year later after I had settled into Brooklyn, September 11th happened. And everything changed. Things change and you have to change with it. I recreated myself. I bought a spa and salon. I ended up becoming an esthetician. I started a skincare line. The beauty business grew into a travel business. Here I am trying to figure out what's the next move. Like, obviously the travel industry is going to change.
Tanisha's travel business often organized group trips for African Americans to experience the continent of Africa. Her business relationships led to an opportunity for her to reimagine Sabai Palace as a commune for creatives and thought leaders.
I walk into this opportunity at Spy Palace to not just re-envision the space visually, and I love design, so that's an exciting project. I think I've been working with this country now for about 6 years, bringing African Americans here. I have a strong team on the ground here, so I knew people. It wasn't like I was coming to a country where I didn't have anyone. And North Africa is complicated. I know that everybody isn't having that experience, and you know, Africa is a place where you really got to have people. Oh, you're welcome. I chose Morocco for a variety of reasons. It was kind of coincidental that opportunity came where we were going to be able to live and eat and be without occurring expenses, and for me to still be able to work. My daughter, Solana, we have a little hashtag, Solana, her mama. She's a global child. She's been moving around the earth and traveling since she was 4 months old.
A divorced, single mom, Tanisha sought out the Sahara Desert winds as the best protection for her and Solana.
I decided we were gonna leave and just be in a place that was a large landmass. We came to the Sahara Desert. You know, the general attitudes of Americans when it comes to consumerism and shopping and just being out and respecting government and respecting community wasn't going to be there. I didn't think that Black people, considering the conditions of just where we were right now, in terms of hospital care and how we're treated in the hospitals, that if there was a choice to save our life versus someone else, that Black and brown people, I think, would be left to die. I mean, we see it in the birth deaths of Black women in hospitals. I've experienced it firsthand in how I've been, you know, treated with my own health in the U.S. Whereas here, you know, the unfortunate part of privilege is that as an American, as a Black American, I would probably be treated faster here than I would be at home. I'm not moving around the continent in a way that is caught in some kind of, like, you know, unrealistic dream of what Africa is. It's hard here. You know, it's a developing space. What I know, though, is that within that development, there's a real opportunity and a need for this merge between the diaspora and Africa. I feel good now, and that's all I can really deal with. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what will happen if this hits Morocco very hard. They took it very seriously from the beginning. There wasn't this lag. There wasn't this idea that this was, you know, a hoax or anything like that. I think Africa in general, as a continent, they know pandemics and they know the devastation that it causes, and they know that their healthcare systems aren't prepared to really take on the full weight of something like we were seeing in Italy and that they were seeing in other parts of the world. And so I looked at what the king was doing in Morocco. I saw the measures that he was taking. I saw the amount of money he was pulling in to the nation to make sure that they were going to be prepared and safe. He closed borders to Europe. That once we got here, he closed borders to the international community. Very shortly, one day after he closed hotels, he closed businesses. He got cabs down to 3 people. And then shortly after we got to the desert, he closed down everything. A lot of the cleaning that's been going on and the spraying of antiviral is a government mandated thing that's happening, from what I've been told, throughout all of Hamid. The doctor has been here. This is now, I think, the 3rd or 4th time. Actually, today the doctor just left, taking everyone's temperatures and monitoring people's temperatures to make sure that anyone is not having symptoms. And then every time this cases spike, they come down harder on the population to make sure that people are staying home. I always feel well protected here and safe here. The Sahara Desert brings me a lot of joy, and there's just an energy here that I can't explain, and like it suits me and my soul in a very particular way. Sandstorms. To think that I'm going to create a whole world inside these walls of artists and thinkers and writers and painters and people wanting to discover themselves or push forward the work that they've already done. I mean, it's exciting. I feel like this was a blessing, and it just allowed me to slow down. I've been really busy. So, Solana and her mama.
I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to help out somehow, you know. Through all the tragedies, the 9/11, the dot-com crashes, the New York City transit strike. I mean, I was there driving people back and forth to the city. 9/11 was giving out towels and water and giving places to rest and give a $5 meal so people can eat. Like, it was a real tragic time. People were very depressed. They couldn't see their future on the horizon. And the same thing is happening now. We have to now assess who we really are, what's important to us. We can't go back into this the same way we left. I get up and I know what I'm gonna do, so I put everything in order. I have to go to Jetro, I gotta get what I need, I gotta start the ovens up, I gotta let the guys in, so it's, and each step I'm cooking mentally, like what goes on first. So when I get to the shop, I hit the floor running, and before you know it, it's all done. And then I'm basically planning out the meals depending on how many people I have to cook for. Today's a light day, I'll be cooking for Brooklyn Hospital, and it's just 50 meals. So I know pretty much what they like. But when it's 200 meals, 200 plus, it's like, you gotta shop, you gotta plan out what you're gonna make, and you know, it's also about timing. It's not as if you're catering for an event where you put the food in chafing trays. It has to be individually wrapped. That's where a lot of the time comes in. It takes maybe an hour to wrap 200 plates, believe it or not, to plate them and wrap them up. And then we drive them over to the hospital. Usually the hospital's one drop, but when you're doing the battalions like I did yesterday, it's 7 or 8 locations. So after you're cooking from 9 o'clock in the morning, I delivered up last night up to 8 p.m. You just basically pull up to the front of the hospital and they greet you there. And usually there's doctors and nurses there. You walk in the door, those boxes, their eyes light up because they all have a mask. You can tell they're happy to see the food come in. So it's a really beautiful thing, and they're thanking you. They're all so grateful. I walk in and I see their faces, you know, and is this the only time they're gonna smile? They turn around and they're in the face of death, literally. And you have to report to that on a daily basis. And they can't go home. You know, then that's what I'm talking about. They're not afraid. Their destiny is their destiny. And, you know, you could run from it and get on the train that you ran home on. Or you could stay and make a difference. And that's that difference, that self-motivation, that perseverance and character. It's amazing. And I thank them. Brooklyn Moon thanks you. My community thanks you.
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw, like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And now it's just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yeah, so there's that correlation. So I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like, when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like, they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that, in hopes, like, new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. I'll sit around and pretend it ain't true, cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics, or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, like medium. It's like, and in music it's like the waves. Thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. And so I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization that I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spend a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools in different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration, and generations upon generations is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's almost a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan craftsmanship, and also our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work, and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow. you know, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, you know, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in the sauce. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, you know, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. Fit for life.
Saturday sun. Oh, come and see me today. So Saturday sad in the Saturday sun and wept for a day gone by.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
Well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just like a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, I don't know, a moment of like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, I don't know, that you possess, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I am asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground, you know?
All the things that bothered you so, baby, you smile, you go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. And inside we left to feel. We never wanted to show you. They don't talk my dreams. The green twins different eyes. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
In high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic-wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, you know, I was like 11th grade, I think, and I mean, my mom especially was like really like supportive, and I mean both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on, because before that I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had You know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible, and I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his Spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry. Right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. Like we just don't exist in Hogwarts. There was that one Asian. There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian girl. Shout out to the Asian girl. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working, like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you were a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. Signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I? Yeah. Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar. Right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And you know, we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all. Because I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a black person in America. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. No matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them. Right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, you know, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth $1 gazillion. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love sort of storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds novels.
Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so Obviously, human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like, you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people, people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of, to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
In the world's oldest democracy, one man, one vote is the cornerstone principle from which inalienable rights flow. So foundational is the right to cast a ballot to this democratic experiment that the ability to execute that right is arguably fundamental to its survival. Through the generations, this right has been wrestled from those entrusted with it solely on the basis of financial means, Y chromosomes, and whiteness. And through hard-fought and often bloody struggle, a more inclusive set of prerequisites was installed, such as birthplace, residence, and citizenship. Despite this forced expansion, we still find ourselves with large swaths of our population disenfranchised and confronting barriers to entering the voting booth. Is this the democracy we want for ourselves and future generations? Bric, in partnership with NYC Votes, is endeavoring to empower some of Brooklyn's most underserved constituencies with tools to successfully exercise one of the most sacred American privileges. Each member of the dynamic virtual panel we've assembled is expert at navigating the civic landscape and invested in ensuring that our collective voices and votes be heard. And now, with some opening remarks, the Public Advocate of New York City, Jumaane Williams.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Love and light to you all. This is Jumaane Williams, your Public Advocate. Thank you to Bric for convening this town hall. Thank you to the panelists who are joining, and thank you all who are watching and joining this dialogue. It's possible that there has never been a more important time for people to stand up, to make their voices heard, and their vote count, to do their part to make the government reflective of and responsive to the needs of themselves and their communities. Today, that obligation is a call to action, not only to make sure that we each vote, but to share information and resources with their friends and families, each of us expanding our own civic footprint to strengthen our democracy. Attacks on our voting rights, particularly against Black voters, are not only in our history books, but in our headlines as old tactics unfortunately see new victories. And we must stand against these efforts individually and systemically. The right to vote should not be determined by one's involvement with the criminal justice system that we know impacts New Yorkers of more color in a disproportionate and discriminate way. So I urge New York State to join places like Washington, D.C., Maine, and Vermont, who have already ended the disenfranchisement of incarcerated people, while expanding the voting infrastructure in jails so that people held in pretrial detention are able to exercise their right to vote. I'm working on legislation to help achieve both of these goals. Additionally, the right to vote should be extended to our immigrant communities. My office is a proud co-sponsor of the Our City, Our Vote bill, which simply restores the right of non-citizen New Yorkers who have green cards and work authorizations to vote in municipal elections. This right was taken away from them many decades ago. Expanding the franchise through this bill will strengthen civic engagement, government accountability, and immigrants' rights. Our government has a responsibility to make both registration and voting as accessible as possible for all neighborhoods, to protect the progressive changes we've made in recent years, and to further expand the right to vote, empowering all voters. To do that, we also need to make our elections run more smoothly through systemic structural reform at the Board of Elections. I know these issues will be key parts of today's discussion, and again, it's a discussion I thank you all for joining and helping further on behalf of New Yorkers.
Thank you for that timely message, Public Advocate Williams. We appreciate you. Now, I would love to introduce you to the folks who constitute tonight's virtual panel. First up, Michelle Bishop coordinates voting rights, engagement, and access for people with disabilities as the Voter Access and Engagement Manager at the National Disabilities Rights Network. She also works in coalition with the civil rights community in Washington, D.C. to ensure strong federal policy regarding voting rights and election administration. Hey, Michelle, thanks for being here. Now we have Lucia Gomez, the political director of the New York City Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO. Prior to joining the organization, she was the director of organizing and strategic partnerships for Labor's Union of North America, Local 78. And has been engaged in census and redistricting work since 1999. Thanks for being here. Now I'd like to introduce you to Victor Pate. He's an active member and volunteer with the New York State Prisoner Justice Network, Challenging Incarceration, and the National Action Network New York City chapter, where he's a founding member of the Second Chance Committee. He's also an organizer and a formerly incarcerated person who's been engaged in numerous criminal justice reform campaigns. Thanks for joining us. And now Esmeralda Simmons is in the room. She's the founder and former executive director of the Center for Law and Social Justice at Medgar Evers College. She's a civil and human rights attorney whose practice focuses on racial justice for people of African descent in New York. Thank you for being here this evening. And now we have the Director of Partnerships and Outreach at the New York City Campaign Finance Board, Omar Suarez. Omar works with community organizations, city agencies, and businesses to increase voter education and participation right here in our city elections. Thank you for the work, and thank you for joining us. And finally, an attorney representing New York State Assembly District 55, Latrice Walker has been a strong voice and advocate from the halls of Brownsville to the halls of justice as a leading presence in the area of election reform, introducing legislation crafted to expand voting access for underserved New Yorkers and everybody else. Latrice Walker, thank you for being here this evening. So let's get that lovely baseball card up. This is our panel, and you all at home and online, wherever you are with your screens, you'll be able to dialogue with our panel. But for those of you who are just meeting them or being reintroduced to these great folks who have given of their time tonight, I'd love to just pose a question to all of you so they can hear your voice and get reacquainted with your perspective. So right off the bat, I'm just wondering why we seem to be so uninvested, uninterested, or maybe just unwilling to enfranchise the people who are at the heart of it, your constituencies, from the perspective that you're coming from. So why does that not seem to be a priority for the larger society in making sure that the people who you work in concert with every day, including each other, become greater enfranchised?
Well, I'll start by saying that, the budget, it all goes down to the money. And as we know, there's money, power, and respect. And so this is about the denial of access to resources, denial of access to power, and the denial of access to the respect of government officials. We've seen our communities disenfranchised for far too long. And if we make voting easier, accessible, and efficient, then it cracks open the door. Actually, it doesn't even crack it open. It takes it off the hinges so we can never put it back on again. And these are the things that folk are trying to prevent. And quite frankly, when we think about Democrats across the board, we're not a monolithic group. There are some people who are just as least progressive, even though they're sitting, in the Democratic Party. And so we have to do everything it is that we can to make sure that we have a unified front to ensure that access to the ballot is fair, is equitable, is just to all racial, ethnic, and people who speak different languages. And that's pretty much what I'm, here to do as the chair of the election law committee in the New York State Assembly.
Thank you for that answer. Now, you talked about those wide constituencies and not being a monolith no matter what party it is. We know in the disability community, there is no monolith either. Like from all walks of life and everywhere we are, people who are disabled have real barriers to voting. And I wonder, looking at you, Michelle, now, why is it that those barriers are still up there? Why are we uninterested or uninvested in removing them?
Well, you're right. First and foremost, people with disabilities are not a monolith. There are almost 40 million eligible voters with disabilities in the United States, and disability doesn't discriminate. People with disabilities come from all races, genders, socioeconomic status, religions. People with disabilities are everywhere. If you're not a person with disability, I promise you, you know and love someone who is. And you'd think with such a huge group of people who are also arguably a swing vote in that case, that we'd be more invested in people with disabilities. So if we're being honest, I think disability is something we just don't think about every day. I think non-disabled people don't really think about the disability community. And if we're keeping it all the way real, I'd say are also maybe a little bit afraid of really thinking about disability. Because the one thing that also stands out about our community is that we are the only community that you could join at any time, whether or not you do. And anyone who lives long enough arguably will, right? And that's maybe a little scary and something we don't want to deal with. I also love that mention of it comes down to the money. People with disabilities, there's a lot of us, and we're a really complex group of people. And so making elections work for all of our voters is complicated, and it takes a real investment from our government in the resources that we need to make that happen. But it's voting. It's all of our rights are really premised on our vote. It's just too important. And it's something that we just have to invest in and make it work for everyone.
Well, Michelle, just so you know, you're in the right place. We keep it real all the time. So we're happy and keep that same energy. It's going to spread around. So I'm looking at you right now, Omar. You're over at the Campaign Finance Board. We've heard 2 mentions of money. We've got an assembly member who don't want to crack a door. She's going to take it entirely off the hinges, and everybody's going to walk through. So I'm wondering, from your perspective there, what is the hindrance? Why do we seem so invested in not bringing the folks who are disenfranchised along for the party?
Thank you, Brian. And well, my fellow panelists have already hit on a couple of key points. Resources are obviously a factor. The franchise is something that is held dear across the board. And unfortunately, that can sometimes lead people who have it to want to hoard it and prevent others from having access to it as well. And so one of the things that we have to keep in mind is by opening up access to the ballot to more and more members of our society, we're enhancing our ability to make this a better society. And one of the, I have the privilege of speaking specifically to language access tonight. And as Michelle said, this is also one of those issues that people just either don't think of or maybe aren't aware. So for example, New York City is home to over 800,000 people who are limited in English proficiency and are eligible voters. These are citizens of voting age, 800,000. This is larger than many major cities, Miami, Seattle. And so many people don't even know that this population is that large. We have some policies in place to give access to ballots and interpreters to these folks, but there are many people who are not covered by the current policy. So I think raising awareness and also making sure that we're expanding access, because expanding access is what's going to make this a better democracy.
Thank you for that. So, Lucia, we know one thing that unions know how to do is organize folks and get that vote out. So how can we bring some of that same energy to the service of enfranchising people, especially those of us who are friends and neighbors here in Brooklyn who just haven't had that energy and organizational benefit that the folks that you work with do?
Thank you so much. And thanks to all the panelists. This is a great conversation. Overwhelmingly, it is a tedious work. Let's not get this wrong. It's work. It's nonstop. It's not just during a specified point in time. It's ongoing communication with not just the electorate, but with those that surround the electorate to create an environment of engagement and participation that kind of fuels this energy and the desire to kind of, update my voter registration form, check in and know where I'm going to go vote before I'm going to go vote, like make it a natural synergy. And at the same time, if these systems are running properly, people don't feel like their vote won't matter or it will go to waste, or there will be all this uproar about the lack of efficiency or the lack of, proper systems put in place. And they won't have this huge level of apathy towards a process that is supposed to be there to provide them an opportunity to engage with their power. But so many times we're afraid to give up some of that power. We're not moving with the times. We're not expanding the opportunities for, all kinds of folks to, exercise their right to vote. And I think this discussion hopefully will kind of begin to lay the framework for how we should be really be thinking about this, expanding the thought of what voting is. Not just a privilege, it's a fundamental right.
It's a fundamental right that, as we just touched on in that opening, has been wrestled from the hands of those who are not willing at all to share it with other folks. And I know one of the people who's been a great guide for me in putting historical perspective on this, Esmeralda Simmons, you've been in there and doing the work. You were the first person to tell me about how things were up north as New York. You know, we're sitting here thinking we're all great and progressive. There's been some hard knocks in just getting to where we are now. So I wonder, from your perspective, looking at all this history to where we are now, why are we still so disinvested in enfranchising groups of folks, especially those of us in Brooklyn here?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, fellow Brooklynite. It's great to be here. My kudos to my fellow and sister panelists. And I was just on the phone with Lucia earlier this morning. We're working. Yeah, we are up south in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is up south. And by that, I mean that the horrific voter suppression that was so evident that Fannie Lou Hamer talked about and worked against, that people marched and lost their lives for and were, lynched for. That problem exists right here in New York City, and it definitely exists in Brooklyn. It exists for the populations we've spoken about and will speak about, and that is people who are formerly incarcerated, people in the labor movement, people who have different languages, and obviously people who are differently able. But it exists because those who have control of the election system are steadfast in not wanting to expand the franchise. There's no question about it. I'm just going to give one example. The Board of Election in the city of New York is infamous for messing up. After one huge mess up where they tried to disenfranchise 100,000 Latinos in Brooklyn that looked like they were directly in Lydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Lydia Velasquez district.
In Sunset Park, yeah.
And that was an election official, a rogue election official that did that. The mayor, the current mayor, offered the Board of Elections millions of dollars to get its act together. And the politically appointed Board of Elections turned it down. They didn't want anybody doing anything that they didn't have control over, and the Board of Elections is controlled by the political parties under our state constitution. So it's built in. It's built in that those who have power will continue to strive to keep those who do not have power out and away from the vote, and that the vote will continue to be held captive by the processes. And now we also have some very conservative Trumpites raising questions, questioning whether or not there's fraud across the country in every election. Well, there's no fraud. They've never been able to prove any fraud. They went to several courts after the last presidential election screaming fraud. There was no fraud. They couldn't prove anything. But they're still saying it, and they're trying to cast doubt about whether our election system is rigged. Not whether it's broken, but whether it's rigged. So we have people that are trying to cast doubts. We have people who don't believe in government. And then we have the actual system that works against increasing the franchise for all those who are eligible. So we have a tough fight ahead, but believe me, we have had tougher fights, and we've come a long way and making changes, and we're not going to stop now.
Thank you for that. And finally, Victor, I would love to bring your voice into the conversation now and hear your perspective, especially coming from your community and that hard-won perspective about why you think folks are so invested in you and your constituency being disenfranchised.
Thank you to my fellow colleagues for all the information that you just imparted here. And for me, it always, always goes back to the historical history of America and the United States, or the ununited states, shall I say, continuously keeping people disempowered, voiceless, and faceless. The continuation of slavery, Jim Crow, the continuation of keeping people not being allowed to participate fully as citizens and as human beings, which is their given and constitutional right. And by them continuously not allowing this platform or this opportunity for people to get opportunity to become involved, engaged civically, where they can have a voice and have an opportunity to make real change. It's the same old story about people in power wanting to keep the power, wanting to always be in control of other people's lives, and continuously creating an underclass and a no class. So when you're speaking about people being disenfranchised, disempowered, being silenced, especially when you talk about the population of people in our prisons and jails. And as a person from that particular population coming out of an environment of incarceration and trying to reintegrate back into society, there's so many barriers and impediments to a person being able to successfully reintegrate back into society. One of the most important things for me in terms of participating in society is civic engagement, by having that right to vote, by having that opportunity to say who can and who cannot make laws and policies that affect my life and others' lives. When we are not allowed to engage in this process, being out in society, it's like we are not a part of society. And of course, that's why you got walls, because it creates a whole new class of system. You don't see them, out of sight, out of mind. So what do they count? Why should they even be allowed to participate? Because they are criminals, according to people's interpretation. And that's not the case. But this is the continuation of the Jim Crow slavery mentality that our society continues to perpetrate on a broad, diverse platforms. And when you don't make opportunities for people who have paid their debt to society, as they say, when you are incarcerated and you come home, you have paid your debt to society. When is that debt ever over? Right. Your debt is over once you paid your debt. Once you come back, once you try to reintegrate back into society, you should be allowed to participate civically. Unfortunately, society is built on keeping this population silent because they do not want this population to have the power to change or to say who has the power to make policies that affect their lives. And for me, to have the power of the vote, it means that you have the power to change the system, and you have the power to change the people who make the laws in the system that affect your life. No one should ever be denied that right, because this is a constitutional right for you to be able to say who should represent you, what laws and what policies that you want that will affect your life. So the system is designed and it is made so that people who are incarcerated and people that are formerly incarcerated have a difficult time in engaging in the political process or in the civic process by having all these impediments, by you not being allowed to vote. So for me, this is the continuation of slavery. And prisons and jails are slavery. No matter what you say, it's the same principle, it's the same shape. It may look different, but it's nothing but slavery, modern day time. And I think that it is time for this to change. And I know that the work that I'm doing and a lot of other people are doing, that we're definitely going to be working on making some changes. But I think that this is something that continues to contribute to people's voices being silenced by not giving them the right to vote.
Thank you for that answer. And I know I can feel the heads at home shaking along. Thank you for sharing your voices right now and letting the people know who's in the room. And if you've been inspired, which I'm sure you have, or you want to know more or expand on something, we invite you to throw a question down in the chat feature. If you are watching along on YouTube, we are reading the questions. We'll be in dialogue with you, just like the old days when we were all in the room doing a town hall. The only thing that's missing is you. So make sure that your voices are heard down in that chat. So we will be asking some questions and having a dialogue. But we really want to hear from you. You put the town in the town hall. But I'd love to begin with something that you said a little while ago, Michelle. We get bombarded with numbers all election season, from the polling there to the exit polls when it's done, to the breakdown in the days, weeks, months, and years after. But one number that we are remiss to hear is something we found in the course of our research is over the course of the last 3 national elections, the number of people who identify as having disabilities has actually decreased in those last 3 elections. So that's not a number we hear often, and it was kind of startling to me. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, Michelle, why is this story underreported, and what are the barriers that are keeping people in the disabled community from actually voting in the way that numbers are decreasing?
There is so little that we actually know about the voting behavior of people with disabilities. I have to stress first and foremost, because you had to do some digging to find those numbers, right? And there's a reason for that. It's because we don't include disability in a lot of the public and major polling that happens around elections, right? We know who white women vote for. We know who Catholics vote for. We don't know who people with disabilities vote for because they're being excluded from a lot of that research. But you're right, there are a lot of barriers that are keeping people with disabilities away from the polls. If you think about every touch point where voters interact with the process, from the time you get registered to vote, and the traditional method of doing that is to take a pen and put it to paper and fill out that voter registration card, which is something that's just not a reality for many people with disabilities. Blind people can't read that card. Someone who has limited to no manual dexterity can't fill out that card. We have some solutions for that now. We do online voter registration systems. They're not always fully accessible. And so that's a problem in itself. But just in the actual act of voting, less than half of America's polling places are actually compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Less than half of our polling places are fully accessible, and the ADA is over 30 years old. Something we should have figured out by now. That said, also, when we're talking about New York's really old. New York is old. A lot of those buildings were built well before something like the ADA existed. And so we're trying to go back and fix that and correct it now. And there are actually, I'm going to be honest, a lot of options in New York that we could be leveraging that we're not. In a lot of other places in the country, people with disabilities who can get to that polling place but can't get inside and get to the voting booth because it's inaccessible to them can vote curbside and have that ballot brought out to them where they are outside the polling place. Things that we could be doing. The rock star of 2020 was probably undeniably vote by mail ballots because of the pandemic. We've made some strides in making vote by mail more accessible, because once again, it's that same barrier where traditionally you're mailed a piece of paper that you have to be able to fill out physically, fold it, mail it back. Most of the time, we allow our military and our overseas voters to actually receive and mark that ballot electronically. And that's something that we've started to expand for people with disabilities, because it just makes sense. It's something that's going to be more accessible for so many more people if they can receive it and mark it electronically, email it back. That's something that we're starting to see. So someone said earlier, we've made a lot of progress. We've definitely made some progress, but there are still a lot of barriers left to remove. And I think that it impacts those numbers because as a person with a disability, if every point in the process has barriers for you, the message you receive is that you're not wanted here. Is that your vote is not wanted here.
So I would love to, just for a second, I know in the midst of a pandemic and everything that we've experienced over this last little period of time, we were talking about making a voting plan. This is what you're gonna do the day of, when you should show up, if you're gonna bring a buddy, like all of these things that we were pre-thinking. I wonder if you could sort of take us through a mental checklist that folks who are able-bodied by all other measures would take for granted, that people in the community have to think about when they know election day is coming, because voting plans and practices may be something that we take for granted, and you never made a voting plan before the pandemic, but I imagine that's something that's just an everyday consideration if you're a disabled person who has to find your way to a polling place.
Oh, if you're an active voter with a disability, you excel at making a voting plan for sure, right? Where a non-disabled voter might just have to know, where's my polling place? A person with a disability also has to know, is that polling place going to be accessible to me? And how do I find that information? And can I rely on that information, right? A lot of times people will say, yeah, it's totally accessible. There's only one step. Well, if I use a power wheelchair, that one step is a barrier. That's a problem, right? So you've got to make sure that polling place is going to work for you. And if it doesn't, how else am I going to vote? If it does, how am I going to get there? Is there public transit there to get me there? Is it sufficient? Is it running at the hours that I need? Is it fully accessible to me? Most public transit systems are honestly not fully accessible to people with disabilities. Every little piece of that. Will there be an accessible voting system there for me? And to be honest, will it be set up and functioning properly? And will the poll workers know how to use it? Do I need to bring someone with me to assist me to vote? So many things, this mental gymnastics you go through to make sure you're able to cast your vote. And to be honest, when you go to vote, so much of that also really relies on your poll workers, and it can really break down. When you go to vote, if the poll workers aren't ready for you and they don't know the rights that you have as a person with a disability, we see people being denied the right to bring a service animal with them into the polls, bring the assistant of their choice with them into the polls, which is your federal right in the Voting Rights Act, that you can bring the assistant of your choice with you, or even honestly, just being even challenged on whether or not they should be eligible to vote, which a poll worker cannot do. If you are on that poll book on election day, they're going to give you that ballot and let you vote.
You're going to vote. Yeah, so you took me to a place I wasn't even thinking about. My grandmother was blind, and as a kid, I was her eyes, right? And it was like I helped my granny write checks at the store. I helped her vote in the voting booth, and that was just a thing that happened because it was something that was in my family. And like fast forward to now, I actually worked the election. I'm saying a lot right now, and I've got smarter people in the room than me. But just being a poll worker during the presidential election, when they made a call for folks who'd never done it, I answered the call and got to see how much progress we've made and how much more there's left to do. So like, thank you for the work that you're doing. And I'm looking at all of you, and I want to talk about this last pandemic election. Technology was so much a part of the way that we leveraged ourselves into voting during this pandemic, and it was the old-fashioned technology of the ballots that our armed service folks have been using forever that suddenly became new, that we were all using. But I'm wondering, from Michelle's perspective and the rest of yours, can we technology ourselves into a more inclusive, comprehensive voting populace? And is that something we should be doubling down on? Can we throw money at technology to make sure that the vote is something that's extended to everyone who's due their rights?
Well, I can
Any
start by
lessons
saying
that we
that in
learned
this
during the
year's
pandemic?
budget,
Mhm.
so in this year's budget, we were able to put $25 million into technology upgrades for the successful implementation of automatic voter registration, as well as online voter registration. And one of the things that we are working to accomplish is to have an integrated system, even for absentee ballot requesting. And so, as well as absentee ballot tracking. And so I know that, technology is creating this space so that, when you request your absentee ballot, we don't have people receiving their ballot, days after the election is already over. They don't know whether or not, if they sent their ballot back, whether it was received. And so they show up to vote on election day. And then now we have to go in the background and figure out, well, which one of these ballots is going to count? We got this one first, but they showed up, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the biggest, I think, we also did electronic poll books as well, which is an amazing thing, particularly in communities, though, where we have broadband issues, that creates a whole, other dynamic, because while we have access to all these amazing technologies, when we can't get online to be able to gain access to it, then it's, all futile. One of the things that we see, particularly, I know in New York City, we utilize schools a lot for election day poll site operations. And many of the schools are not equipped with the electrical capabilities by which to have all of these tools to be utilized. And quite frankly, when you throw us in the basement or in the cafeteria, the location around with all the concrete doesn't allow for the fiber optic networks to be able to be utilized with any efficiency as well. And so I think that we have a lot that we need to figure out. I'm sorry?
I said in those hot gyms as well. They had us in the basement and the cafeteria and those hot gyms with the big windows.
Well, and we hope that more people will definitely become more engaged and become poll workers. And we're also putting in the resources so that we can get more people who will be willing to work on election day, as well as to be able to have the opportunity to take that day off from work so that you can come down and help us out with our voting administration. So thank you, Brian.
Well, listen, that's the least of it. If we're talking about people who do real work, I'm looking at you, Lucia, making voting a holiday. That is something that I think we are lagging behind the rest of the civilized world.
As I told you, this is
where is the energy on that? You've got people who are making their voices heard in a real way coming from labor. So I wondered if you can speak to that, like where we are in that and other developments to make voting for working people something that working people can engage in without fear of not clocking in.
We definitely have a development on giving workers an opportunity if they don't have that, polls open between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. And if folks don't have 4 consecutive hours between the time that their shift begins and their time that, their shift ends, if they don't have 4 consecutive hours to be able to arrive at a poll, let's say they start at, let's say they're 9 a.m., right? 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. They don't have those 4 consecutive hours between the 6 a.m. opening of the polls and the 9 p.m. closing of the polls, either at the beginning or at the end of the shift. They're allowed up to 2 hours to take paid, right? Paid 2 hours so that they can actually go vote. So they can get out a little early, come in a little later, and their employer is supposed to allow them that time and not penalize them with personal time off or anything like that. So there, the state, changed the law and is allowing workers that opportunity to be able to go do that. There's still so many other, barriers when workers have to take that time, the fear of telling their employer, the fact that the employer doesn't know what those, what that new law is, but they're supposed to put up a sign. I think it's about minimum 10 days, supposed to put up a sign up in the place where workers know and can see that they have that right, and they're allowed to ask. They're allowed to ask, after the, right before 10 days and up to 2 days before the election. So minimum 2 days before they want to take the time off, 2 hours, and they have to request it from their employer. But that is a shift, right? That is an opportunity to make voting part of your environment, part of the workplace climate where an employer is saying, hey, if you want to go to vote, do that. That's a positive. That's definitely a step in the right direction. We still have challenges with childcare for many workers, picking up their children before going to the polls or right after the polls and trying to coordinate that with so many working families. The reality is that there's still work to be done, but I think definitely this move to provide 2 paid hours, if you cannot allot that, that time in your work schedule, is definitely a shift in the right direction.
So as we're talking about these shifting directions, I'm wondering if there is a real concrete barrier that each of you says right now that we can work to remove, like not a theoretical thing. Everything gets so intersectional when we're talking about working people voting, the disability and not being able to physically get into the physical plant. There's a bunch of ways that people talk about barriers to voting that make it seem like there's so much work to do and it's so hard. So let's focus on something else. But are there real things that you could say right now, you've got an army watching, where should we be going to change, to make voting easier? Just one concrete thing that you can think of.
Down for a holiday.
Holiday
I'm
it
gonna
is.
jump
We got
out.
one
I'm
vote
gonna
for a
jump out.
voting holiday.
Yeah. Yes, I think I need to jump in because I think that, you know, when we're talking about, you know, this voting, I think it's something that's really close and dear to my heart. And I've been working on this for quite some time now. And especially for, I don't even want to use the word returning citizens because I don't think that's the appropriate name to be using, because people oftentimes are not treated as returning citizens. They're treated as something else. But when you're talking about, you know, voting that is absent, especially for those that are incarcerated, those that are coming home, and those that are home, because I'm actively doing voter registration on Rikers Island right now. And I'm telling you that people don't have a clue. Information and education in terms of civic engagement, especially for those people that are coming or are currently in our prisons and jails. And I say this because I was part of the campaign that was responsible that got the first executive order signed by Governor Cuomo in 2018 that gave people that were on parole the right to vote after they were given a conditional pardon. And of course, you know now, and I know Assemblywoman Walker knows that now people automatically have their voting rights restored upon release. That was phase 2. We also got phase 3 coming up, which means that they never lose that right, like Maine, Vermont, and Washington. But anyway, what I want to say, I don't want to get too far into this here, is that this population is always the forgotten and excluded population. And oftentimes we don't think, like, these are very same people that are in our prison and jails are going to be our neighbors one day. They're going to be our constituents one day. They're going to be our voters. And without the education and information as to the process in itself and understanding your vote, and even more important, how to use your vote. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. With the right to vote comes education and information. Without that education and information, it's like a blind man with glasses. What are you going to do with glasses if you don't know and you can't see? So I think one of the things in the broad spectrum of things is that we need to put some money into educating our people who are in these prisons and jails, who eventually will be coming back to our community, that will eventually be coming back to vote. And there should be a program that is specifically targeted and designed for new voters that are formerly incarcerated, that are returning to our community, that don't understand. And some of them never voted in their life. You'd be surprised when I tell people about registering to vote. And they say, what for and for whom should I vote? My vote do not count. Well, that's because they've been brainwashed. And I think that this needs to be done away with. And part of having this being done away is through education and information and dissemination. And I just want to just drop that little piece in there, and I'm gonna get off my soapbox.
Thank you for that. No, we like your soapbox, but that just reminds me of a point. I'm looking at you right now, Omar. We're talking about education, information, and disseminating it. And part of the challenge is New York is the place for everyone from everywhere. And part of the challenge is meeting people where they are. And that comes especially with just being able to communicate with them, starting with language.
Yeah, absolutely. And we cannot sit here and talk about how diverse New York City is if we're not also going to those people in those diverse communities and meeting them where they're at and offering voting information in a language that they understand. So what I was talking about earlier, close to 1 million people in New York City, almost 10% of the population speaks a language other than English and does not speak English very well. So now we do have policies in place. We have, thankfully, knock on wood, a federal Voting Rights Act. I had to make sure it's still there, thankfully. And It does provide some protection, very limited. In New York City, because of how large New York City is and the geography and the way that the law is written, only 4 languages are covered by that out of the dozens that are spoken throughout the city. So what that means is you have languages like Haitian Creole with 40,000 potential voters not included. They don't get a ballot in their language. 100,000 Russian speakers, again, limited English, they don't get a ballot in their language. And so just those 2 languages alone, that's 140,000 people who are not getting a ballot in their language. That's equivalent to the city of Syracuse, New York. The entire city doesn't get a ballot in their language. We would look at that as a crisis of democracy. And so this is happening. We at the Campaign Finance Board, we are held with the law. You asked earlier about some potential changes. We do favor changes. My co-panelist, Assemblywoman Walker, has co-sponsored some legislation by the name of the New York Voter Rights Act that would change the formula, the way that they identify these languages. So it would broaden this set of languages that get included, that where the person gets a ballot in their language, that gets interpretation at the poll site. Now, we have filled in some gaps in terms of making voter registration forms available in additional languages beyond the Voting Rights Act. In other parts of city government have stepped in and filled the gap with interpretation at poll sites, but it's imperfect. We need a policy change. We need the mandate in place, because that's how government moves. That's how things move. You have to have the policy in place. And now with that said, resources are needed. I'll give you an example.
Please.
To produce a voter guide, which we do, we send to every registered voters. Every registered voter in New York City, that's 4.8 million for this general election. To translate those into just English, Spanish, Bengali, and Korean, not just, but to those 4 languages.
The 4 languages.
That costs close to $1 million. That costs close to $1 million, those languages. If we wanted to include the other languages that are considered citywide languages, Arabic, French, Urdu, Russian, etc., and others, that would, Haitian Creole, Polish, Yiddish, many others, that would cost another $1 million for that voter guide. Now, so we need resources to be able to do this. That doesn't include staff who are fluent and able to communicate and have ties to these communities. All of these things require resources. Now, you mentioned technology. I'll give you another example. This past June, we had ranked choice voting that was on the ballot, not in this November, but in June it was.
Right.
And the city committed some funds to educate New Yorkers about this. Now, thanks to those funds, sort of at the 11th hour, we were able to translate information on our website into 10 additional languages. Now, that's just not feasible to do with something that we print out and mail to people. So having it available through technology does give us more capabilities when it comes to.
But then we go back to that broadband issue that Assemblywoman Walker talked about as well. Yeah.
We're talking about hard things. If this was easy, we wouldn't be talking about it, you know. So
can I ask you something, Omar? Just as I asked Michelle at the start of the night, I wonder if you could walk us through what it is like to be a person who is not fluent or versed in those 4 languages that materials are in. If I'm showing up at the polls and I speak Haitian Creole and I read in Russian or Urdu or something, and I come in there, what is that experience like? Am I just like being handed this sheet of paper, just looking for the name that I think I want to vote for when I walk in?
You're approaching it. I mean, as I mentioned, thankfully the city has filled in some of the gap with interpreters at poll sites. In addition, you do have the right to bring in someone with you into the poll site, as long as they're, not your employer or your union representative. No offense, Lucia, but it's you can't bring someone with you, and so that's something that we see folks do. But it hews closely to what you said. I mean, you go somewhere, the ballot is not in the language that you speak most comfortably. And in many cases, there's not an interpreter that's available. And so people are relying on third parties, family members, people that they know personally to help them through that process. And again, as I said, we can't speak about the value of New York being such a diverse place if we're not going to place value on the people who make it that way. And those people want to vote, and they don't always speak English. And that's just the reality, and we have to be ready to meet them there.
I think that's a great point that you made, because we were just having a conversation about the implementation of AVR and OVR. And of course, all of the language that they're utilizing are the voting rights languages. And they are not including these additional languages. And from what I understand, it's over 600 different languages spoken in New York City. And so whether or not we're going to have the resources to take care of all of those different languages, I think we need to raise up and definitely go back into the Voting Rights Act while we're doing the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill Act across the country. Everyone's raising up about that. I think that voter language access is almost about as important of an issue as any other, as whatever is the most supreme, just access to materials, etc. That we have to make sure that we are prioritizing this particular issue, not just here in New York State, not just in New York City. New York City is an anomaly in a lot of cases, but New York State is a very, very big place. And the type of respect that we give in New York City about language access, it just doesn't happen, and it's almost non-existent in other parts and counties across our state.
So you bring me to a question that I've been pondering, looking at other places around the country that have different ways that they vote and things that they do. New York has the potential to be a leader in language access, but I wonder what we could learn from other municipalities and states about voting that we could do better here. We gave ranked choice voting a go after hearing about other places around the country and the Bay Area and all this stuff, so New York got in on the ranked choice experiment. But I'm wondering, from each of your perspectives, where are places that we could be looking for best practices to collectively enhance enfranchisement here, as well as just the whole process of once you do get someone into voting, from the beginning to the end of the thing? Where should we be looking? Who's doing it right, or something we could steal? You were saying something, Omar?
Oh, I wanted to go to the Los Angeles County. Very
LA.
large county is LA.
Yep.
Another very diverse place. They have something that's called the Language Access Advisory Committee that operates within the election system. I think that's a model that gives people a specific place that they can go to address these issues and really take root within policymaking spaces, and making sure that this lens of language access is being included. I think this is a model that will work for disability rights as well, and other factors. There's also, they've shown the model of a language access hotline. So if you could imagine just a number that you could call and get voting information in your language, or get to a registration form or an absentee ballot in the language of your choosing. Some of these languages that we're talking about are not traditionally written. And so even having access to be able to have a conversation in that language is something that would empower many, many voters.
I know you mentioned LA, but I'm aware that in Los Angeles, Chicago, and in Washington, D.C., people who are in jail can actually vote in jail, within the confines of the jail. They have polling places there. So if that's possible in jail, why are we in New York not able to set up a little poll site in the jails?
Everybody ready to come in on this one.
Yeah, that's a hot topic. I'm gonna jump on it right quick. So,
well,
I'm gonna say just simply.
I want to hear. I want to hear from you, Victor, of course.
Yeah.
But I've got an attorney in this corner and one in this corner as well. But I'm gonna start with you, Victor.
I'm just gonna jump on this one. This one thing I'm gonna say is this here. Well, very short, right? And like anything and everything else, is those who are in power want to continue to stay in power and want the people that don't have the power to continue not to have power. Can you imagine? We got 2.2 to 2.3 people in our prisons and jail. Just imagine if everybody in every jail and every prison could vote. What we could be able to do system wide. And you want to know the answer to why they don't have this? Because they don't want to have it. Simple as that. There's no, it's not, rocket science and stuff here. They don't want them to have it. So just like Maine, Vermont, and just recently Washington, why don't we have it in New York City? We're supposed to be progressive. We're working on that, but they don't have it because they don't want to have it. Simple as that. And they know that that power of that vote could change the system and can change the people who make these miserable laws that affects our law in such an adverse way. Is a simple answer to that for me. May not be the right answer, but that's my answer.
I know that from June of 2000 to June of 2021, New York's DOC said that they submitted about 1,800 voter registrations, ballot requests, and ballots to our city's Board of Elections. But I want to talk about a number that Victor just shared, and I'm looking at you, Councilor Simmons, there. Is that a class action suit you would be willing to take on and lead? You got a few 100,000 potential clients who are saying, you know what, we've been disenfranchised in the state of New York. What of the political power and the possibility for coalition building, in your opinion, for these groups that are disenfranchised from so many pockets of our community?
Well, that's quite interesting because, to tell you the truth, the Center for Law and Social Justice and the Legal Defense Fund brought that lawsuit about 20 years ago to get people who are incarcerated the right to vote. But I want to mention something. Right now, people who are incarcerated but are waiting, that's supposed in the term detention, pre-trial, predetermination detention, have the right to vote. And that right to vote is sometimes enabled and sometimes not enabled. By that I mean the New York City Corrections Department, Rikers Island, Brooklyn House of D, etc. Sometimes they do it and sometimes they don't. They've gotten better at it, but the don't is wholly illegal. We brought a lawsuit to have people who are incarcerated vote in the state of New York. It was before its time, way before its time, and the judge did not understand. The federal judge did not understand why we kept talking about people who are citizens in prison should have the right to vote. Now, I think it's definitely come of age. People understand it better. Courts, don't think that courts are all knowing. You have to teach the judges. You have to teach them. And some magnificent court papers were created that told the whole history of felony laws, how it came directly out of an attempt to create chain gangs up south and down south. We gave the court all of that, and the court still did not understand that this was basically a continuation of slavery. So I think it is right for someone to do it again. However, the courts, the federal courts, that's where you have to go, they're less friendly than they were 20 years ago.
Even after
Believe
13.
me when I say they are less friendly, they are less likely to want to hear about it. But I do think that its time has come. And I'm very proud of the work that we did on that case. And the fact that that was a multiracial coalition working toward that, to get that done. I also want to say something else. And I'm glad that the ADA is right up in front of our face now in terms of voting rights, because I hope everybody knows that the Justice Department had to sue New York State to get it to comply. They had Margaret Fung and myself and 10 other people as an advisory board for 2 years, and they still didn't implement it. it took a lawsuit for them to implement it. And let me give you the bad news. They still have not implemented it completely in New York State, and definitely not in New York City. How many of you have gone to early voting polling sites where you got to walk 4 blocks after you get off a bus, or more than that from a train to get to the polling site? It may be an accessible polling site, the building, but it is not location accessible. It's out of the way. You have to know where you're going to get there. So that's not what I consider to be accessible. And finally, I'm also going to jump on that question you asked, what would we do to change? Yeah. Same day registration. That means you go to the polling site, you register to vote, and then you vote. That's what I want. But I also want them to stop breaking the law and changing polling sites at the last minute and not giving voters notice. They did that in the last in 2020. It was a scandal. They changed polling sites. The Board of Elections changed polling sites in less than 5 days. Did not even send out notices to the voters. So the voters are wandering around like chickens without heads trying to find out where they have to vote. If they go online, what's online is wrong. I mean, so that is frustrating the voter, and that is voter suppression, New York City style. And I saw it happen with my own eyes. I was on several candidates, and myself and voting rights attorneys had to jump on the Board of Elections, and then they said they couldn't fix it. It was too late. So obviously the people had to handle that themselves. And finally, I want to take my hat off, my mythical hat off, to some candidates and some civic groups that have set up tents outside polling sites, large polling sites, so they can translate literature and guide voters who don't have voting access, language access, guide them outside the 100 yards, 100 feet, so they're not doing electioneering. They're simply translating the material for people who don't get those literature translated. I saw it done for Haitian Creole, and I saw it done for Russian Jews. But that's community groups doing that. So I take my hat off to New York City Votes. They're great, as well as obviously our Assemblywoman. There's been more progress in New York State in the last 4 years regarding voting rights and opening up New York State, trying to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of what can be done for voting, rather than trying to stay in the age of the restriction and voter suppression. So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot that has been done. Some very good things have happened, but we have some challenges ahead of time. We definitely have challenges.
To speak about challenges and what's... No, please.
Note that one of those attorneys in her former life, before being the election law chair, who did sue the Board of Elections with respect to a number of those changed polling sites, of course, under the leadership and the tutelage of my mentor, the amazing attorney Esmeralda Simmons. She really was the Center for Law and Social Justice was breeding ground for a lot of that. But there will be a number of ballot measures on the back of the ballot, which may address one of Esmeralda's concerns about same-day voter registration. And That's so right. There's a 10-day requirement now that you have to register to vote. And just for purposes of people who are listening in today, this Friday is the last day to register to vote in the general election that's coming up. But hopefully you will turn over the ballot and you will complete those 5 ballot proposals, one about access to same-day voter registration, the other one about making absentee ballot a real reality and removing, the requirement to have to say that you're unavailable, et cetera. Right. So the no excuse absentee ballot. There's going to be a question with respect to redistricting. There's a question about clean water. And so again, make sure that you are flipping over your ballot when you go out to vote. And lastly, if there's any change that I would like to see take place, of course, putting pre-clearance back into our systems to make sure that any changes to our voting processes that will disenfranchise particular communities of color, we definitely have to get that back. We have to undo what they undid in Shelby, the
Right.
Shelby County case. So that's number one. And then, of course, I would love to see a day when we can, vote online like they do in Alaska and Hawaii, DC, and a number of other places as well. If we can bank online, which one of the things that, people think that is the most secure thing, in the universe, your banking, you don't want nobody to touch that. I think that we can vote online as well.
So we're in this world right now where the big lie went all around the world and they still won't let it go. And we've got you advocating for voting online. I couldn't get on my Facebook, my WhatsApp, or Instagram a few hours ago. So what about, I talked about technology moving us forward. Did we learn any lessons during this COVID voting time that any of you would like to see carried forward, expanded, broadened in any way that would serve each of the constituencies that you work most closely with?
I just want to say technology is here, right? And everyone wants to be like, the boogeyman. It's here. We've been using it. Phones. I mean, even our communities, the most disenfranchised, economically impoverished, people have some kind of digital, and those places that we don't, we're trying to bridge the gap, right? But we're getting there. It's gotten a lot better. Our children getting the laptops, right, at home, and the dynamics. The reality is that if we stopped putting up all the excuses and taking, we're already messing up and we're doing it old school. Let's mess it up moving forward if we're gonna do that, right? And let's try to figure out better ways of opening it up so everyone can vote. And the reality is that I got to give it to Victor here. Like, they don't want us to all vote.
Right.
25% of the city only turning out to vote on average for city elections. And we're putting all these measures together. You can have the best equipment. You can have the best tools. You can have everything. But we need to get to a point where folks are stepping up and I gotta change it up this time. I gotta go vote, right? And we gotta move people, and we have to be able to not just go to the same voters all the time. And kudos to all those organizations doing the vote and all the union members that do try to turn out other members and the community to actually turn out. But it's exhausting and it's nonstop across the city. And we have after election, and we'll have more after redistricting process, where we'll see city council have 2 additional rounds. And we had over 200 some odd candidates in this last primary. I mean, it's exhausting, but we need to be able to see and reap the benefits of seeing people actually turn out. So huge responsibility out to all those voters that stay home, that haven't updated their stuff, turn out, because we need you. And, it makes a huge difference. We saw it, so many races, so tight, and it's going to continue to look that way the more people start turning out.
If I can jump in here quickly too and add, technology is the thing that's making everything more accessible for people with disabilities. It is opening up the world to people with disabilities, and that includes the vote. So we have a responsibility to start harnessing the technology, like she said, that's already here, because it's going to make the system work for so many more people. I'm thinking back to when Omar was talking. Actually, the whole time Omar was talking, I was thinking about how much overlap there is between disability access and language access, right?
Yes.
Our needs are so similar. Even just the whole time he was talking, I was thinking about voters who are deaf. And for deaf voters, their primary barrier isn't that they can't hear, it's that poll workers don't speak ASL, and that's their language, right? It's a language issue. The whole time Victor was talking, Victor speaks directly into my soul, because the whole time he was talking, I was thinking about people with disabilities and the centuries that we were imprisoned in institutions, because what we do is we lock up people that we don't want to see. Right. And we finally are getting people with disabilities out of institutions. But when we don't set up appropriate community supports, they end up in prisons. To say nothing of the fact that incarceration creates disabilities, right? A simple illness or injury without proper medical attention turns into a long-term condition. The conditions in prisons create depression and PTSD and anxiety, right? We're creating more people with disabilities. We're locking up people with disabilities. All of this, it's all of us, right? It's every voter, and it's the unique needs of every voter and what makes it work. And so I think Omar was really smart to talk about Los Angeles. One of the things they do and some other places do really well, two things that I think are really important, and they're more procedural than anything else. They create options for voters, right? You've got online registration, automatic registration, and same day registration. You can vote during early voting or on election day. You can vote in person. You can vote remotely. You have the option to get that paper ballot or to receive it and mark it electronically and return it that way. All those options, they make the process just work for all different types of voters, so that whatever it is that you need, you can get that, right? So if that Wi-Fi isn't there, or you're just not the most tech savvy person, you can go do it old school. If that technology is what's going to make it work for you, it's there. The other thing that I think jurisdictions like that do really well is that they bring everyone like us into that conversation. All of those voters and people who represent those voters need to really be integrated into the process. We can't design an electoral process that works for one particular type of person and then figure out everything that's wrong with it on the back end, and then either try to retrofit it to make it work for them, or, as some people have pointed out, never make it work for them. They have to be part of the process. It should be transparent, and we should be at the table the whole way through designing a process that works for everyone. And I would be remiss if I, of course, did not at that point put in a pitch for Disability Rights New York, who have an office in Brooklyn, drny.org, who absolutely want to be part of that process. And if anyone's watching who has a disability or is interested in these issues, they want to help you be able to vote as well.
Michelle, I love the way your brain works. Thank you for synthesizing, pulling all those threads and tying them together in a way that's so understandable and conversational. I can tell you just a little behind the scenes here as we were working through our editorial process here. Like, none of you are here by accident. This is why we wanted to have all these minds in one room. And we were thinking, like, from the sort of 10,000 square foot view of the vote is just the end of a long process. If we're talking about disenfranchisement, I want to just posit this question to all of you about people who feel, as Victor and Michelle just explained, how this is not designed for me. Nobody thought of me or considered me when it came time to come home, when it came time to get a job, when it came time to be able to get to work. None of these systems seem to have me in mind, but I'm supposed to be an active participant in my democracy by voting. So I'm wondering how disenfranchisement is just the end of the road for people who are continually being confronted with systems and power structures that just don't seem to have them in mind or be there for their benefit, and how we can expect folks to just show up to vote every day if that's the one thing that works when nothing else sort of works for them.
I think one of the themes that we've heard from all of the panelists today, including your commentary, is that we have to educate, advocate, agitate, legislate, and litigate. And as long as we're doing all of those things, we will address the intentional or maybe even the unintentional disenfranchisement of all New Yorkers and all the people of the United States, quite frankly. But we have to remember, and I'm going to quote Esmeralda when she teaches or has taught me that, you know, it may have taken us 400 years to get here, but it's going to take us an eternity to protect all of the advances that we've made. And so that has not gone lost on me.
So I want to just chime in now and say thank you so much to the Assemblywoman and to all of the other speakers here today, because you're touching my heart when you talk about voting rights, and to be surrounded by you, even if it's electronically, it feels good. It feels good. Omar, I love you. Victor, we're still there. And I already told you I'm still working with Lucia and Michelle. We haven't met, but thank you for everything that you do. And I already spoke about the wonderful Latrice and what she's been doing. But please understand, folks, that we're the fanatics. You're looking at the fanatics. We're doing this year in, year out, year in, year out. We can't continue to be there, the crazy people yelling at the corner, okay? Because number one, people tune us out after a while. It's, oh, there she is again. There he goes again. We need you. We need you. We don't want it to be the crazy woman and the crazy man at the corner. We want it to be Black Lives Matter, Black votes matter, people with disabilities should vote. We want people language access. We need people who are formerly incarcerated to be part of our family. They are citizens, they vote. We need you to be active. And this goes beyond civic participation. It's food, shelter, clothing, and then your say in your society. If you don't have a say, you might as well check yourself out because you're really not a real citizen. And what's working now is that I'm beginning to understand that there is citizen and then there is second-class citizen. And unfortunately, almost everybody on this call, everybody on this forum are talking about the mechanisms that have kept so many of us to be second-class citizens. And we refuse to accept it. We refuse to accept it. We will not accept it. You know, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm saying that in quotes. We are not going for it. So please join us. We need masses of you saying this. We need masses of you complaining about what happened to you on election day. Don't be silent. Complain about it. And then, yes, we need to do everything. And the education and organizing is the major point. So thank you, I am so tickled, Brian, that you are an election official on election day. Thank you. Now that's modeling behavior, folks. And he got paid to do it. And he told you it's a rough job. It's a rough job, but you do get paid for it.
It's a
you
long
want some
day.
money? You want to do good? Come on.
Go
it's
down.
almost a volunteer, but you get paid.
Yeah,
So
it's
follow
like
Brian.
volunteering and you get a check at the end. Just go down and do your duty.
And when you get the check, you say, "Oh my God, that was a rough day," but it's worth it. It's worth
Listen,
it. And you get
I've got a
exposed to what's
question.
actually happening in our society.
It's true, and you meet a lot of interesting neighbors. I'm going to leave it at that. But I do have one question here in the same line. Esmeralda just spoke about like expanding the ranks. So there's somebody who wants to be on the squad, particularly I'm looking at you, Omar. There's someone who asks, how does one volunteer to help with languages? I'm a Bengali speaker. I've noticed a lot of typos and spelling mistakes on printouts in the text in Bangla. So typesetting errors make it hard to follow. So how do we leverage some of that diversity that we like to tout, but we need to see brought to bear in the voting booth and the election process? What do you do if you have a skill set that you want to help out your community?
I mean, I want to plug our website, voting.nyc, where we take submissions from folks who either want to volunteer or work with us in one way or another, voting.nyc. We are, we work on translations over time. We contract this out. We always are also looking, for assistance to make sure our translations are good, and we want to get this feedback. So I actually would love to hear from that person. And I don't know if my email or anything or any contact information is showing up on the screen, but I would love to hear from that person. I think going back to something Michelle said also, the attention to detail when it comes to these things and experiences of people not like ourselves is critical. We have had a chance to work with Disability Rights New York, and again, going back to our experience with ranked choice voting, this was something where we had to think about how is it going to impact people who use the ballot marking device, and so we were so things like that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. How do you even translate the term ranked choice voting? Because there's a concept that maybe doesn't even exist in other languages. So it really does come down to the attention to detail. So I would love to hear from that person directly. And again, it just comes down to that willingness to go above and beyond it and share some of that lived experience from folks who are in these communities. And thank you, Esmeralda, too. I love you too. And I love everybody on this call because You know, voting is the thing. It's the thing. I mean, if we don't have this, we don't have anything.
So if no one wants to add to that, I have a question for all of you that we can start with Victor, and we'll work our way across and down the grid as I'm watching the clock and want to give you all time to answer. There's someone else who wants to join the squad and not be on the sidelines. They want to be the person on the corner yelling about our rights, so those voices continue. The question came in as, what do New Yorkers need right now that would help voting access the most, and what is getting in the way? So what do we need right now that would bring people to the polls, and what's preventing it in your perspective, Victor?
Oh, of course, I go back to my first platform is always information, access to information and education. I think that, those are like two key components of anything you do, and especially when you're talking about voting, because I'm telling you, I'm still trying to understand a lot of this, stuff with this voting, and I'm learning as I go along. But I think more, and thank you, Bric, more platforms like this and education for people and dissemination of information is key to people becoming informed. When you go into these booths and stuff, you need to be going as an informed voter, and not because a name looks good to you or it's a familiar name. You know what I'm saying? You have to have the information on the people that you're voting for. You have to have access to what's their platform, what have they supported, you know what I'm saying? What do they believe in, and what's their track record? So I think for me, information and education is the two, well, for me, important factors in terms of what we as a people need to be informed, or to be more of an informed, educated voter. Because without that, like I said before, it's like a blind man with a pair of glasses.
With the glasses on. I got you. Thank you for that. So I'm looking at you, Assembly Member. What do we need right now, and what is getting in the way of us getting it? And I'm going to be the most unfair part of the night because you each get a minute because I'm looking at the clock. So your 60 seconds on what do we need and what's blocking us, Assembly Member.
We need to register to vote, and we need to vote. I have 50,000 people, 125,000 constituents. Only nearly 50,000 actually registered. Only about 5,000 come out in each particular election. And so when you got the franchise, people died for it, use it.
As simple as that. Register and get your butt to the ballot. Michelle?
Man, one thing, we need so many things. I guess if I can pick one, I think we need the commitment that we are going to look at every method of voting and make it fully accessible now. In-person, early voting, election day voting, absentee voting, and make it fully accessible. When I say commitment, I mean the will to do it and the money to do it. And I know that a lot of the things that we talked about tonight are big. They're big problems. They're overwhelming problems. They seem like they're going to take so long to fix. I think though the one thing that could really push it forward, and that's really doable for folks who are watching tonight, we need your voice. I think of voting as the beginning of a process. You went and you voted for the president in 2020, great. That's wonderful. But I also need you to vote in state elections and local elections because they're all important. And I need you to use your voice in other ways and start advocating for us to make that commitment that we're going to make sure everyone's included in the process. And if you are really passionate about access for voters with disabilities or a person with a disability yourself, go to drny.org. Disability Rights New York is out there on election day, surveying polling places to make sure they're accessible, taking calls from voters to make sure they're able to exercise their right to vote. And we could use all the help we could get to make that happen.
All right, the challenge has been laid down. You're gonna, come on.
I'm gonna say we need a truly functional Board of Elections that is accountable to the voters, accountable to the residents of the state of New York, and not just, the patronage and the hostility that sometimes defensiveness that they get when they're not doing the job right, when they're not open to making the changes that the community needs in order to have real access to the ballot box. Hassle-free. Should not be, that, difficult to get some of these, provisions implemented. And sometimes the simplest thing, it just falls through the cracks.
All right, that's a word. Omar?
I'm gonna continue the line of Brother Victor. Information, the old saying is each one teach one. If you are on this call, if you're listening to this call, that would make you probably one of the fanatics. And so if you are that person and you do care, then you need to go turn around and share this information with those around you that maybe are not as aware or paying attention. Maybe they only pay attention every 4 years. Well, in the in-between years, again, spread the word, bring people along, meet them where they are, but ultimately nothing can replace that interpersonal connection, because the hearing it from government, even hearing it from a politician or an elected official, is not going to have the same weight as hearing it from someone that you have a personal connection with. And so if you have this information that we're sharing on this panel, make sure that you're also sharing it with folks that you know and love, because that's what's going to change, carry the day ultimately.
Thank you. And finally, the last 60 seconds of the night, Esmeralda Simmons, what do we need and what is the one blocking that we could all work to move?
I'm joining in with my fellow sister panelists and giving a quote from the great Marcus Garvey: educate, agitate, organize. It's going to come down again. And we're seeing this at this point in our society, to whether we're willing to organize our people, to organize them, not just willy-nilly, not just a crazy lady on the corner. Whether we're willing to expand our knowledge, whether we're willing to organize our people so we are a force to be reckoned with. And there are so many changes, so many advances that need to be done in New York and in Brooklyn for voting rights. It's going to need organized action, because it's not where it needs to be. I'm glad it's moving on. It's moving, but it's not where it needs to be. And we're going to get it where it needs to be if we're organized. And I take my hat off to labor and to people who are formerly incarcerated are organized. We got labor that's organized. We got people who have disabilities that are organized. I can't quite say as yet that people with language that don't have language access are organized. And we know that there's a slew of other folks that are not organized. We all need to be organized.
Thank you. Right now, we are up our last 5 seconds. So I'm going to say to Michelle Bishop, Lucia Gomez, Victor Pate, Esmeralda Simmons, and of course, Omar Suarez and Latrice Walker, we appreciate you being the people who are on the corner, in the halls of power, and in our community, fighting for our rights in the expansion. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Bye now.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
It was horrifying. They targeted the house with 5 or 6 rockets. There were body parts on the ground. It was horrifying.
In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, about a third of them children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began Sunday. We'll go to Gaza for the latest. Then to the historic presidential inauguration in Colombia of former guerrilla fighter Gustavo Petro.
Juro a Dios. I swear to God and promise to the people to faithfully comply with the Constitution and the laws of Colombia.
President Gustavo Petro ushers in a new political era with Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to be elected vice president. We'll go to Bogota to speak with Simón Mejía, the founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo, about a new project that centers Afro-Colombians who've long faced violence and repression.
It brings hope to the people, to the underrepresented people of the periphery of Colombia, who are the ones that voted for Gustavo Petro, the Afro communities, the indigenous communities, the campesinos, the farmers, the poor people around the country that have been undertaken for years and years. So it's a good time for change. There's hope in the air.
Then CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, ended in Texas with a speech by former President Trump after kicking off with the far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who just won a 4th term in office.
Republicans are playing a totally different game now, in which you win or lose elections before anybody ever casts a vote, because you've set up a system designed to produce a certain result, no matter what the votes say. That's how Orban wins, and that's what we're moving into.
We'll speak with Princeton University professor Kim Lane Shepley. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began late Sunday. At least 350 Palestinians were wounded. Palestinians accuse the Israeli government of launching the attack in an effort to build political support ahead of November's Israeli elections. Palestinian children who survived the Israeli assault describe horrifying situations. This is a 9-year-old girl named Lin Matar, who was pulled from the rubble.
I was at my grandfather's house when suddenly the rubble started to fall on us, and we started screaming, and the neighbors came to rescue us. We don't want to keep going through this. Every year there are strikes, killings of children, and injuries. I am happy that I am alive because I always had a dream to fulfill, which is to become a doctor and help people in such times, to help them because I have been through many problems like this.
Israel defended the bombardment of Gaza, saying it was a preemptive operation targeting militants with the group Islamic Jihad. 2 senior Islamic Jihad commanders were killed in the attack. During the bombardment, Israel also cut off fuel to Gaza, leading to blackouts across the region. We'll go to Gaza after headlines. The Senate's passed a sweeping $739 billion bill to address the climate crisis, reduce drug costs, and establish a 15% minimum tax for large corporations. Vice President Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote Sunday after every Republican in the Senate voted no. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer described the legislation as the boldest climate package in U.S. history.
The Senate has now passed the most significant bill to fight the climate crisis ever. And it's going to make a difference to my grandkids. The world will be a better place for my grandchildren because of what we did today. And that makes me feel very, very good.
Many climate groups praised the Senate for taking action, but said far bolder steps are needed to address the climate emergency. Varshini Prakash, the founder of the Sunrise Movement, tweeted, "This isn't the bill my generation deserves, but it's the one we can get. It must pass to give us a fighting chance at a livable world." She went on to write, quote, "Youth leaders to Congress, pass this bill, then get back to work." The Senate bill aims to cut U.S. carbon emissions by 40% by the end of this decade, but it also includes includes controversial provisions added to win support from West Virginia's Joe Manchin and Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. At Manchin's request, the bill makes it easier for the pipeline industry to win approval of new projects, including the proposed Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia. The bill could also lead to more drilling on public lands and waters and expand tax credit for fossil, coal, and gas-burning plants. The Center for Biological Diversity described the bill as a, quote, climate suicide pact. Meanwhile, at the insistence of Senator Sinema, Democrats agreed to drop a proposal to raise taxes on private equity and hedge fund firms. The bill will also allow Medicare to begin negotiating for some prescription drugs, which could lower prices for millions. But during negotiations over the bill, Senate Republicans blocked an effort to place a $35 monthly cap on insulin for most Americans. History was made in Colombia Sunday when Gustavo Petro, the former guerrilla, was sworn in as Colombia's first president, leftist president. Francia Marquez Mina, who also made history, becoming Colombia's first Afro-Colombian vice president. Petro is a former M19 guerrilla who went on to serve as a senator and mayor of the nation's capital, Bogota. Marquez is a longtime Afro-Colombian environmental activist, land and water defender. In 2018, she won the Goldman Environmental Prize. During his inaugural address, President Petro vowed to fight inequality and climate change and to push for peace. He also condemned the U.S.-led war on drugs.
It is time for a new international convention that accepts that the war on drugs has completely failed, that it has killed 1 million Latin Americans, many of them Colombians, during the last 40 years, and that it leaves 70,000 North Americans dead by overdose each year from drugs that are not produced in Latin America. The war on drugs strengthened mafias and weakened states.
Supporters of Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez celebrated what they saw as a new beginning for Colombia, which has been ruled by the elite and right-wing forces for generations. This is Manuel Ponton speaking in Bogota.
It is the beginning of democracy in Colombia because it is the first time there will be a government of popular origin. It is the first time that people feel happy about the election of a president, and for the first time we feel that there is a real transition towards guaranteeing citizens' rights.
We'll have more on Colombia later in the broadcast. Tensions remain high in the Taiwan Strait, where China has extended its largest ever military drills in the region following last week's visit to Taiwan by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. On Sunday, China ended live fire exercises, but it's continuing to carry out drills simulating anti-submarine attacks and sea raids. In addition, China suspended talks with the United States on a number of issues, including the climate crisis, anti-drug efforts, and military relations, due to what it called Pelosi's, quote, egregious provocations. The International Atomic Energy Agency's warning of a potential nuclear disaster at Zaporizhzhia, Europe's largest nuclear plant. Ukraine and Russia are accusing each other of attacking the nuclear site twice since Friday. Russia, which has occupied the plant since early March, said shelling by Ukrainian forces could have catastrophic consequences for Europe. Ukraine claims it was Russian forces that carried out missile strikes on the nuclear plant in an effort to disconnect it from Ukraine's electrical grid. Local residents called for an end to fighting near the site, which is home to 6 nuclear reactors and thousands of tons of highly radioactive materials.
As city residents, we call on the Russian army and the Ukrainian armed forces to avoid open fighting in the area around Enerhodor and within a 20-kilometer zone around the nuclear power plant. We're talking about the safety of the entire planet, not just about the safety of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, and nearby foreign countries.
Back in the United States, Indiana's adopted a near-total ban on abortions, becoming the first state to approve new laws restricting reproductive rights since the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade in June. On Friday, Indiana's Republican governor signed the abortion ban just minutes after the Republican-dominated Senate approved the legislation. It's set to take effect September 15th. The new law outlaws abortions at the moment of conception, with exceptions only in cases of rape, incest, or medical emergency. Those providing abortion care face a $10,000 fine and up to 6 years in prison. The new law has drawn fire from Indiana's Chamber of Commerce and some of the state's largest employers. On Saturday, a spokesperson for Eli Lilly condemned the abortion ban and said in response the pharmaceutical giant is looking to expand its operations outside Indiana. In New Mexico, police say the shooting death of a South Asian immigrant in Albuquerque may be linked to the killings of 3 other Muslim men over the past 9 months. The body of Naeem Hussain was found late Friday, just hours after he attended the funerals of Pakistani immigrants Mohammed Afzal Hussain and Aftab Hussain at the Islamic Center of New Mexico. Those 2 were killed last week in what police described as separate ambush-style shootings. A 4th South Asian Muslim man, Mohammed Ahmadi, was killed in November. Albuquerque Police Chief Harold Medina said Saturday the killings are likely related.
Our city suffered another tragic loss overnight. Another young man who was part of the Muslim community was murdered. As with the previous 3 murders we mentioned on Thursday, there is reason to believe this death is related to those shootings.
Police haven't named any suspects, but on Sunday released images of a Volkswagen named as a vehicle of interest in the killings. On Twitter, President Biden called the killings horrific and said he's angered and saddened by them. A jury in Austin, Texas, Friday ordered far-right conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host Alex Jones to pay $45 million in compensatory damages to the parents of a Sandy Hook shooting victim. That's on top of more than $4 million in punitive damages Alex Jones was ordered to pay Thursday. For years, Jones spread conspiracy theories that the 2012 massacre in Newtown, Connecticut was a government hoax and that the Sandy Hook victims' families were paid actors, resulting in online harassment and death threats for those families. On Saturday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres traveled to Hiroshima to mark 77 years since the United States dropped the world's first atomic bomb on that Japanese city. Guterres warned the risk of nuclear war is once again on the rise.
Keep the horrors of Hiroshima in view of all times, recognizing there is only one solution to the nuclear threat, not to have nuclear weapons at all.
In climate news, California's Death Valley National Park received a year's worth of rainfall within just 3 hours last Friday, triggering flash floods that left about 1,000 people temporarily stranded. A study by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found such monsoon rain events are becoming more intense as a result of the climate crisis. Meanwhile, Iran has just recorded its hottest ever temperature in the month of August. On Friday, the southwestern city of Avaz hit 53 degrees Celsius, nearly 130 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat index was a staggering 142 degrees. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began Sunday. At least 350 Palestinians were wounded. Palestinians accuse the Israeli government of launching the attack in an effort to build political support ahead of November's elections. Palestinian children who survived the Israeli assault describe horrifying scenes. This is a 9-year-old girl named Leen Matar who was pulled from the rubble.
I was at my grandfather's house when suddenly the rubble started to fall on us, and we started screaming and the neighbors came to rescue us. We don't want to keep going through this. Every year there are strikes, killings of children and injuries. I am happy that I am alive because I always had a dream to fulfill, which is to become a doctor and help people in such times, to help them because I have been through many problems like this.
Israel defended the bombardment of Gaza, saying it was a preemptive operation targeting militants with the group Islamic Jihad. 2 senior Islamic Jihad commanders were killed in the attack. During the bombardment, Israel also cut off fuel to Gaza, leading to blackouts across the region. For more, we go to Gaza now to speak with Issam Adwan, Palestinian journalist, activist, researcher, and new father. Issam, welcome back to Democracy Now! This ceasefire has been declared between Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Israel. Can you talk about what has happened over the weekend?
Thank you for hosting me. The scene is, as usually, terrifying for me as a new father of a two-month infant. As a journalist on the other part, that we are expecting everything from the Israeli side, even during the times of the ceasefire, because several instances before indicated the violation of the times of the ceasefire. The situation is horrifying. We have witnessed 44 Palestinians dying, including 15 children and 6 women, which represents half of the casualties from the Palestinian side. There are no words to describe the war crimes that have been committed, even with the claims of the Israeli authority that they are targeting PIJ's senior members, military senior members. This included, of course, targeting of residential buildings, killing children and women, of course.
Can you talk about what started this?
So what started, just to correct you a little bit in your introduction, that you mentioned that Israel cut fuel supplies to Gaza during the bombardment launched on Gaza of the operation, of course. But it happened four days before the escalation started, when the Israeli administration decided to close both borders, Kerem Shalom crossing and Eretz crossing, which they are the main crossings of the goods that enters into Gaza, as well as the medical equipment and fuel as well. So when they decided to do that, it came along with a provocative action to detain Bassam al-Saadi, a senior member of the PIJs in the West Bank. Of course, with no response by the political parties here in Gaza, they have added more violence with the targeting of Taysir al-Jabari, a senior member of the PIJs in Gaza. Just to give you a sense of understanding about Taysir al-Jabari, he had been more of a political person rather than being a military.
Can you talk about the 2 Palestinian Islamic Jihad leaders who were killed and Israel's assertion that this was a preemptive attack on a possible attack against Israel?
I don't know how to describe this properly, but what a preemptive attacks when included that the international laws, especially the international humanitarian laws, which prohibit targeting buildings and areas which contains hundreds of civilians. We're talking about Gaza. That is about 365 square kilometers, where 2 millions of people are put, with an intentional policy to suffocate every norms of their existence. So how you can possibly target senior members of the PIJs? And as I stated before, they were more of political persons rather than being military. So significantly saying that they were not of a great threat to the Israeli administration, but following what has been happening inside, the dispute happening inside the Israeli administration ahead of the pre-elections coming in the future, that they are using the Palestinian blood to promote a campaign for certain individuals, especially with the decreasing of the public support provided to Lapid and Gantz in particular during the run of the current government.
Talk about the Israeli elections coming up in November and how you feel they weigh in here.
It's actually the same. No matter who runs the Israeli government, it's always the same, with the same policy to suffocate the Gaza Strip. We're talking about 15 years of blockade. This blockade killed every existence of people living in Gaza. And there were several individuals running the Israeli government of different opinions and different views and different policies to deal with Gaza. But all the policies were met on one goal, that the Palestinians in Gaza do not deserve to live a normal life. This extent leads us to think that this change inside the Israeli government is just a minor change, just an apparent change of who's leading the government, but the policy remains the same, either being a right wing or a left wing of Israelis.
Now talk about the situation in Gaza. What does it mean to have the blackout and the number of casualties? What's the latest figure? We heard 44, more than a third of them children, over 300 people injured. What's happening in the hospitals, and how do you get these figures?
Yes, as I mentioned, as I highlighted before, that the Israeli administration implemented the closure of the Gaza Strip 4 days ahead of the operation starts in Gaza, including a shortage, including blocking the entrance of fuel, which is Gaza mainly depends to run 8 hours a day in the normal cases. With the shortage of the fuel, of course, it hugely influenced the capacity of the hospitals to treat those injuries, and also to put those dead people in the proper places. This is an indicator of a harsh policy that the Israeli administration has been dealing with Gaza. And I don't know how to describe this in a human side level, because even to me personally, I have experienced even because the media mainly focusing on Gaza whenever there are hundreds of people dying, hundreds of houses bombed. But there are other times during these 15 years of blockade, people are dying because of the poverty, people are dying because of the lack of hope, lack of job opportunities. And that is what the media is neglecting to cover on the situation of Gaza.
Israel and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad agreed to a Cairo-mediated truce after 3 days of intense rocket attacks by Israeli forces.
Now for sure we have reached a deal, and there is an Egyptian commitment to release the prisoners Khalil Awada and Bassam Asadi as soon as possible from the Israeli jails. We announced ceasefire by 11:30, and we welcome the Egyptian efforts that were made to end this battle.
That's an Islamic Jihad spokesperson, Issam Adwan. Can you talk about Egypt's involvement here and where you think this is going at this point?
Yeah, as I said before, the ceasefire is never a safe solution for the people of Gaza, because it moves no tangible improvements on the situation of Gaza. Of day by day, and from a war to war, especially the wars of 2008, 12, 14, and 2021, and this current one, the infrastructure of Gaza is hugely damaged. The medical expertise and equipment are barely found. So the solution and the ceasefire that happened between BIJs and the Israeli side, there were three conditions revealed from the Egyptian mediation, who has been positively in the process. That first, to release Sheikh Bassam al-Sa'di, who was detained by the Israeli government in the previous days heading of the escalation, and releasing the Palestinian prisoner Khalil Awad, who has been in a hunger strike for more than 100 days with an intentional medical negligence, to transfer him to medical care systems. Those demands, they are indications of how much the situation is worsening day by day. And that's why the situation is not improving, and people do not feel safety, because Israel can determine a new round of escalation throughout assassinating a valuable target, as they claim, despite the fact that even the Israeli media outlets, they do not recognize this as a big of achievement, the killing, and I mean by that the killing of Mansour and Taysir al-Jabari. As I said before, they were more of a political targets rather than being military. So there is no significant achievement recognized, but the Israeli government keeps bragging about it.
Israel is saying that a number of the Palestinians killed were killed by the backfiring of Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own missiles. Your response, Issam Adwan?
I believe the Israeli side used a video, an anonymous video that shows nothing in the middle of the darkness. That during the bombardment of Jabalia refugee camp, said there were no, I would say, clear indications that this is by the BIJ's misfired rocket. We have seen a huge bombardment launch on Gaza during the times between 9 p.m. to 12 p.m. During these times, more than 12 targets were hit on Jabalia camp, so there were no clear identification of whether this. But let's take into consideration the explosive power. The Israeli side has always undermined the potential, the rockets potential of the Palestinian resistance, and now they are recognizing that this missile, this rocket could kill 7 individuals, 7 Palestinians. I don't think this makes any sense because Israel exaggerates whenever the exaggeration in its benefits, and they undermine the potential of the Palestinians whenever they see it fit.
You tweeted, "The ceasefire is never a time to celebrate for Gazans, but rather a moment to mourn the deaths of innocent civilians killed by the Israeli warplane, to barely survive wondering, am I going to be next?" Can we end where we started? You're a new father. You have a 2-month-old little girl named Sarah. Can you talk about what you see the future as in Gaza?
It's really terrifying during thinking about it all the years, even before Sarah came to my life, that I have a huge sense of guilt that I brought her into life. It's really pessimist to talk about it, but inside of me, it eats me alive that I brought a child into a situation that never rested. I was born in 1993, lived my entire life under the direct occupation, and for the past 15 years, I have been denied the majority of my rights, including the right to have a proper education outside or medication in cases of illness. So imagining the situation applies to my daughter Sarah is terrifying me the most, because being a journalist and being hugely exposed to cases of slaughtering children and women, it keeps echoing in my mind, it keeps echoing in my heart, and it eats me from inside. That is it going to be next? And if it's not me, it could be my Sarah.
Issam Adwan, we want to thank you for being with us, Palestinian journalist, activist, and researcher, joining us from Gaza. Next up, we go to Colombia, where the newly inaugurated President Gustavo Petro is ushering in a new political era with Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to be elected vice president. Stay with us.
¿Cuál es mi papá? ¿Cuál es mi papá? Dale hacia la calle, dale hacia la calle, póngase a llorar, póngase a llorar.
Mamita by Bomba Estéreo and Simón Mejía, who we'll be hearing from in this next segment. Mamita just released. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Colombia Sunday, thousands celebrated the historic inauguration of President Gustavo Petro and Vice President Francia Márquez Mina, ushering in a new and hopeful political era in the South American nation after centuries of right-wing rule. Petro is the first leftist president to ever govern Colombia, while Francia Márquez is making history as the first Afro-Colombian woman elected as vice president. The pair won Colombia's presidential runoff election in June with over half the vote. Petro is a former member of the guerrilla group M19, former senator and mayor of Bogotá, who's vowed to fight inequality and poverty in Colombia, increase taxes on the wealthy, expand social programs, restore peace, and combat the climate crisis by halting new oil extraction and moving away from an economy long dependent on fossil fuel. He's also pledged free public university education, healthcare reform, and reestablishing relations with neighboring Venezuela. Gustavo Petro addressed supporters in Bogotá Sunday during his inauguration, where he also denounced the brutal U.S.-backed so-called war on drugs.
Y finalmente uniré a Colombia.
I will finally unite Colombia. We will unite between all of us, our beloved Colombia. We have to end the divisions that confront us as a people. I do not want two countries, just as I do not want two societies. I want a strong, just, and united Colombia. The challenges we face as a nation demand a period of unity and basic consensus. It is our responsibility.
Pero convocamos también a todos los armados.
We call on all those who are armed to leave their arms in the haze of the past, to accept legal benefits in exchange for peace, in exchange for the definitive non-repetition of violence, and to work as owners of a prosperous but legal economy that puts an end to the backwardness of the regions.
Es hora de una nueva convención internacional.
It is time for a new international convention that accepts that the war on drugs has completely failed,
Fracasado rotundamente.
that it has killed 1 million Latin Americans, many of them Colombians, during the last 40 years, and that it leaves 70,000 North Americans dead by overdose each year from drugs that are not produced in Latin America. The war on drugs strengthened mafias.
Was Colombian President Gustavo Petro addressing Colombia during his inauguration in Bogota yesterday. The day before, on Saturday, indigenous leaders from throughout Colombia held a symbolic inauguration for Petro and Vice President Francia Márquez Mina in Bogota. Márquez is a prominent land and water defender, winner of the 2018 Goldman Environmental Prize, who helped organize the women of the community of La Toma in Colombia's Pacific Southwest region of Cauca to stop illegal gold mining on their ancestral land. Despite threats from multinational corporations and paramilitary, she continued to fight back in defense of the earth. Márquez Mina is also a lawyer and a former housekeeper. This is Francia Márquez speaking at the indigenous-led ceremony Saturday.
Hermanos y hermanas, brothers and sisters, here I am with you, ready to hold your hands to walk alongside this government tenure, which will not be easy, because we must say, here in Colombia, we have the most dangerous elite in the region.
Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to serve as vice president in Colombia's history. Well, just after their election, but before the inauguration this weekend, I spoke to Simón Mejía, founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo, about a new project that centers the resistance, experiences, and traditions of Afro-Colombians, people who've long faced violence and repression from right-wing governments and paramilitaries, drug traffickers, and multinational corporations seeking to exploit sacred natural resources on the land. The project's called Bomba Estéreo Presents El Duende, which means the elf or the goblin, a musical journey on Colombia's Pacific coast. We began our conversation speaking about the significance of the election of Gustavo Petro, a former guerrilla member, and Colombia's and Francia Márquez Mina, the Afro-Colombian woman and environmentalist, as Colombia's vice president.
Yeah, well, I think it's historical. It's historical for Colombia because you know that Colombia has been for I would say for centuries right-oriented in terms of politics, and all the left candidates that we have in recent history that were candidates for presidency were killed. So having this person that was from a very symbolic guerrilla here in Colombia that was called M19, left-orientated, choosing him as vice president, Francia Márquez, that is a social and environmental leader in a country where more environmental and social leaders are killed in the world, is really symbolic, and it's really, it brings hope to the people, to the underrepresented people of the periphery of Colombia, who are the ones that voted for Gustavo Petro, the Afro communities, the indigenous communities, the campesinos, the farmers, the poor people around the country that have been undertaking for years and years. So it's a good time for change. There's hope in the air. We don't know what's going to happen, but the good thing is that there's hope in the air. And I feel when there's hope in the air, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So we'll see what happens, and people are really excited about this. And I think that regarding what's happening today in the world, that you see that everything is turning to the right. Having Colombia and many other countries in Latin America turning to a center, to a left, is very symbolic of how this this Latin America and a piece of the earth and Central America might be really important for the future of politics in the world, especially if we unite as one bloc, not just small countries, but one bloc protecting our environment and asking for things for the first world countries.
Simone Mejia, I wanted to ask you about the film that you were featured in 2020, Sonic Forest, which follows your journey across the Colombian Pacific coast, spending several weeks with Afro-Colombian and indigenous communities who've been on the front lines of the violence and the killing. Colombia, one of the most violent places, lethal places for environmentalists all over the planet. Can you talk about what you learned on that journey and what you want to convey to the world through your music and your research?
Yes, that was a project that we made with an NGO, and North American NGO, Environmental. It's a purely environmental film, and we did it with an organization that is called Stand for Trees. They do these projects all around the world, linking forest conservation with carbon credits. So we were invited by them to do the piece of Colombia that is and happens in the Pacific rainforest in Colombia. Pacific rainforest is a forest almost as important as the Amazon jungle. For Colombia and for the world. Is one of the most biodiverse jungles in the world. It's full of water, it's impressive, full of water, but at the same time it's one of the most conflicted places in Colombia because there's illegal and legal gold mining, and there are roots of drug trafficking. I have to say that the drug trafficking is the main problem here in Colombia, not drug trafficking, but I think cocaine being illegal is the engine to all the deaths that we have in Mexico and in Colombia. So I will have to say also that anyone around the world who buys cocaine is carrying death here in Mexico and in Colombia. So if they don't legalize it, the problem will be forever, and we'll have death and violence forever in the countries that are involved in this illegal business that should be legal. So this film, it wasn't about drug trafficking. It was about projects of communitary projects in the Pacific, one Afro and one indigenous, that are protecting thousands and millions of hectares of forest in exchange of carbon credits. That's how they finance do their work and protect this jungle. And the objective of the film was just to have a musician or an artist to go and show that to the world, how these communities are protecting forests that today are key to climate balance, key to climate change, and key to absorbing all the carbon that is in the atmosphere. So we went there, and as I was a musician, we related it with music. So I was with the communities, we did like musical encounters, and in the middle of the musical encounters, we talk about the work they do for protecting these forests, the menaces that they have, and it was beautiful because it was Afro and indigenous community, they live each by their side, but it was knowing the process behind all this huge and really important work that they do, facing real dangers, because protecting forests here in Colombia is a dangerous task, and being a social or environmental leader is really dangerous in Colombia because they kill them. So visualizing this is a way to show to the world the thing that they do and how important it is, and how important it is to protect these people as well.
Founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo. We spoke to him in Bogota. To see the full interview and hear his music, you can go to democracynow.org in both English and Spanish. Coming up, we go to CPAC. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Stay with us.
Nos quitaron el mar, nos quitaron el cielo, vendieron por nada, se nos acabó, nos quitaron el viento, quemaron la selva, vendieron la tierra, apagaron el sol. Se llevaron el agua, secaron los ríos, dejaron vacíos los montes por carbón, sentaron las manos y estamos parados en medio del bosque viendo su extinción.
Tierra by Bomba Estéreo and Simone Mejia. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Saturday, CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, wrapped up in Dallas with a speech by former President Donald Trump, who outlined plans for Republicans if they take control of Congress after the midterm elections, like restoring, quote, public safety and repeating his call for the death penalty for drug dealers. This comes as several Republican candidates who supported Trump's lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen won their races in recent primary elections. One of the booths at CPAC featured a mock jail cell with a man pretending to be a January 6th prisoner crying inside the cell as people stood on the other side of the bars listening to testimony from the January 6 hearings on headsets. The display was set up by right-wing influencer Brandon Straka, who was convicted in January for his role in the January 6 insurrection. CPAC's opening day featured a speech by far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who recently won re-election to a fourth term. He appeared after saying in a speech the week before that Europeans, quote, do not want to become peoples of mixed race. Orban spoke Thursday for more than half an hour, drew multiple standing ovations, perhaps the loudest when he was condemning same-sex families. He said a battle is being fought for Western civilization.
You have midterm elections this year, then presidential and congressional elections in 24, and we will have election in the European Parliament same year. These two locations will define the two fronts in the battle being fought for Western civilization. Today we hold neither of them, yet we need both. You have 2 years to get ready.
On Thursday, just before Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's address to CPAC in Texas, Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh and I spoke with Kim Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University, who specializes in the rise and fall of constitutional government, focusing on Hungary. Today, we bring you part 2 of our discussion. Shepley began by talking about the significance of Orban addressing CPAC.
CPAC is clearly going international, and I think a lot of that is because there's something that I call the illiberals international, right, which is that there are a lot of leaders who start as charismatic populists, who get themselves elected, and then who take this sharp autocratic turn by locking down power so people can't get rid of them. And it turns out that that in many cases they're sharing the tools they use to stay in power. So since that started happening, and Orban, I think, has really modeled the genre because he got there first and because he's been packaging these little developments for taking over the courts, you know, developing a compliant parliament, shutting down all the independent think tanks, shutting down all the independent agencies of government. Because he's been so successful at it and he keeps appearing to win elections, and for a long time people thought he was still a Democrat, including a Christian Democrat, all of that looks really enticing. So I think what CPAC has now realized is that there are models for how to do this around the world that they want to learn from. So they've been learning from Orban. They've gone to Brazil with Bolsonaro. They've gone to Israel, where Netanyahu has sort of, you know, been able to whip up nationalism into keeping himself in power for a long time and so on. So CPAC is definitely going international, and I think they're learning a lot of things. So if I can give you one example of what I think CPAC has just recently learned, or what the conservative movement in the U.S. has learned from Orban. When Orban first came to power, he distrusted the civil service because many people working in the government were not on his team, so to speak. So he used the excuse of an IMF austerity program, which Hungary was under, to say we need to fire a big chunk of the civil service. So they changed the law that nominally protects people who work in the civil service from political influence. They then fired thousands of people who were not associated with their political party. They then reinstated the law on the civil service, and then Orban increased the size of the civil service by they doubled it from what it had been when he first came to power, except that all the new people were his people, right? So we've just seen, there was a scoop by Jonathan Swan at Axios a couple of weeks ago, that there are now these boot camps training young conservatives of Trumpist mode to immediately go into government as soon as a Republican is elected. And the idea is that they will transfer a lot of current civil servants onto this thing that Trump invented in his first term called Schedule F, which means you reclassify them and suddenly they don't have their job protections anymore. And then whoever the Republican president is will be able to fire large numbers of civil service employees while then hiring into regular civil service jobs that are protected all of their own people. So you see already Steve Bannon has been running these boot camps for young conservatives to go in and take over the government, not just through the political appointments, but through the civil service. And that was one of the things Orban pioneered, and now they're doing it here. So this is really, CPAC is now picking up all of these tricks from autocrats who have managed to install themselves in power forever while still appearing to the outside world. You know, the debate in the outside world is it still a democracy or not? The answer is no, it hasn't been since probably about 2012. But it's taken a very long time for analysts to catch up to it because it looks different than your 20th century dictatorships.
Professor Shapley, I also wanted to ask you, as Orban addresses CPAC, and we are in the midst of these public hearings on the January 6th insurrection, about this Christian nationalism, which is increasingly a term that is used here, or white Christian nationalism. It's how proximate it is, how close it is to white supremacists. Also, I'm thinking of Catherine Stewart's book, The Power Worshippers Inside the Dangerous Rise of Religious Nationalism. Can you talk about how all of this comes together?
Yeah, so in this regard, Hungary and the U.S. are actually quite different. So Hungary is a country in which something like 8% of the population attends religious services regularly. So it's just not a religious country. It's a kind of secular, cynical, individualistic society. So that's why Orban's Christian democracy appeal strikes me as being primarily for outsiders. It's not really something that's whipping up lots of religious groups in Hungary. On the other hand, what Orban's appeal does do is to whip up nationalism. Hungary against the EU, Hungary against, its historic enemies and so on, and to whip up racism, which is a big part of Orban's appeal. No black and brown people, no Muslim people, etc. So that is really an appeal. So the U.S. version is much more Christian focused, although it looks to me like some of the groups that were behind, the sort of muscle behind January 6th, were not themselves Christian organizations. So it seems to me that these right-wing movements actually have a number of different strands in them, some of which are the religious right that would be all in on banning abortion, for example, some of which would be all in it for, the great replacement theory, right, which is that black and brown people shall not replace white people as governors of the states where white people have dominated. And some of it is this nationalism of our country first. We're sick of globalization. We're sick of, being dependent, watching our jobs go to other countries and so on. So there's a mix of all of those strands in the U.S. And there's a mix of the anti-globalization strand and the white nationalism strand in Hungary. But the Christian democracy, despite Orban's rhetoric, is not the main thing going on there.
Who is the base for supporting Orban in Hungary, and then the base here for Trump? What is the demographic that you've identified?
Yeah, so Trump's base and also Orban's base are, sort of rural, less educated voters who feel left behind by globalization. So it's the former working class, it's the former farmers who have found themselves, in the wake of globalization with far less prosperous lives than they might have otherwise had. And so it's a kind of resentment against these global forces. It's also a resentment against this perception that in the city there are all of these educated people who look down on them and who would much prefer to mingle with company that doesn't look like them. So it's that same kind of basically rural, small town, small city, less well-educated, people who don't get out much, shall we say. So it's the people who don't have passports. It's the people who have never left the country. It's the people who don't speak languages. I mean, one thing that I think is important to understand about Hungary, which you can also say about the U.S., is that people don't speak languages. There was a recent survey that showed that something like 12% of Hungarians can carry out a conversation in any other language besides Hungarian. And Hungarian isn't a big popular language, like even the neighboring countries don't speak it, right? And we have a bit this problem in the U.S. where we have lots of Americans who just don't know what's happening in the rest of the world because they don't have languages, they don't travel, they don't have passports. So it's that base, the base that thinks of home as everything, who thinks of their local communities as everything, that is supporting these kind of right-wing nationalists, in part because the right-wing nationalists are saying, we don't want those global forces either. We don't want those strange people coming in to our peaceful little communities, peaceful little communities in the U.S. with guns, but nonetheless. So I think in that sense, the bases are very similar. And actually, when you look at these right-wing movements, you look at Bolsonaro in Brazil, you look at Modi in India, you look at Erdogan in Turkey, that this is the base that all of them are drawing from. It's the rural, small town, group that doesn't ever leave their own countries, doesn't get out of their language bubbles, doesn't get out of their cultural bubbles, and that isn't very well educated. And that's what's propping up these leaders.
I mean, isn't that also the case with Israel in the United States? The increasing support they have to turn to, not the young Jewish population in the United States, but the Christian nationalists is who they're most turning to for support in the United States right now.
Exactly. And so, the bond between evangelical Christian movement and Jewish nationalists, the sort of Zionists in Israel, is really one of those underreported stories. And, as young people in the U.S. move more and more to the left, Israel is finding that young Jews are not really their primary basis of support, the Netanyahu sort of nationalist, group in Israel. So absolutely, this is really a global trend. And I think this is one reason why CPAC is looking abroad, because I think they've realized that this is a global trend. This is something where they can take advantage of the lessons learned from others about how to get power, what kinds of campaigns work, and then also once they have power, how to keep it. And I think, much as every time these culture war issues come up, I also, get pretty outraged by what they say just as a substantive matter. But I think we also need not to take our eye off the ball, that what's going on underneath the surface is changes of laws that lock in power. And in many ways, once you lose the ability to change leaders through free and fair elections, you're really in a different world. And Hungary is a few steps ahead of the U.S. on that.
Well, that's where I wanted to go next, is that issue of you following Hungary as increasingly authoritarian, and if you see the United States following suit. I mean, we just came out of a primary where one person after another who ran for office in the Republican primaries, from Arizona to Michigan, even those that are running for Secretary of State who run the elections, are election deniers.
Exactly. Well, this is such a familiar playbook from Orban. So the reason why is that one thing, Orban did as soon as he came to power was he captured the election rules and the election machinery, so that it was his people counting the votes, it was his people in all the election commissions, and it was his people in the courts. So what Orban has shown you is that if you can control writing the rules, and then you can control the courts that hear disputes under those rules, it doesn't matter how people vote, because your rules will overcome any popular vote. And that's, Orban has engineered these supermajorities in the Hungarian parliament from, having less than a majority at home. And, one thing Orban and Trump share is that in the polls, their base is about 1/3 of the public. 1/3, maybe it gets up to 40% when they're having a good day. But neither Trump nor Orban have ever had majority support. And so the question is, how do you go on winning elections if you don't have majority support? And the answer is you fiddle with the rules, and if that doesn't work, you fiddle with the counts, right? You put your people in place. So, and this is where, frankly, the Democrats still think this is really all about turnout and voter suppression. And, that was true at one point, that was how the Republicans played it. But the Republicans are playing a totally different game now, in which you win or lose elections before anybody ever casts a vote, because you've set up a system designed to produce a certain result, no matter what the votes say. That's how Orban wins, and that's what we're moving into. And I'm very afraid that CPAC and the Trump Republican Party is borrowing from Orban's playbook.
And Professor Shepley, just before we end, how would you respond to those who say that there are many more checks on power in the U.S. and therefore it can never be quite as concentrated as it is in some of these countries, from Brazil to Hungary to the other instances other countries that you named?
Well, that's actually not true anymore. So if you think about how you learn civics, right, the 3 branches and checks and balances and all of that, all of our checks, our constitutional checks, as well as our system of federalism, which is another kind of check, are supposed to, they work because the officers in those branches are defending the prerogatives of their branches, right? So the Senate is supposed to defend the prerogatives of the Senate. The judiciary is supposed to defend itself. The states are supposed to resist, incursions from the federal government, all that that's how checks and balances work. Well, all of that falls apart if people are putting party above their institutions. And once you have Republican control running through all of the branches and running down into the states, all those checks and balances disappear. We're now seeing a Senate which has basically decided it will govern by blocking anything a Democratic president wants to do, even when it's in the interests of their members, right? That's something that the Senate wouldn't do if it were defending the Senate as opposed to defending the party. So essentially what's been happening now with the Republican Party is that it's disabled all these checks and balances. We still teach students that, checks and balances are what keeps our democracy afloat. And the fact is they've already been undermined. So we are a lot closer to dictatorship than I think anyone realizes. And that's because our Constitution is not working as it was designed to function. And the thing that I must say really has me particularly freaked out in light of the Hungarian experience is that Orban very early on captured the top court in the system. And once the courts are going to come to bat for you and defend anything you do and not say that what you're doing is unconstitutional, or where they completely rewrite what the Constitution means through their decisions, you're living with a captured court. And that really is something extremely hard to overcome. And unfortunately, in the U.S., we're already there.
Kim-Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University. We spoke to her Thursday right before Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban addressed CPAC. You can see part 1 of our interview at democracynow.org. As we mentioned, one of the booths at CPAC featured a mock jail cell with a January 6th insurrectionist crying inside the cell as people stood on the other side of the bars listening to testimony from the January 6th hearings on headset. At one point, Republican Congressmember Marjorie Taylor Greene went into the cell, got on her knees to pray with the man wearing the orange jumpsuit, as some of the people surrounding the cell recited the Lord's Prayer, some crying, others throwing money inside. And that does it for our show, Democracy Now!, produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Taracena, Charina Nadura, Sam Alcoff, Maria Astudio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Honey Massoud, Mary Conlon. Our executive director is Julie Crosby. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us.
Against the assault of laughter, nothing can stand. That was Mark Twain in 1916. Now, Twain was a genius, but I suspect he couldn't have imagined the state that we'd be in today. When comics think that conservatives don't want you to make fun of Trump and liberals don't want you to make fun of anything. That was a laugh line. Thank you. That's what comedians navigate today. In 1916, the world was at war, literally. In 2019, although there are armed conflicts, the war I'm talking about is one of the cultural variety, with front lines on college campuses, television screens in our headphones, and musty basements with 2-drink minimums. If music brings the people together, what is the function of laughter? According to one theory, laughter developed from the roar of triumph in an ancient jungle duel as a sign that one person or group is being dominated. Well, if laughter is an assertion of dominance, does it work the same when we're making fun of the president, or cracking jokes about Caitlyn Jenner's genitalia, or even poking fun at ourselves? Too much, too mean, too soon, too far. That's not funny. All things at least half of our panelists may have heard shouted at them from beyond the lights and maybe even tonight. As we make our way together through this Be Heard Town Hall, laughing matters, comedy, and accountability. So I'm just gonna ask to get the lights up for a second. And I'm wondering, as we are thinking about comedy and accountability and where we are at this moment, now that I can see all of your lovely faces, a quick Instagram poll right now. So how many of you, thinking of comedy, think that we are, by show of hands, I'll give you the options, we've gone all the way too far, like it's too much, it's too crude, it's gross, nothing is making me laugh. On the other extreme, we've gotten so damn weak, no one can take a joke, a whole world full of snowflakes. And the last option, we're right in the middle, we're riding a good wave here. So who thinks we've gone absolutely too far, like comedy is gross now? Ooh, tough crowd, not anybody. New York, are any of you from New York? Okay. Who thinks that we've really hit our stride, that we're right in the middle of this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Okay, that was a good showing. Now, who on the other side thinks that we've gotten way too soft? Like everything is in your fifis. Oh, a lot of these people think that we're in the free. So before I do make my way over, is there anyone who has an example of any of those things? Does anyone want to bring the town into the town hall right from the beginning? I see you over there. So the question was, have we gone too far? Have we gotten too soft? Or have we hit our stride? Come and join us. So what do you think? Where are we now?
I thought that we were in the middle, but as I think back on it, I realized that people, their feelings get hurt a lot. But what I have noticed that there's been a shift where comedians are allowed to say what they need to say, and they somehow are able to tap on the pulse of what's really going on in the world around us, and to help us to laugh at it, and if we can't laugh at it, at least to think about it. So I think that we're in the middle, but we were very close to it being like we were snowflakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that was a great way to start it off. Anybody else want? She was not a plant, I promise you. We've never met before, but I like it. Anyone else before we get into it? Any feelings? All right, I'm watching you all, and I'll be coming back to you later. There's going to be a test on all of this. So you do have index cards on your seats by way of a little housekeeping. So if something sparks or you have a question or are outraged at all, you can begin the letter to the FCC or your congressperson with that card that we have there. Thanks, Keegan. So by way of introduction, this is Beck Crafting, who is an associate professor at Skidmore College, where she works in the American Studies as well as Gender, Media, and Film Studies departments. They get a lot out of her. Her monograph, all joking aside, American Humor and Its Discontents, charts the history and economy of charged humor and stand-up comedy aimed at social justice. So thank you for being here, Beck.
Thank you for having me.
I'm looking at, oh yes, loud applause. Ray DeJean is here. Ray is the host of the wildly successful and popular Laughaholics, which airs right here on Bric TV. I heard it, yes, you have a fan back here. So Ray, in addition to hosting Laughaholics, has been in the industry for over 18 years and is an industry veteran whose hosting skills and production work and popular hosting on Video Music Box have delivered him here tonight. So thanks for joining us, Ray.
Thank you.
All right. I'm looking at Carrie Coddett over here, who is a Brooklyn homegirl who has made it in the big time working on HBO. She's has a long roster. She also has specific credits that I'm going to share now from Why It's an Axe Problem Areas on HBO, as well as Laugh Mobs, Laugh Tracks on True TV. And you can listen all the time when you're not watching her to her podcast at On the Chopping Block with Carrie Cadet, as she is Carrie Cadet. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
And Judy Gold, who made my life by heckling me in the dark, is here. She is a multiple Emmy Award winning for her television writing. She's a performer who's an actress as well as a stand-up comedian. She is also the host of a very cool podcast called Kill Me Now, and the author of the forthcoming Yes, I Can Say That. We'll see how long it takes you to say that tonight, but Yes, I Can Say That. Available at major booksellers very soon. Thanks for joining us.
In June.
In June.
It's not that soon.
Moments away. It'll
All right,
blink and it'll be
go
time
by
to buy
fast.
the book.
Yeah.
Judy Gold, thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
And down at the end, Rebecca Trent is the proprietor of one of the most popular comedy clubs in New York City, as named by Time Out New York in Long Island City. The Creek and the Cave is a club that she has there, and she's long been a producer of comedy and working in television as well, and is one of the driving forces behind Skankfest. Thank you for being here, Rebecca. Yep. Also polite. I love these golf claps. And Howard Leib is here. He is an attorney as well as a professor at Cornell Law School. Howard is a longtime comedy historian and enthusiast, and has also tried his hand at comedy as well when he's not teaching. He serves as a producer of critically acclaimed comedy recordings, and he's also writing a book right now that is a legal handbook for stand-up comedians, improv comedians, and comedy writers. So please, collectively, welcome all of our guests for being here. Okay, so they've heard your names, but let's get a little flavor for who you actually are. You saw how the audience is responding, and we saw how you responded to the too much, not enough, are we right in the middle? So just share for me and us quickly so we know who you are, what your experience with either too much or not enough or hitting the right stride in the way that we look at comedy is, Beck.
Well, I think that I've raised my hand for being in the middle because I hear enough from people who are consumers of comedy who feel slighted by offensive comedy that they hear in comedy clubs, and I'm very sympathetic to that as well. As coming from my own positionality as a queer woman, I too can certainly take umbrage at those sort of slurs or slights in comedy clubs, but I also think it's important that people speak their minds and have the floor to be able to speak freely. So I feel like I'm caught in the middle here. I think everyone should be able to say their piece. Comics should be able to say what they want to say, but then they should also have to deal with the fact that we too, as consumers, have that right and the latitude to say things back to them and start a different kind of conversation. So I want all the voices to be heard. And I do think we have, I think we can create better comedy. I think we have great comedy out there, but I think we can create better. Yeah.
Ray, what was your vote?
Well, I've been doing comedy now, in the business for about 30 years. So I grew up in the era of Def Comedy Jam, which is a little different. It's kind of sort of urban comedy versus mainstream. And so it's kind of treated differently. But even recently, the show that I have here on Bric, the last meeting I had, they said, hey, listen, Ray, you have to talk to the comedians about #no Me Too movement jokes, #no immigration jokes, because right now, in the temperament of the society, it's a little bit too sensitive. And so when I sat down and I talked to the comedians about it, they were all like, 50% of my jokes may surface, around that. So it just makes it a little bit more difficult for comedians to write their jokes because basically they try to go with what's relevant and what's happening now. So they can make light of it in some instances, and in some instances they just can't. I am a firm believer in the way you deliver a joke. You should be aware of how you deliver it. Like for instance, if there's someone in the audience that has an inborn dignity and you actually see it and then you emphasize it, to me, that's not cool. But if you generalize something and you're not really pointing or the finger at someone, I think that it's okay. So from a producer and from a stand-up comedian, my perspectives vary. I have to look at it from a producer perspective because I'm doing a TV show, and then I have to look at it from a comedy club perspective.
So Judy, I could feel the breeze over here from you shaking your head at no Me Too, no immigration.
All right, I believe, first of all, it's called a sense of humor because it's a subjective thing. So some people like, slapstick. Some people don't like slapstick. It is a very personal thing. What people laugh at is very personal. But I think what we're missing here is the intent of the comedian. The comedian, we want to make people laugh. That's our whole goal. When a comedian gets on stage, all they want to do is get a laugh. How they get a laugh, that's a whole different story. But you cannot, censorship and comedy do not go hand in hand. And comedians and great comedians speak truth to power, like what this lady had said before. You can't say we can't discuss this topic because people are feeling sensitive. A comedian can talk about any topic as long as it's funny. I have jokes about the Holocaust. They're funny. And you know what they do? They remind people that the Holocaust happened. But when we're holding comedians to a higher standard than we're holding the President of the United States, it is beyond ridiculous. And we're in clubs, there's a certain thing, when you're on TV, of course, you have corporations that are saying, I want people buying our products, don't say this, don't piss this person off, we have the cancel culture, and all that kind of stuff. But when you're in a club and you're working out your set, you don't know what the line is. Most of the time, a comedian doesn't know what the line is until they've crossed the line and they realize, okay, I have to push back. And the only way a comedian can work out a bit is on stage. We can't do our job without an audience. It's not like a writer or a painter.
Yeah.
So that's where it sort of is muddled, because the audience is getting insulted and the comedian's trying to work out and do their bit. And if you're offended, fine, turn the channel. There's plenty of us that, might, there's a lot of us. But I really believe this oversensitivity and saying you can't discuss this specific topic, it's killing comedy. And we are unafraid, and we are unafraid of the truth. And I think that society doesn't like to hear the truth a lot of the time.
We've got miles to go, so I hope you are all taking points from that. But Carrie, how did you vote? I think you were saying we're very sensitive.
I put 2 hands up for that. We are very sensitive. I think oftentimes the audience hones in on these buzzwords. So if you say things like immigration, Me Too, they've made up their mind about how they feel about it without even hearing where you're going with it. And that to me is very problematic. Like we're so eager to be outraged and to be upset that we don't understand where someone's going with it. And like Judy said, the reason we get up on stage is because it's therapeutic. Now, I'm not gonna be someone that says they're just jokes, because we know comedy can't be, it's either this important piece of art that has the capability to change a culture. So words do matter. So it's not just jokes, right? What we do is important, but it's also like the reason we're doing it is just to make you laugh. And everyone in the audience comes to the table with certain sensitivities. So you can't tell me I can't speak about this. You don't even know what I'm going through. Right. Maybe I'm a rape victim. Maybe this is therapeutic for me. You don't know. And certain times it's like, people, I just think that we have to be allowed to do what we do, and comedy is the last place where we can do that. Freedom of speech, it doesn't mean freedom of consequences, but it's also like, this is our job, and we say the things that maybe you can't say in your workplace because you might get fired. So don't try to stop me from doing it in my workplace. Like, this is my workplace. This is the place I'm supposed to say this.
It's your safe space.
But
sorry, kids.
Can I just add to that? I know I'm never going to shut up, and you can tell me to shut up. But, what you're saying is, a comedian has intent. What is the intent of the comedian? Yeah. What is the context in which they're telling this joke? And also nuance. People will hear a word. I'm offended. I'm not listening anymore. That's it. I'm done. And no, why don't you listen to what the full idea is, what the comedian is trying to say? The great comedians, what they do is they let you see the world through their lens, through the way they've experienced it. Yeah. And it can really open people's minds. And as you said, say the things that we're all afraid to say.
Howard, I'm looking at you, and I'm cheating you for a second, because instead of asking you about that original thing, I'm listening to Judy's point, saying it's through their eyes and context matters and all of these things. But does that hold water legally?
Sure, legally, if you can find a place that'll put you up, you can say anything you want. The point is, nobody is responsible for putting you up. I put up my hand for middle of the road. Okay. Because I look at it historically. If you go back to the court jester was invited to sit at the king's table. Right. Yeah. But if the court jester offended their audience, they might not have dinner the next night anywhere. Yeah. If you were Lenny Bruce and you offended your audience, you went to jail. And he did. As the saying goes, Lenny Bruce died for our sins. George Carlin, you offended people, your stuff was pulled off the radio. Today, you lose a gig on Saturday Night Live. And what I'm listening to here is two sides. If you're the comedian, and I have great love for comedians. I have done stand-up. I'm a failed stand-up, successful lawyer, but a failed stand-up. Then yes, you have intent. You have nuance. But if you're an audience and you're offended, who cares?
Right.
But that doesn't mean you don't have the right to say it.
But I also don't think you can compare George Carlin and Lenny Bruce to Shane Gillis. No.
I certainly don't.
Right. But you're saying you get fired. I think that was not about.
No, it was a completely different fight.
Yes, I agree.
For being able to critique the government and being able to say certain words, and I know Rebecca.
Well, Rebecca, you are the only person here who is a gatekeeper in an official capacity all the time running your club. So where are we on snowflake to burning in hell, or right in the middle?
So
and where do you come in on
part of my
this?
club is also about teaching audience members, because we are an incubator for comedy. We do over 25 open mics a week.
Teaching audience members.
Well, sure. The audience has to learn how to receive comedy just in the same way that the comedians need to learn how to deliver it. And frankly, if the audience is offended, I feel like the comedian's doing something.
Right.
I don't feel like that's
Can
a
I
bad
ask
thing
you
at all.
if that's unusual? I'm still stuck on part of it is teaching audience members, because I never heard anyone put it like that. Is that something that's like an ethos of yours, or do you guys have a cabal, you get together and say,
I didn't read
we're
it somewhere or anything.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I
But
just,
you feel like it's part of
We get
your
a lot
mission.
of first-timers. We get a lot of people who just sort of wander in and don't really know what a comedy show is about or what to expect or whatever. Sometimes we'll get vets that come in that think that they're just supposed to outright like have a conversation with the person on stage, and we have to teach them that that's not the case. And hopefully they'll come back and continue to grow with the comics that are performing there. And not to say that we don't have seasoned, brilliant, amazing legends that come through the creek as well. But I raised my hand for Too Sensitive. I mean, I have obviously a lot to say on this subject. It's what we've built our lives on, right? And I hate seeing it come under attack. I hate seeing comedians themselves become so sensitive that they're attacking other comedians. And that, I think, is something that I'm seeing more as a new advent of this ongoing conversation that I don't feel like we noticed so much because these conversations have been going on since the 1900s, right? We had to get rid of blackface. We had to get rid of minstrel shows. We had to get rid.
Some people didn't get rid of it, child.
So, well, apparently, yeah.
Rebecca has a whole chapter.
And I would argue it's still alive and well in
but
comedy.
these are things. But these are things like as our society learns and grows and becomes more progressive, so does the comedy. But I also find it wildly unacceptable and deeply unfair that we are forcing comedians to have an immediate response to all of this stuff that's going on in the world, an immediate response for monologues, for late night jokes, for like in every capacity. It has to be that day, the news is out, now we have to make the joke about it. And then we're also expecting it to be a nuanced response. Like, pick one. You can't expect a comedian to have 100% hits, having to respond within 90 seconds, within a day of some sort of topic that's very sensitive, that might upset a lot of people. Yeah. It's a little bit ridiculous to expect there to be zero offense inside of that. It's ridiculous.
Well, you invoked Lenny Bruce, and I'm thinking right now of the way that he died, basically broke, on his way to a workhouse to serve a 4-month sentence after saying something that was deemed a no-no. He really paid a price. There were stakes. This guy didn't get a job on SNL. So the scales aren't exactly balanced. But from all of you, what are the stakes now? What does it mean to be a sacrificial lamb or a victim of the culture that is sensitive?
Well, Lenny was arrested for cursing. But what they really wanted to get him on was what he was talking about.
Right.
He was talking about segregation and how disgusting segregation was. And he was talking about the war. And he was talking about all these issues that the powers that be didn't want him to talk about. So what did they do? They got him on the cursing.
Actually, they got him on the blasphemy.
That's
what the cursing too.
Right.
But the big charges, especially in Boston, was bad-mouthing the Catholic Church, which was another power structure, especially in that town. But to your question, the stakes are now more economic.
Yes.
You're not going to jail. Are you going to get an SNL job? Are you going to be booked at a major club or a major festival? Or are you going to get ridiculed? And bear in mind, Shane Gillis, for whatever else, how many people have actually seen any of the videos of what he actually did and said?
I wrote an article for CNN about, so I did twice.
But most people have an opinion about it.
Yeah.
I saw one, which was his podcast, which was talking with the other person about Asians. And his claim was, I was just a comedian pushing limits. No, he was a guy having a conversation with another guy, and it was a bigoted conversation.
Right, but it went on, besides Asians. And then he was using the word faggot to describe people.
And it wasn't comedy.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
and
what I was...
the difference. Like, he wasn't on stage. So what we do is we craft these jokes and we have a point. There's some type of commentary. There's a reason we're doing it. What he did was he happened to be a comedian that had a podcast, shooting the shit with his friend and saying some wild stuff he had no business saying.
Right.
So it's completely different. He wasn't at work in the same way. It wasn't crafted. He
I
was just
spoke
talking.
to him after I had written this article, and he's like, "It's a character. It's a character. If I don't know, I've been doing this 37 years. If I don't know it's a character,
it's not
and you know, he claims he's pushing boundaries. It's been done." And it's been done way better by, you know, people who've been in the business for a really long time. That is, using racial epithets is not pushing boundaries.
So Ray, and you two put people up. You put people on stage every week.
But I still think he has a right to get on stage anytime he wants.
Of course you do. You've performed with him.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Kerry said something about he had no business saying whatever he was saying. And so who decides that?
Is
so,
that what I said?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I
so
didn't mean that.
it's like who decides that? So like I sit on
She
two
might have
sides.
meant about him defending himself, not about exactly
Right,
yeah.
but what I'm saying is like I book comedians, and I also do stand-up. So there's some comedians that request being booked by me, and I'm like, nah, this guy is not going to be too good for my audience.
Right.
So it's
Because
more
I
about
know
the room than about.
it depends on the room and the type of comedy that they do. It also depends on whether I would book them or not. So you have some comedians, like she said, intent to me, because I'm a person first. Intent, if I feel like you have intent to actually hurt someone's feelings and you're taking it, because some people use the stage to abuse other folks. There are comedians that are like that. And so I have to be able to censor that. So I may see them once, I let them come and work out, and I'm like, okay, this guy's not a good fit for this particular show. Right. So I'm not gonna really deal with him because they can be overly aggressive to the point where they really, really hurt someone's feelings. And so when it gets to that point, then I have to make a decision. Although there's freedom of speech and there's this and that, and then comedy is an art, I still, as a producer,
Right,
again,
that's all business. You're
right,
trying
it's
to,
business. It's
And
business.
But how do we assess comic intent? To your point, I wonder, isn't that a crafted thing too? So can't a comic go, I want to get X number of laughs and I want to achieve it in this way, and so I want to make a joke that's maybe unsavory, but I'll put it in palatable terms. So I want to joke about gay people, so I'll talk about my gay best friend and use this rhetorical strategy because I got a gay best friend here. So now I'm going to slam gay people for the next.
Because that's not a good comedian and that's not a joke.
I was like, that's lazy.
But
So wait, does the market correct itself then? Just the bad comedians who might employ that stupid device, they just aren't put up
I
because
don't
it's
call
just
that
bad
comedy.
comedian?
I don't call that comedy.
But there's still a market for that too. There's still people that enjoy that type of comedy. There's still audiences that will support people like that because that's what they like to hear.
But it's like Trump at his rallies. He stands there like a crappy, hacky comic and saying horrible things about people, and the audience is like, and he stands back like, oh, I mean, it's
So-
lazy, it's gross, and it's not comedy.
Rebecca,
it's not funny.
are you giving Trump a tight 15?
He couldn't do a tight 15.
I'll be honest with you. I have been asked multiple times if I would allow Trump to perform at the Creek, and which is an odd question because he's not a comic, even though we're laughing at him. I personally would love to get Judy Gold and Donald Trump in a room together and have them have a conversation. I think that would be amazing. I probably wouldn't sell tickets for it though. You know what I mean? Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like I'm not trying, but it would be interesting. You know what I mean? I also like a lot of times people sort of like try and like challenge me by booking somebody who's terribly controversial to come to the Creek, and I find that challenge to be very boring. Mostly because any conversation can happen anywhere. And I'm not afraid of putting a microphone in front of somebody and letting them have a conversation. I don't think that that's dangerous. I also don't believe that I'm going to put my audience members or other talent in harm's way. So I have a responsibility to make sure that no one's throwing cement-laden milkshakes or whatever the new thing is this week. I have to make sure that that kind of stuff isn't happening as well. But again, I find it very boring. I think that the upheaval and the outrage and all that stuff gives attention to people that we shouldn't be paying attention to in the fucking first place. You know what I'm saying?
But can I? Go ahead. I know I'm monopolizing. I'm sorry, but I just wrote a book about this, so it's all in my head.
Out in June.
But there is, I've been through multiple, administrations in my comedy career.
Sure.
And never presidents have always been fair game. Always. Even like the Smothers Brothers were fired, and Lyndon Johnson, who they just were brutal to, wrote them a letter saying, I just want you to know it was an honor to be the subject of your satire, because that's what makes America great. Even though you were
instrumental in their being canceled.
Right, he was with CBS. But he did write them a letter, but his daughters were big fans of the show. But what I'm saying, Trump, it's like a cult, because you could make fun of Bush and Clinton and Carter, everyone. And the audience, the people who were supporters of them weren't like, I'm not going to laugh at the rest of the show. These Trump people, the minute you say something, they got up, they leave.
Have you been to a rally?
Oh, no, I can't.
I have been.
You've been to a rally?
I was, because I was a tour manager for Trump versus Bernie. So I went with Anthony Atamanuik, and Anthony went as Donald Trump to the rally. And we were there, and the thing that I was blown away by, just completely blown away by, was the level of anger in the room. It's so angry. I had to get out of there. It was literally the opposite of going into when Bernie won the one aisle or whatever. We were there for that night, and it was the exact opposite.
Right.
It is absolutely, absolutely crazy. The amount of fervor and the amount of sensitivity and the lack of sense of humor that this entire administration has is bone crushing. And I really honestly believe that part of the reason for it is that Donald Trump believes that he's the funny one.
Oh,
he doesn't want to be out funny.
He thinks he's hilarious.
That's all it is.
Don't hold their head when they get in the car.
But it is ridiculous. When you go on the road, you're told you can't talk about Trump now.
I want to say, I don't know that I do think all that is valid, and we are seeing things with this administration, but I do think that people are sensitive, if to quote Trump, on both sides.
Oh, the left is the worst.
The left is the worst. Like, I do jokes about white feminists, they're up in arms. I did jokes that were about Hillary and her pantsuits, and people just can't take it. So it's also like, no one is allowing you to tell jokes about people who they respect. Everyone has their limits and the people that you can't talk about. And for comics, everyone is fair game. Like, I will talk about anyone. I talk about my mama.
Including Donald Trump's son.
Yes.
Has to be.
We live in a time where people feel that they have a right to not be offended. Anywhere,
and that's ridiculous.
Anytime.
Who gave them that
idea?
idea?
Ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
This is New York City. I get offended walking out the door. It's part of the reason I fucking moved here.
Right.
But the other thing that is different now is not just that feeling, but we have mass media that is driven from the bottom up.
Right.
I'm old. When I was growing up, we didn't have that. We had national media top down. Right. So now if you're offended by Dave Chappelle, I saw his Broadway show on Broadway. I didn't like a lot of the jokes personally, but I wasn't offended, and I think he's a fantastic craftsman. And there's a difference between the two. Every joke doesn't have to work for me, but you can appreciate the show anyway. But now if you are offended because he is punching down instead of up, there is, if that's how you see it, we can disagree. Then you have these media that allow you to find other people who agree. And now you have a core of people. Right. And now maybe we can start a boycott and we can get at the sponsors. And to be fair, there's a lot of people who here would say, oh my God, we can't boycott Dave Chappelle, are thrilled when we boycott Laura Ingraham or whoever by going after her sponsors. So it's really a question of whose ox is being boiled.
Well, Laura Ingraham is not a comedian.
No,
number one.
She's not a lot of things.
She's just a liar, and no, that you can't compare the two.
I'm not comparing their talents, their abilities, and certainly not their funny bones.
Or their sensibilities.
What I'm talking about is audience reaction.
Right.
And sensibilities and how we go about dealing with these kind of perceived offenses. Now that Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and probably lots of other things that I don't even know are out there for everybody to connect on and go, rah, my team.
I think it also gives us a false sense that it's a really large number of people that are outraged. Really, it's a tiny number.
Yeah.
It was a tiny number of people who gave a shit about what happened with Shane Gillis. a tiny number of people. Nobody really cares. Like, we're just inside of this microcosm, and we're just like looking at this because our world is something that we've created now by our
but
feasts.
it does
and
force,
stuff,
it forces comedians to become a little more restricted in the way they write. Now,
It
Dave
does.
Chappelle can do whatever he wants. He's already there. But there's a lot of folks that are still coming up, and they're worried about their content.
And
they're worried about these.
and I feel like it's
worried.
stunting
Why?
the conversation. I think that they do have to be worried, though, in this day and age.
I think it's stifling as an artist.
It's very stifling.
It's working within the art form. The art form evolved. I'm not saying I approve of it.
I understand you're being.
But,
you're being
but it
very,
is a business. At the end of the day,
I
it is
get
show business, not
Right.
show art.
Right.
To say use a trite
But
phrase.
that's why the creek and the cave is a haven for people
Totally
to
agree.
do right. And that's what we need more of.
I agree
I
with
feel
that.
like you guys are agreeing, but just very loudly
Not
at each other. It's like watching
And we're sitting
parents
next to each other.
It's like
I agree. You are so right now.
So,
Please stop being correct.
But you can't compare
But
Laura Ingraham and a comic, you know?
Well, I think what it all boils down
But
to
if we're
is-
talking about,
It's your
if
show.
we're talking about, it's our show. We're talking about this sense of outrage and how it can be amplified by all of this thumb typing.
yeah.
But there is something to be gotten at here with the use of technology and the way that we can all interact so readily and find your people to be offended with. I want to look at it from the other way. What of this moment is people becoming empowered who never had a voice before, where there is an Asian person who was offended by something that Shane said and they had no seat at the table or a voice, and now everyone bemoans that, oh, well, you're a snowflake and you all gotten together, but they never had the agency before to say, excuse me, that's not funny. And the people who are empowered and making money and making moves, and the old white men in the room brokering comedy are now saying, oh, you can't say anything anymore, everyone gets offended. But it's about them continuing their dominance and someone saying, hey, that's not funny, I'm from a small group, you don't get, my voice isn't as big. How much of it is the people in power feeling all snowflakey and saying, you're not allowed to come at me, I'm an artist?
I think it's definitely both, right? Because I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. I think that we have people that have been historically marginalized, that always haven't had a voice. So now they're using social media to amplify their needs, and I think that that's valid, though. Especially as a young Black woman, I feel like it's valid to be able to feel like, oh my God, here I am being seen. But I think what's happening is it's this overcorrection. We're going so far that now we're mad at everyone for everything. We're not being discerning. It's not nuanced. So what's happening is people are pushing back. People who otherwise may have been open to listening and being more sensitive are like, this is going too extreme, and now I don't know what you're talking about at all. Like, we even see, like, with the Me Too movement, men are like, now we can't say hi to bitches no more. Can I even call bitches bitches, right? Like, they're just be like, now I don't know, I don't know what to do with my hands, la-di-da. And it's like, that's not what we're saying, but that's the impression, because it seems like we're nitpicking. So it's also like, where's the middle? You know?
And I think another big part of the problem inside of this is that we're also not allowing artists room to grow, room to learn from their past mistakes, room to learn from,
if you're
the
a
culture's
grown-ass
different
man,
now.
you should know that you shouldn't say
I
something
don't really
about
think it's
something.
my place to say what people should and shouldn't know, because I
then
wasn't
it's the
raised the way they
collective's
were.
place.
But
I have a
you
great
also
quote.
have to agree that culturally there was a lot more permissibility going on 10 years, fucking 5 years ago.
Yeah.
There was
5
a lot
weeks
more
ago.
permissibility. So now we have all agreed to make an adjustment, and we're not going to jerk off in front of each other, even if we get permission and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But
didn't
there
agree to
also, at some point, me neither actually, but at some point there also needs to be some sort of agreement amongst us culturally that allows these people to learn their lesson.
Yeah.
If there is a lesson for them to
but we
learn.
used to just do it in the club.
Right.
And now
Right.
it's
And if you didn't like
played
it,
out
don't
everywhere.
And then it wasn't a thing,
videotape
but
you.
now it's here
I'm gonna
forever.
Take one little portion of
And
it,
that goes
and I'm
around the
going to
world.
excoriate you.
What were you saying, right?
Yeah.
No, what I was going to say, Brian, is that nothing changed. It was the same before. We just didn't have the social media outlets that we have now.
Yeah.
It was the same. People felt the same before. But I tell you this, regardless of whether we live in a sensitive society about comedy, comedy is still in demand 100%. My club is filled up every week. If you go to the Comedy Cellar, they got 100 shows. Yeah, people get offended, but the shows go on, and folks still go there and support it and pay their money to see comedy. It's just that when you're in a position and you have money, and if there's a big social media outrage, now it's going to affect my numbers, I have to do something about it. As long as it's not affecting my numbers, everything is okay. I've had 7 seasons of Laughaholics. No one has ever sat me down and said, Ray, do not talk about this and do not talk about that. But I just had a meeting 2 weeks ago. Why? Because they've probably been getting a lot of reaction and response from certain people. So now they're restricting. Now I have to, hey, make sure you do this and that. It's only because of the reaction and the response on social media, or whether it's letters, or I don't know what it is, but now I have to be a little bit more sensitive.
One of my favorite comedians, just 1 second to interject this, Patrice O'Neal, who's not with us anymore, said a great thing that has stuck with me. I wrote it down. There's nothing more stupid than an individual audience member. None of you withstanding, none of you here. There's nothing more stupid than an individual audience member, and nothing more intelligent than a collective. Ooh, right? So that's 2 sides of one coin. So there's the individual, like, keyboard gangster who's out there taking your video and putting one little clip up online and excoriating you for that. And there's also a collective of people who, when they do reach critical mass, you get the call.
Right, but he wrote that before there were cell phones. Because as a comedian, I work at the Cellar a lot. They don't allow cell phones. Yeah. And I went on stage a few months ago, right after I was on stage, I was like having the best set. I was doing an hour. I was like, oh my God, this is so great. And I looked down, I realized no one had a phone. It was like this cohesive audience. I almost started crying because it was like, it was amazing. It was like the old days. Yeah.
So are phones ruining comedy, or the comedians ruining comedy?
No, it's the people with the phones trying to watch the comedians. No, what I think is also important to note is that there are certain environments that are conducive to comedy. We make sure the temperature is right in the room. We make sure the lighting is right. You make sure that the doors are closed so that the sounds aren't leaking out. There's all these things that producers do to make sure that the audience is having a great time. Yeah. So when you pull a clip and people that weren't in the room, didn't see the context, people that are in the middle of their shitty day on the toilet watching this thing, they haven't been prepared to laugh, okay? There's a reason we warm up rooms. You have to be prepared to laugh. So here you are in the middle of your boring day, and you're like, harumph, how can I ruin someone else's lives? You weren't there. In the room, that bit destroyed. You know what I mean? But sometimes people that watch it online, they're like, oh my God, and they bring you down. But in the room, we all had a good time, and we knew it was love.
But also, to your point before, and your point, I came out on stage in the mid-90s after I had children, because I had all this material about being a gay mom, like all this stupid shit people would say to us.
You were a trailblazer. No one was doing
No one was talking. I mean, there were gay comics. There was Bob Smith and, Leah DeLara, Robin Tyler. There were what's her name? Suzanne Westenhofer. And you can even go back further, and to women. You have to look at Jean Carroll. Women would come out on stage, basically say, look, I know I'm a piece of shit and I should be in the kitchen. Here are my jokes. And it was sort of like that. But when I came out and I said, I'm a lesbian and I have these kids, it sort of I can't tell you. Like, these people would come up to me and be like, oh, I never realized why gay people should be able to get married. There's a power to comedy. And people would forget that I was a leslie, and they were, sorry, I say leslie, but people would forget and just say, oh, she has the same issues as, these are just jokes about a family. So there is a power that comes with,
this is breaking down the cultural barriers and why so many comedians get up. But what are the things that still persist? What is the next mountain to climb that perhaps comedy can break down? If you talked about humanizing lesbians, and we know that humanizing lesbians.
Well, no, just humanizing gay people. Yeah. Then you have people with we have a lot of disabled comics now who go out on stage and talk about their disability, and it's amazing because you acknowledge it, and then you listen to their jokes.
But at an even more base level, I happen to know you were in the room when the guy who's huge in France, Always Falling Down, Jerry Lewis.
Jerry Lewis, I was
Jerry
there,
Lewis
yeah.
said, oh, women aren't funny.
Right.
And I know that you've devoted a lot of scholarship to getting at this idea of women not being funny and how it is that this persists.
Oh, yeah, it's a flat out lie. We all know that. I mean, look at these
Clearly,
women
we know
making
it's a
us
lie,
laugh.
but
Yeah,
why won't it go away?
It won't go away because we're not changing the systems that we're inculcated in. So as long as our political and social institutions, that includes the language that we use as well, stays the same, then we are going to continue to make the same or have the same beliefs about women's inferiority in that realm.
Look, we can't even get a woman president who's overqualified for the job. We get this idiot, you know? And and come on.
Yeah, I think we'll have women comics before we have a women president.
Right. Well, being a comedian, you guys can admit, it's the most powerful position you can be in. Because what's better than you're on a stage and you're controlling that room. You own that room. And there are people, women and men, but mostly men, who feel threatened by a woman standing there with the microphone controlling the room. And yeah.
They're very
What's
intimidated
the
by
other
funny
side?
women.
Ryan, the other
There's
side.
another side.
The other side to us comedians is there's a very dark side to it as well. And I mean, we hear all the stories of comedians overdosing and so forth and so on. So like, you know, writing and sitting back and hoping that it's going to work and going out there. And I don't know about you, but you know, I've done over 1,000 shows and I'm still nervous at every single show that I do, no matter what. I still get that nervous feeling until I get out there and I start performing. And that's when you demand and, you know, you connect with the audience, you try to figure out who's in the room, and you just, like, sometimes you don't know who's going to be in the room. I've done shows with this completely, everyone in the room is a tourist. There's a language barrier. There's this and that. I'm like,
I thought you said a tourist. I was like,
a
they
tourist.
are stubborn. I was like, those tourists.
A tourist.
Tourist.
Oh my God.
That being said, I wanted.
Oh no.
Let's establish a fact. Stand-up comedy is the hardest form of performing there is. No. It is. There's no, any singer gets up there. No. Worst singer in the world. They're finished, people go, thank God they're done. I'm so happy. There's no such thing as polite laughter. It doesn't exist. You know second by second when you're up on that stage how you are doing. Back in August, I did stand-up for the first time in 33 years. The same week, I had a panel discussion, and I was in front of the Southern District of New York arguing a case. Of those three, it was stand-up that had me the most nervous, because I knew I was going to see people I knew afterwards, and I was going to get feedback on that. You know, the rest of the stuff, and no, it worked fine.
No, I just hate when people, it's like, shut up, I want your feedback.
But,
Wait, when you as a professional are standing up there doing the hardest job in performing, how much does, or is there a point when you don't care if the audience laughs? Like if there is a, where it's like, if you're getting up there and you're doing it for the culture, you're making all these
Sometimes
statements.
you got to take the power back, man.
You're changing the world. And like, if you like, I don't give a, if these people laugh at all.
I think that's an age thing. Like like you get nervous. I love it.
Yeah.
I did this to be, a lot of people use stand-up to get something else. I fucking love doing stand-up. And when the comedian comes off the stage before me and says, oh, they're horrible, I'm like, yes! Like it's even more of a challenge, you know?
I love it too.
Yeah, I just.
Well, we know your particular pathology then, but I did hear another comedian say, if you got a room of 100, 50 of them should be laughing and the other 50 should be horrified. And that's how you know that you're rocking it.
Okay, who said that?
Depends on the
I
comedy.
think it depends,
No?
right?
Well, Brian.
They should be outraged.
So,
Like,
No.
So if
that's
I've
not
done
the ratio.
I've done Caroline's, right?
Right.
So Caroline's about 320 people, but then I've also done Madison Square Garden, where there's 15,000 people.
Okay, now you're showing off.
So, no. What I'm saying is that you cannot see the audience when you do a theater.
Okay.
But you can see the audience at a comedy club. You can feel their reaction. It's more intimate. You have no idea. You just got to keep going on blind faith. In addition to that, you got to change your whole pace because the people upstairs are getting the laugh 3 seconds later.
Yeah.
So you have to slow down. It's like, you know, if I'm used to doing a fast pace, it's just.
Yeah, well, that's a whole performance. I mean,
Yeah.
I think comedy is a very intimate art form.
Yeah.
like, I love tiny rooms. That's what it was made for. It's a spoken word art form. And then when you create these huge, I know it's awful because there's no connection,
Right, there's
you
no
know?
connection.
So let's talk about who gets into the large rooms, because there are people who are the funniest people you've never heard of, but they'll never get their chance to step out onto the stage at an MSG. They might slave away for decades
I would
in there.
prefer not to.
That's
But
not
what is-
necessarily a goal. I
Right.
think.
But
It's
is
only
there
more
a
recent
way?
that people are really into that theater circuit, really, you know?
So what is the metrics of success for being a comedian who's able to pay your bills and do your art form and not have to work at the phone company for 8 hours before begging Ray to get up on stage for $20?
That's a very
For me,
personal
I
question.
created my own way. I created my own way.
Yeah.
At first I was a promoter, then I was a producer, and then I became a stand-up comedian. So now I produce. The only reason why I was at Madison Square Garden is because it was my show.
All right.
It was my show. Nobody booked me and put me on it. No, I'm saying, like, I don't have success like that as a comedian. And I used to pay Kevin Hart $25 to do my stage. I don't have his notoriety.
Yeah.
I created my own. You know, so it's a little different for me, but other comics, they rely on the gatekeepers. They rely on the producers, the timing. Mike Epps was in LA and Ice Cube happened to be sitting in the audience. And at that time, the timing was perfect because Chris Tucker just quit doing the Friday movies. And he saw Mike Epps and he said, this guy would be a good fit. And that's all, you know, that was it.
That's how it always happens.
So
That's why it
you
always
both
happens that
are
way.
gatekeepers, respectively, and Ice Cube happened to be in the audience that night. But looking at this broader landscape, and we're talking about writers' rooms and who's making this mass TV that's pushed out, who books the clubs and the rooms, who are the gatekeepers in comedy right now, and even the bookers on college campuses. If we're talking about hotbeds of
That's a whole other.
well, let's get into it. But before we do, I just want to let you all assembled know that if you have a question, you can make your way over to the aisle, and I'll make my way over to you if there's something that sparked or you want to address them. But on the subject of the gatekeepers of comedy, who are we beholden to that is really getting to decide who makes the world laugh?
Yeah,
Thinking of
That's
diversity.
I think it depends, right? Because there's a more traditional avenue where you're trying to still get your 5 minutes for late night, that you get your late night, that you work on getting a special. Now with all the streamers, maybe there's more different places that you can get a special. Before it was just HBO, now we have Comedy Central, we have Netflix, we have Amazon. And I think social media is also a powerful tool where people are able to create their own lanes and circumvent that process by having their own fan base. And I think that creating your own content is king. And I think that if you have your own fan base, and it's just people that are following you, people on a mailing list, people that are subscribing to you, it's a lot harder to cancel you. It's a lot harder to censor you because you have the people that you can put your product directly to. And you are in control of your own success. But there's so many different ways that you could be successful.
That's also not good in a certain way because, you know, some people will do it like a funny video for 3 minutes. It'll go viral, and then they get booked at a club, and they don't have 45 minutes. And they don't know, you know, like it takes 15 years to know what the fuck you're doing on that stage.
But this is not new.
Yeah, right, but it is new because, you know, I am of the era, people were going to audition for Saturday Night Live or Evening at the Improv or Caroline's Comedy or all these shows. They did it live. That was it. There was no going on tape and, you know, you had to prove yourself.
But that also doesn't aggravate me because, again, the audience doesn't lie. So I used to think the same way, like I'm a stand-up comic, I'm a purist, the Instagram comedians aren't real comedians. But what I feel is like, Instagram comedy is good for comedy in general because it's making comedy more accessible. More of my friends care about what the fuck I'm doing now because they're following some other person. Now they're interested in comedy.
Right, but I'm just saying that they don't. In order to be a great comic, there's only one way to be a great comic is get on stage as much as possible, and that's it.
And I feel like it doesn't take away from what I do.
But you're not necessarily beholden to the gatekeepers as much anymore.
Yeah,
I don't think.
But to Judy's point, you know, we're essentially stunt casting is really what we're talking about. This is not, go back to the days of vaudeville. You know, if you were in a major scandal, you know, public scandal in the days of vaudeville, they'd book you to come out on the vaudeville stage.
Stormy Daniels.
Well, I mean, she doesn't go back to vaudeville, but other than
I'm just
that,
using that as an example. You know,
but also in vaudeville, if you went out as a comic and you used the words heck or damn, you were handed your pictures on the way off the stage, and you were literally canceled.
Right.
Now, yes, we live in an age where you can go from the top down or the bottom up. Gatekeepers exist, but not in the way they used to.
So what's the accountability piece, if we're purportedly talking about accountability, what's the accountability piece for a gatekeeper figure versus an individual performer? If we're talking about systems here of comedy, where it's an individual thing versus a comedy industrial complex.
Not industrial
Jesus Christ. It's not a small money business.
Didn't Dwight Eisenhower talk about that?
I think it's a personal sensibility. Like, there are clubs that I love going to because they're run by people who love comedy. And there are clubs that are run by people who only count the numbers.
Right.
And it is so apparent to a comic what you're doing, you know, and you get to the point, you know, in the beginning, you have to take every gig you can get. It's all about stage time. And then you get old like me, and you're like, you know what, not worth it. I don't need to feel like that. I don't need to do that anymore.
That's very true. And I love comedy, and I am so particular about my club. It's starting on time, no distractions. The audience, there's a recording that no cameras, no this, no that. If you're a heckler, you're going to be escorted out. There's a lot of things that you got to protect the integrity of comedy, to give the comedian an honest, you know, platform to be able to perform.
Right.
And if you can't do that, you might as well not.
I don't.
But you know what? Oh, sorry.
I don't think we put enough emphasis on us as us, not you guys, because you guys are doing it, but the consumers. I think we talk about the gatekeepers, and we talk about the comics who are out there, and we're worried that the comics are saying the wrong things and the gatekeepers are letting the wrong people in. How about if we just stop buying the things that we don't want to hear, right? So if we find the rooms that speak to our specific kind of subjective sense of humor, go to those rooms.
Is that just cancel culture by another name?
I think so, and I think we should problematize cancel culture, because are we really canceling things out? Like, Cale Hartman has a job still. Beth Stelling, you know, had on Instagram had photos displayed of him harming her in 2015.
But he's not in any way performing in live performances, and he's been kicked out of every comedy club in New York City.
But he still is getting paid.
Say again?
He's still getting paid, and Louis C.K. is still getting paid, and Bill Cosby's become a
He's
celebrity prisoner.
Comic.
So do you book Louis, Rebecca?
I do, and I'm going to continue to book him.
Do you book Cosby on his out of prison tour?
No.
Cosby's a whole
That's a whole other situation. We're not talking about what happened with Cosby. Was way greater, and I have no interest in comparing the two. It doesn't make any sense to compare the two.
I agree with you. In fact, I saw Cosby in the last performance you could go to and not throw up, because literally 3 days after, it all broke wide open. And I was one of those who did not know beforehand.
You didn't.
I did not.
Almost everyone in the comedy world was very well aware.
Well,
and had
everyone
been
in the comedy world should have been talking louder.
You can't.
We did.
Yeah.
We talked about it openly amongst each other.
But that's a separate issue. I mean, the bottom line is there is a difference. I agree with you. But it comes down to, and we've danced around this all show, is when we talk about cancel culture, what are we canceling? And what is it to cancel? I mean, Cosby is a felon. I mean, he's not somebody who said something wrong. Yeah. He is a predator. And, you know, and it kills a lot of us. I do a radio comedy show bi-weekly on WRFI, Watkins Glen, Ithaca. And I don't play Cosby anymore. Yeah. I mean, and
that sucks, because his stand-up was so
brilliant.
good.
Yeah.
So wait, if we can cancel this person that we're talking about right now, this is an instance where you can't separate the art from the artist, but there are still people bopping the R. Kelly, or there's still there are still people who are who still want to rock with you. There are people who go and watch Woody Allen movies, or
I don't play Woody anymore.
Well, that's a different.
So this is what I'm getting at. The art form matters, whereas maybe the answers blowing in the wind. There used to be musicians and rockers out there leading a social consciousness. Is the balance
But you're
different for
talking about
comedians now?
Bill Cosby, who went around, saying horrible things to young black guys, like pull up your pants and do and do this and do that. Meanwhile, he's a hypocrite.
Right. The kids do the darndest
Yeah.
things. So
He was doing the darndest thing.
So let's too soon. Let's can we take it up
too soon if it's funny.
Right.
to the 10,000 square foot view then, and not individually talk about that person, but separating, because as I mentioned, in music and film and other art forms, they might be despicable people, but there's still a value to their art. But with
People
a comedian,
hold comedians to a different standard.
that's what I'm getting.
Michael Jackson,
but is
not
that
proved
fair?
guilty of anything.
Yeah.
But certainly a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
Maybe yes, maybe no. R. Kelly, good God. But I love his music and I can dance to it, so oh well.
Yeah.
A comedian says one wrong thing, we never want to hear from this
Yeah,
person
but
again.
I don't think that's true in music, because I'm on Radio 103.9. I have my own radio show. We don't play R. Kelly.
Everyone's got a radio show here.
We don't.
Well, the rest of you have podcasts.
No.
Like, we're all
The music industry, the music industry were outraged, and they did respond, and they stopped playing his music.
I don't think it has anything to do with the particular art. I think we're going to make excuses and try to find these caveats based on what makes us feel bad. And all we're trying to do is ease our cognitive dissonance. There is no difference between Bill Cosby, listening to Bill Cosby and R. Kelly and Michael Jackson. It just
Or
depends
Louis C.K. I just heard 3 black men in a row. Is that a part of it? Because I've heard it racialized before.
All right, put Woody Allen in the mix too.
Yeah, throw him in there.
And Roman Polanski and David Bowie, because y'all be acting like he wasn't a pedophile. Like, oh, okay, sorry.
Well, and I also think that the difference between you're talking about what about the hundreds treating women and dogs and
Elvis,
guitars terribly,
T.
destroying people's lives.
I agree.
We hold them to different standards.
Did you say
Louis Farrell, Alice in Wonderland.
But Aziz Ansari can't go on a bad date
Yeah,
and
that
get
was a
away
bad
with it.
date.
It's ridiculous.
That was a bad
Wait,
date.
what about Coco Chanel was a Nazi? I mean,
Was she?
That's a fact.
She was a Nazi.
That is a fact.
I never
We're
heard
a
of
Nazi.
Yes.
Yes.
She was a Nazi. They're all walking around with her, Jews are like walking around with
Don't
Coco.
pick on Jews.
Yeah, but we also all use phones still made by child slaves. So it's like we all said that. We're not giving up our iPhones and our Samsungs, so we all figure out what our lines are. It's a very individual thing.
we have a question, but I want you guys to percolate on this idea of woke comedians then. Who are the woke comedians? And are they funny? Is it all woke and no joke, as Adam Carolla said? But let's get into this.
Okay, for me, honestly, what I find is, if you're dealing with comedy, honestly, is that there is a hypocrisy that is within comedy and within the business of comedy. What I find is that it oftentimes, unfortunately, can be racially motivated. And on the other side, there is a kind of disconnect with how many people have done so many wrong in comedy and how many times they have been forgiven. And I think that when you talk about Bill Cosby, you have to understand it was a different time. I remember somebody was telling me in the 70s, people had cocaine spoons around their neck. It was a different time. The promiscuity and everything that was going on in that business. And I say this, if a woman or a man comes by your house at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's only one thing they want. They're not asking for a cup of sugar. That's what I'm saying. And when you deal with certain things, you have to realize that people, for some reason, they don't get, okay, Bill Cosby, yes, maybe he was a predator. But in order to be able to be a predator, why are the prey coming to him? You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, wait.
I hope you don't have a public job.
He drugged them.
They gonna try to take
It's never been the right decade for drugging someone.
That's a whole other town hall, yes?
That's another show.
But I wonder, are you buying ticket for the Bill Cosby comeback tour? Are you going?
What I'm saying to you is this. I'm not going to, what I have learned to do is I realize that people make mistakes. And they may make a whole bunch of mistakes. But the thing is, what is the difference, and I'm going to say this, and it's going to be very bad. What is the difference between pedophile priests that are still priests and Bill Cosby, who is also a predator? And I'm saying that half of these children, if you look at the pedophile thing that's going on, they went through a lot of stuff. So let me say, talk back to comedy. Comedy hits on the heart, the heartbeat, the pain, the angst, the fears, everything that you can think about in the entire culture. And when you try to censor it, when you try to say that certain things should not be said, what ends up happening is nothing is said.
You should live with that, girl.
I
love that part. I can get on board with that.
Let me answer your question.
I can get on board with
the
that last
difference
part.
between Bill Cosby and the pedophile priest. The difference is prosecution. We haven't prosecuted the priest. That doesn't mean we let Bill Cosby off. It means we prosecute the priests.
Yeah. But there's, you were talking about cancel culture and, who decides this. There's a difference between cancel culture and not liking a comic and turning the fucking channel.
Yeah.
If you don't like the comic, turn the channel and shut the fuck up. You don't have to start a riot about this one's horrible and I'm offended. Okay?
And no one should be able to
you
enjoy it.
Right. You hear a song you don't like, what do? You change the fucking channel. Just do, why is it different?
There's so many people now, though, who are profiting from this moniker of being the outrageous bad boy, canceled kind of thing, and they proclaim themselves to be free speech warriors, and they're fighting social justice warriors, and it's never been as profitable or as big for their careers, frankly.
Now, going back, again, I'm old, and I don't know how many of you...
I'm older.
No, I think you're younger than I am. By a few years. You certainly look young.
I'm kidding.
You certainly look young. But going back, I don't know how many of you remember Don Rickles.
Oh,
Don Rickles made his entire career on insulting people. He wasn't terribly huge on foul language and racial slurs, but he used them.
Hockey puck.
Sure.
But, I mean, I always said, I listened to him, I laughed, and I felt dirty afterwards. But at the end of his show, he always did this little
disclaimer.
The little disclaimer. We love everybody. We're all equal. But he was funny.
Right, because he was leveling the playing field.
And he was honest about what he was doing.
All people. All we are people.
Yeah.
You're this, you're that. We're all funny. We all find funny things. And he was the nicest guy in the world. Like they say that he was the kindest. And you could tell that you can tell if a comedian is kind and coming from a vulnerable place and treats everyone equally, and an asshole. You could tell.
Only 3 of us had televisions back then.
We have a
So nobody
question
saw the
here.
guy. But if we had social media, it would have been a different thing.
Yeah.
Hi, my question is about relatability and the rule of relatability for your audiences as comedians and bookers and such. We talked about women aren't funny. A lot of that I feel like, as the work that I've done, comes from the fact that I tried to do jokes about things that were not relatable to the entire audience. However, there is a problem with that as well. And that was my question, was can we elaborate on perhaps why the language that women use, the experience that women have, is different for half of their audience of any, and that's basically my question.
I'd love to answer that. I think we live in a patriarchy. Newsflash, it's happening. And we are in a position where women's voices and experiences don't matter as much as men's. And so as long as we've been indoctrinated with women as being inferior and their lives as being inferior, when you get on stage and you take the microphone and you want people to listen to what you're saying, they already believe that what you have to say is not going to be as interesting as the guy standing in the wings who's going to go on next. So you have to convince them otherwise. So women are constantly doing extra work on stage in order to just get where men can already be as soon as they step onto stage.
So Dave Chappelle got into a little trouble during his comedy special when he talked specifically about the LGBTQIA plus community.
Yes.
I love you all. And the way that there's a pecking order. And he said, if you're a gay white man, you're at the top. If you're any other part of the LGBT sandwich that's in there, you might not get the first crack. So I'm wondering, in that spirit, what's the pecking order in the comedy world then? Looking at
it's
returns
just like the world.
and everything.
It's white male,
Yeah.
white male, white male. You know, I started at a time, first of all, there was never more than one woman on a show, if a woman at all.
By design.
And I remember in the 80s, right? In the 80s, I would call, you know, when I was
One woman,
starting,
one colored person. I heard
yes,
you
you
say.
could only have one woman and one black person. That was it.
That's weird.
And I remember calling clubs, like when I had first started.
Yeah.
I started at 19, and I would call these clubs, be like, "Hi, you know, my name's Judy Gold. I worked here, blah blah blah, and I want to." Oh, we had a woman here like 3 months ago, and she didn't do well, so we're not booking women for the next few months. And it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's still this way.
It's
3 guys
still
on a
that way.
show is a show. 3 women on a show,
It's a
ladies'
lady
night
show.
out,
It's lady,
hysterical.
lady. Yeah.
You know, it's ridiculous.
And
true.
And it's
Right.
true. It's real.
But and for blacks, it's like urban night. You know, it's
So
ridiculous.
why is it so segmented? Why is there's an urban night, there's a hysterical, like,
Because the audience.
historically shut out of being able to have
so
the show.
this is
people
an
have created-
HBCU argument. We had to build our own because they wouldn't let us in. And then you say it's the artist, so it's self-selecting in 2019?
It's the audience.
The audience.
It's to separate the audience.
Yeah.
It's to have one kind of audience. It's
Right.
not to have one kind of comedian.
So is that why Monique is arguing that she's not getting the same as the most lauded woman in comedy
No, that's
versus
different.
Amy
That's
Schumer?
something else. That's
Let me stop you on that.
Well, what is it? I'm asking.
Let me stop you. Let's go straight to Monique.
Okay.
Monique is in that position because Monique
To a person.
is a horrible person.
Okay.
I'm telling you that because firsthand, I
TMZ.
booked
Right
her.
to her. They
I'm
put it
telling you,
to her.
listen, I'm telling you that because now people are people.
Right.
And folks
She's
that
a horrible
and people that book, whether you're a producer on
Yeah.
television, if you are horrible to work with, eventually, no matter how good you are, they're not going to work with you anymore. Her show wasn't canceled because the ratings weren't good. It got canceled because they didn't want to work with her no more.
Okay.
I've booked Monique in certain situations, and we got one hotel room wrong. And she made us put her in another hotel room and some 5-star. It was ridiculous. And I said, you know what? This is the last time I'm ever going to work with her.
Right.
So she's dealing with that simply because of who she is. And behind closed doors, a lot of us don't know these personalities.
Right.
Personalities make a difference.
So wait, let's
Can I
remove her
just say
from the
something?
equation and talk about the segmentation.
Women over 50. That is the bottom.
That's as
you know,
low as it
I've
gets.
never been funnier.
Yeah.
And I cannot. I've been on. You
They're
know, I've had
laughing. They
HBO.
agree.
I've had Comedy Central. I've
Yeah.
been on. You know, I've had specials on. No one will give me a special. I'm not the demographic. But a guy over 50, hilarious. You know, they're hilarious.
I just want to say something real quick about being a female comic. I think that I remember being told before I even got on stage, there's a certain way that you have to dress. You can't,
sure.
It's distracting. People don't like pretty girls on stage, you know, try to dress down your look.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting that if you look at most comedy show audiences, they're predominantly women in the audiences. The audiences are always heavily skewed because it's girls' night out, some bachelorette party. You rarely see droves of bros coming through clubs.
Right.
So it's always like these lineups are predominantly men on it, but the audience has women. So when the person who posed the question asked about relatability, like people are thirsty for women to come on stage because we are the majority of the audience. But I will say this thing, comedy is very hard. Most comics just are not good. So if you have a lineup and it's 10 men and 1 woman, then the odds that the 1 woman is not, she might not be funny, but there's not any more women.
Right,
You
it's a
might still
ratio
have
thing.
5 bad men, but you see 2 men that are good, and you go, oh, this is okay. So they're just not seeing
The
us as
ratio of
much.
good women and good men is probably the same, but
same.
women
It's
are
the same.
probably a little funnier because we're more emotional and we think deeper, you know. But we are right. But But it's the same percentage. It's
Right.
just that there's more of them.
But there's a huge responsibility for the bookers. Like I try to stick to a 3 white guy maximum for my lineups because it allows, it forces the audience members to see more women, to see more people of color, to see more people who are from a different walk of life than them, and they have a bigger opportunity to broaden their mind and to actually experience a real comedy experience instead of just listening to someone that they can agree with and nod their head to and not actually laugh at.
So Beck, is there, before we get to this question, is there a universal funny, like you've been studying this and looking at comedians out there, like is there someone who's gonna get booked by these two and get the special and they're beloved by the blacks and the whites and the gays and the Asians? So what's the sauce? Like how did Kevin Hart go from making $25 with you to Madison Square Garden?
Some comedians, so in New York, you have urban comedy rooms and you have mainstream.
What's urban?
What it means to me is that most of the urban comedy rooms are in African American Latino communities.
So urban is
and
still
they take,
code for black.
They're not professional clubs.
Right.
They are bars or whatever kind of place that they can find, and they do comedy once a week.
Yeah.
Right. So the
comedy
urban
room.
Yeah, it's a comedy room.
Yeah.
So these kinds of comedians, they grow up differently in comedy because it's a distractive room. So when you work in a distractive room, you got a lot of things that are at play. So the comedians learn how to snap more as opposed to doing material. Like when you go to a Caroline's, you can actually do jokes because it's set up that way.
Right.
So the urban comic, if he gets urbanized, he does all jokes only related to his community.
Right.
So if he goes somewhere else, it's not going to be relative to the audience. So I always tell the comedians, listen, think of universal stuff that we all go through.
Yeah.
We all got to take a shit. We all got kids.
Well, that's not the best.
I think Beck and I are now the only two who have not cursed on the back.
Yeah.
My shit joke works everywhere.
Give us your shit joke, right?
But my Jamaican joke may not work in certain places.
Yeah.
But also, if, you know, you're right. I mean, but I would go anywhere. I was like a warrior. And it's so important to go to those clubs and go to the traditional clubs and go to the all clubs. Go. That's what makes a good comic. I went everywhere. I went to lunchrooms in Alabama. It was horrible.
And then when you have sometimes you have a set that can work in different rooms, and it's fine. I went to Australia, didn't change anything. You know, so it just depends on the rooms. But I bristle a little bit at the term urban versus mainstream, and I know exactly what it means, but I just feel like we are trained that mainstream are the white rooms. And I know that black people are the mainstream. We are the purveyors of culture. Everything we do is mainstream. I also think there needs to be a reframing about it. This is not on you. This is just what we're in. You know what I mean?
And can we also add in the LGBTQ or STUVWXYZ?
Thank you. All the BLT.
Thank you.
We have a question.
Good evening. Thanks for this amazing panel, this very entertaining and engaging discussion. I have so many thoughts, but in the name of brevity, I'll keep it brief. Earlier, you had mentioned about how certain groups didn't have agency to speak out before. I respectfully disagree. We've always had a voice, and that voice is with our time and with our wallet. Like you mentioned Shane Gaylis at the beginning of this discussion. There's no law on the books that says we have to go see him at a comedy club or watch him on Saturday Night Live. And that leads to my question of, like, you know, how, like, oh God, now I done lost my train of thought. Okay, but basically my question is, like, you know, basically in terms of cancel culture, like, first off, what does that mean? Who sets the parameters for canceling? And how would you go about doing that? Like Dave Chappelle, I saw his recent special about the alphabet people. I thought it was hilarious. I did too. Now, the thing is, I'm fully aware that his kind of comedy is not for everyone. Yeah. Neither is Anthony Jeselnik, whom I think is even more, you know, out there than Chappelle. But my question is, when it comes to canceling, like, you know, what does that mean? Like, who determines cancellation? Like, you know, I've always wondered about that. Who's cancel culture?
If I may, I felt the same exact way, right? I feel like the market should be able to decide, and if people don't want to buy it, then they shouldn't buy it, right? But then I had to sit back and I'm like, well, damn, as somebody that is, I don't like the word minority, but as somebody who is a minority in this country, if we let the market decide, the market is dominated by white, conservative, whatever men. So we can't let them decide because they've been decided. They've been deciding. So at a certain point, there has to be a part where even though you may not have the numbers or the buying power, your voice needs to matter as much, because if not, people still be doing blackface. You know what I mean?
Well,
if the market was deciding, people would still be minstrelling because people decide to support those people.
Beck actually has a very insightful passage about how minstrelsy won't die. And I'm looking at you and wondering about the economics of cancel culture and how there's been a resounding, like, don't do that no more, but it still keeps coming around.
It's just couched in different terms. There's just different rhetorical strategies that comics can employ in order to say the same things and to act the same ways. A kind of, people think it's a clever mimicry of the other, to take on an affect of an other, to make fun of a gay person by, and it's always a gay man, right? It's always like, ah, woo. And there's...
Or a black woman.
Or a black woman,
They do
the
that
sassy,
thing.
yep.
So fun.
Or a Jew. They do Jews too.
And so, and they do that in the name of a lot of things. They say, well, you know, I saw that, therefore it's true, so it's comic authenticity. Or I experienced that myself. Or I have that best friend who occupies that category of identity, so now I can make fun of it. There's loads of ways that people can get at doing exactly the same things that we've done before. And we act like we've done away with all of this negative, disparaging kind of comments about different groups, and it's out there in spades.
Oh, absolutely.
I also think we need to be allowed to make fun of each other. I just think that needs to be said. Like, we should be allowed to make fun of the stupid ass stereotypes that are floating around in the world about all of our different cultures and all of our different backgrounds. Like, those conversations do still need to be able to happen.
But that comic
they
intent
don't
doesn't
have to be
necessarily get
racist,
received
but we
in
still
the
have to
way.
have conversations
Well,
about
you have
race
to know
and racial
people to make fun of them, so you can't
you
make
have, it's
fun
about
of them from
education.
across the board.
But before you go on, let me go to the question the woman just asked. We haven't really addressed it. Who cancels? Nobody. Nobody gets canceled in this society. We live in a society now with lots of separate market segments. And if you are the most bigoted comic out there, there is an audience for you. There is money for you to make. Now, we may, again, going back to Cosby, we may agree that he is outside the pale, and we've all agreed to cancel him. And that's fine, that's good. But nobody gets canceled. Being canceled means somebody on Twitter doesn't like you.
All right, we're closing in on our last 5 minutes. Let's bang out some more.
Particularly for the comics and the producer here, how do you deal with people from marginalized communities who seem genuinely upset or genuinely hurt by some of the material that the comics might have? Because to your point, it seems like cancel culture is a bit of a myth, because it's basically people from marginalized positions seem genuinely hurt, and their careers seem to be inconvenienced, but nobody seems to be canceled. But how do you deal with?
Gotcha.
Yeah,
so Rebecca, you said part of your mission is to educate audiences. Do you ever give them a little pat down after if they get in their feelings?
Well, the first thing that came to mind, I was the host or the venue within which a deeply offensive podcast existed for about 7 years.
Right.
They now are at a different club. But I was driving home from my second job and had to take a phone call from a crying mother who found my phone number on my website. And the comedians had made fun of her daughter who had Down syndrome, and she was in Kentucky, and she was a member of the Special Olympics. And I talked to the mom for about 45 minutes, and we had a really great, good conversation. The producers of that podcast then reached out to her. The podcast episode was obviously pulled. And we found out later that the person who brought the podcast to those children's attention was actually a liberal social justice fella who had been yelled at for grabbing a microphone out of somebody's hand at my club, and who now currently will continue to walk past me and spit on me on a regular basis in my own neighborhood where I own a business. So having the conversation with the mother was deeply important to me. I obviously didn't want her to walk away having been hurt or having bad feelings, and I didn't want her daughter to be offended. I also, in no world, thought that they would ever hear it, you know. And it's also not material that I would think would ever go on to like a live performance. It was a podcast, which is a whole other conversation. But yeah, of course, if somebody's offended and I hear about it, I sit down and talk with them. I had a woman come and do a performance as a burlesque artist in a nun's habit. And it just so happened that night there was a Catholic priest in the audience. And it took about 3 hours for me to convince him that she wasn't going to hell and she didn't mean it personally and all of that stuff. But those conversations are scary and terrifying to start and to initiate. But once you have them, ultimately people come to an understanding.
Yeah. Well, Joan Rivers had a joke about Willie Nelson and his pot smoking. And his daughter was getting teased at school, and she wrote Joan a note, and Joan said, "Out of my act," you know?
Yeah, no one's trying to upset
and
you.
so those, oh, I love you.
Say Joan.
I love you.
I was going to say thank you also for being here and sharing all of your wisdom with all of us. But I think my question is there something such as a responsible or credible comic? So meaning, if you're going to make fun about my people, I need to make sure you did your homework.
Yes.
And you're talking about something that even I can find funny. And I think some comedians get caught up in talking about something they know nothing about, and it shows.
That is the greatest point made tonight.
And that's more of a young
Or one of
comics
them.
game, I think. I think that I see probably more of it than everybody else because I'm doing so many open mics with comics who literally woke up that day and decided they were a comedian, right? So, and that happens a lot from January 1st until about February 15th, and then they stop.
Yeah.
But those open mic rooms are full of crass, terrible, stupid, knee-jerk, navel-gazing humor. It's dick jokes. It's pussy jokes. It's not ever anything. I often tell people, like, yes, absolutely, as an audience member, go and watch an open mic. It's so mind-boggling. Go and watch an open mic and see what that material looks like in the very beginning and see what those comics look like in the very beginning and then understand how very far they've come.
So in our last 2 minutes, I invite you all to riff on that theme. If there is something that you see as closing the gap or getting people to communicate and see each other where we can make fun of each other because we recognize the humanity that we share. Is there a scholarly way to do that, to
I'll
put
just say
people
that
on the
there's
road?
some comics who are doing a great job. Hari Kondabolu is one of my favorite, and Maria Bamford is doing great work out there. And Judy Gold.
Oh my God, what?
And Carrie. That is true, actually. I've been following you for a long time, but I saw your work more recently. I'm very impressed by it, seriously.
Thank you.
Ray?
I think comedy is the best thing that has ever happened to us as a human race. I think that it cures the common cold. I think that we cannot do without it. And I remember I did my first movie theater comedy show 2 days after 9/11, and I thought that no one would show up. And my show sold out, and we had to add a second because people were craving to get some humor, to get some sort of comedy relief. So no matter the fact that we are in a sensitive mode right now, I think we'll get past it. And I just hope that everyone can kind of deal with it in a better way instead of canceling everyone. And you know, you got to go all the way back 7 years when you talked about a joke about your son. Then they don't want you to host. You know what I'm talking about. But that's Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
I think that everyone's got to stop taking themselves so fucking seriously. Calm down, laugh, stop, we're just trying to make you laugh. And there are assholes everywhere. But comedy is really important, especially in our culture. When you shut us up, then we've lost everything. So,
Howard, give us one reason why all is not lost in our last 10 seconds.
Because there are still people who want to go to Rebecca's Club and learn how to do this. And there are still people who want to go to Rebecca's Club and watch those people do it. We need comedy. Comedy opens us. Comedy is intimate. Comedy relieves stress. It helps everything about you. And we're still doing it, and we're always going to do it. And eventually people get tired of fetching.
We'll see. But I want to thank you all for being here tonight and thank our panel for sharing all of their thoughts and expertise and honesty. And again, thank you to the production crew and everyone who worked so hard to make this happen. And we hope to see you back here at Bric House very, very soon. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
It's campaign season in Brooklyn. Tried and true methods, brand new candidates.
I meet people on the street and I'm like, oh, do you want to register to vote? They're like, I don't do politics.
If she wins, she won't even earn a salary. And he's fighting for the right to face a powerful incumbent.
Can I count on your support for September 13th?
Can these rookies win the first time out?
Oh, like that.
You want to taste some old school political power?
This one is mine.
Welcome to the club. It's run by Frank Setio, the Democratic chairman of Kings County.
You come around like this time of the year, what are you doing right now? You're collecting signatures for candidates.
But the new Kings Democrats are working hard to usurp the throne.
Whoever wins this fight between the progressives and Frank Setio can kind of control things.
In this blue borough, where do you find a Trump supporter? Try the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community.
I think as a religious Jew, you have to be grateful for the fact that it even is looking our way, because we've been ignored for a really long time.
And they're willing to put up with some not-so-religious behavior. This week, from the ground game to the primary night returns, our politics is all local. And in conclusion, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, because there is nothing to fear but a chicken in every pot. Do we or don't we want a future to believe in? Read my lips. I'm just wild about keeping hope alive in the kinder, gentler, unbossed and unbought nation. Si se puede, and country first. Because when they go low, vote for Pedro. Taken together, it's all a bunch of gobbledygook. But the words offered by those who aspire to our nation's highest office are meant to inspire. So what does it really mean to make America great again or be with her? How many times have inspiring words stoked the flames of divisiveness or alternately turned out to be plain old empty promises? I get the feels just like anyone else who listens to an inspiring oratory that gives us a glimpse of America living up to its full potential. That ideal we keep marching towards, knowing we will continually fall short of the glory. But don't stop thinking about tomorrow just yet. There are thousands of dedicated people across the nation ready to stand and deliver on the promise of creating a more perfect union. And we happen to have met some of them for this episode. And whether stepping into elected office at the most hyperlocal level or wearing the crown of a kingmaker, it's all Brooklyn as we go in on politics.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. And frankly, I'm the most solid person up here. I built a tremendous company, and all I want to do is make America great again.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
If Trump was Jewish, we'd be like, oh no, we can't say these things. But he's not Jewish. So we don't expect from him what we expect from our community. I think people found him very relatable because he wasn't trying to hide anything. He was just like this regular guy. In some ways he helped us because if we would keep moving with political correctness, eventually free speech would be gone. And because of him, free speech is protected in some ways.
Everybody, welcome to another Just Enough Heshy show, and we have me and my beautiful Esty.
I think he's an okay person. I've heard that he kind of messed people up over different deals in the past and he was crooked, but I don't know if anybody can say they've always been straight.
We all thought that Trump maybe was a little bit nuts. But the reason why we're not scared of Trump is if you see the way he talks like one of us. He's a regular guy, like me. We're not politicians. We need somebody who's not only a businessman, but who knows how to talk to the people.
Not all Jews support him. There's a mix. But I find that a lot of Jews do support him because he reflects our values, not in what he says, but what he does.
It's always tricky when you talk about Trump. I did not vote for him, and unless his opponent is a terrible person, I will not vote for him again. I don't think anybody's blind to his flaws, to say the least. I detest him as a person. I pray for his impeachment, and yet, so often I find myself so pleased with some of the results of his politicking. Trump does not reflect our values at all, and yet the way it seems to many of us is that he's willing to go to bat for our values.
I am taking to the streets of Brooklyn to see, can these inhabitants answer some very simple questions? So how much about Israel Israel would you say you know?
When you hop and skip around an Orthodox Jewish neighborhood, I'm here today and take many pictures with a transgender who is doing a tremendous Aveira.
Aveira? How?
You don't know what Aveira is? You see, respectfully, I want to talk nicely, but you're total Torah ignoramus.
Anything in the Torah that spews hate is not the Yetzer Tov.
But he's
Because
not spewing hate. I will get
if you
a
judge
scissor
someone,
out.
like you have a right to judge. God has a right to judge.
No,
We
you
don't have a right.
judge anybody.
Even if you have an issue with, you know, some of the things that she does.
Flatbush girl.
Yeah, sometimes it's at least better to have somebody that's Jewish, that's from that, it cares more about the community, even though you might have other slighter issues. In the bigger picture, sometimes that's more important, and that's kind of the same thing that we're going to talk about later with Trump. Look at the alternative.
Rabbi Levin, do you like Trump or don't like Trump?
Mixed bag, he's much better than anybody else around.
So you're this man who cheats on his wife.
He acts brash and loud, and but like
And
you're
guess
him,
what?
you support.
Can I answer you?
Okay.
It's very simple. Listen to me. If Flatbush Mama wasn't a religious Jew, I couldn't care less if she's representing me and you.
This is my point. I didn't like Obama as president. I'm going to tell you right now.
You loved him.
I liked him because he promised in the beginning to do change. He was young, he was energetic, and at the end he didn't come through with all the things that he promised. But he had one good line that I use. To serve your country is not to serve in the military, it's to serve your fellow man. I want to give back to my community that has helped me raise my children, that has allowed me to live here in peace and has helped me. Come. This is a picture that we found only a couple of years ago. My father in the background with all his family, 10 of them, a couple of nieces and nephews. They were all killed out in the war. And he came alone to America. Now I have 100 nephews and nieces. I wish he would have been alive to see. We had a Holocaust that wiped out almost everybody in this neighborhood. Had an uncle, a father, a grandfather, families wiped out and killed. We needed a place to go. Borough Park can only fit so many people. They ended up in Israel.
It really comes down to one word, and that's Israel. The safety and security of Israel is a very important topic, and we could forgive and overlook a lot of other things. That's the most important thing for most of us.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did.
No, Trump is not preaching anti-Semitism. What do you want him to say? That nobody caused trouble, there was a demonstration. Both people started fighting.
I don't think he's a racist or an anti-Semite. I don't think he's committed to any idea, positive or negative, unless it lines his pockets. That's my personal view. I think he absolutely has said and done things that have empowered and emboldened anti-Semites. This nationalistic, nativistic, populist kind of approach almost always goes hand in hand with anti-Semitism.
I am the least anti-Semitic person that you've ever seen in your entire life.
You're saying that Trump supposedly supports the KKK, so that would be against us, so we should be like, oh, Trump's not on our side. How could Trump be anti-Semitic? I mean, his daughter married a Jew. I think part of being a Jew was learning to be grateful. If Trump would have just freed Rabashkin, that would have been enough. If he would have moved the embassy to Jerusalem, it would have been enough. And like, he's done so much above that. His actions speak louder than his words. So let him say whatever he wants. If we're gonna be protected and he's gonna like care about what we think and what we want, I think as a religious Jew, you have to be grateful for the fact that he even is looking our way, because we've been ignored for a really long time.
While some Brooklynites grapple with their conflicting opinions of the president, others have been spurred to action, from protesting in the streets to throwing their hats into the ring for the very first time.
Good morning. It's the crack of dawn, and I'm on my way to the poll site.
We're here at the Civic Center, and my amazing mother is helping out.
If you have not yet gone out to vote, I'm really appealing to you right now. If you live in the 45th district, if you live in my neighborhood, please go out to Edward Armand. This is really the last hour. This is the final hour on the battlefield. I just want to thank you so much for your support, really.
I gotta pick one guy up.
Yeah. It's just peep the polls. All right, see you.
What? Are there right now? Or are you? Let me type. Stop. I just said give yourself some breathing time.
So 45.73% of the votes are in. Yes.
1458. Wow. If someone would have told me a few months ago that I'd be adding an additional project to my plate, like running for district leader, I wouldn't have thought that time existed. But there's really always more time in the day. You just sleep less. My name is Adina. I'm running for district leader. If you could put this on your fridge, if you happen to go out and vote on the 13th, 2 days after Rosh Hashanah, please check off my name on the ballot. Okay. Thank you so much. People are very I meet people on the street and I'm like, oh, do you want to register to vote? They're like, I don't do politics. And I laugh because I would have said the same exact thing just a couple of months ago.
Hi, Stephanie. This is Ross Spark and the Democratic candidate for state senate in your neighborhood. Wanted to reach out and thank you so much for speaking to one of our volunteers. We have a big election coming up next Thursday, September 13th. Thanks. Have a nice day. We're calling undecided voters right now. We have roughly, I think, at least 300 in our system. It's my mom.
We get that. These need to be sealed too or not while we're at it.
I hope to see you soon. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Bye-bye. All right. Put them in the likely. I'm getting them. I'm knocking them down.
There are a number of candidates running against incumbents or running for their party nomination who are organizing both on the ground and digitally. They're running something similar to the playbook we saw from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in Queens and the Bronx when she unseated longtime Congressman Joe Crowley. And people hoping to capture the same type of energy, run a similar campaign that combines lots of door knocking, lots of flyering, and also the digital presence. What you can gauge by often is, does the campaign seem organized? Do they seem to have a plan? When you're looking at the campaign digitally, do they seem to have a lot of following? Are the things they're putting out on social media getting pickup? Now, that can also be a smokescreen of sorts because they have to combine that with the on-the-ground work as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much.
Put you up there
And I'm going to put it on my Insta story. You know who I am, right? Okay, good. I am transparent. I have the power on my phone to wave my Insta story in front of another elected official, which I have done, and said, we want to know why you, nah. And that's more powerful than one person. So when you elect me, you're not just electing me, you're electing the 40,000 followers that watch what I do and have the ability to get involved if they feel inspired to do that.
I'm asking him to answer my question. He's ignoring me. Ari, you have nothing to say? Ari, you contested 3,700 signatures and you think I have less than 500. Look at this. Oh my God.
I mean, I think the baby boomers messed it up enough. Maybe the millennials do
Millennials will fix it. What do you think about the fact that I ate that egg sandwich this morning at 7-Eleven with the ham on it?
If you want it, no good for the revolution, no good for politics. You have to be in tip-top shape to win.
Yeah. No, I never thought I'd run for office. I didn't imagine it. It wasn't my aspiration at all. It wasn't an ambition. Then Trump became president, and Marty Golden had no opponent in 2016, and I felt that we could do better, and I felt motivated to run.
Let's not just laugh at jokes. Let's not just do humor. Let's not just watch makeup videos. And let's see how we can use our unified voices to make sure we leave over a legacy for the next generation that's better than the one we have right now.
We're seeing more people questioning the traditional power sources. We're seeing more people question why an incumbent that they have never really heard of continues to be reelected year after year. And people questioning, why not throw my hat in the ring and see if maybe I can bring some of this energy to elected office. But incumbency is still incredibly powerful. You should not typically bet against an incumbent. We've seen incumbents win while under indictment, amid scandal, but there's undeniably more activism, more energy than we've seen in past election cycles.
So 45.73% of the votes are in. Yes. 40.15% of the votes are for Ross. Okay. And 59.25% of the votes are for Andrew Ganaris.
41. We still got time. We still got time.
It's only 40%. Not even half of the votes are in.
Not even half. It's all good.
Yeah, go.
Tonight is the night of my cousin's bar mitzvah. Family comes first, so while I'd love to be at the polls waiting to see the results, I'm happy to be here and celebrate with family and be amongst my community.
Where are we going next? We're staying here at the party for a little longer, and then we're going home.
No, I'm sorry that you're not happy. That's a lot.
He didn't even do anything.
He doesn't need to.
I don't get it.
What happened?
Simcha Felder won.
Oh, you just said it.
Wow.
I have a question. You know how there's a list that the Sephardic community gives out of people to vote for in
Yeah.
the Sephardic community?
Yeah.
Did you get on that list?
She was on the list. I think
No,
so.
I wasn't. Well, in like more in like our like yeshivish world, I was not on the list.
Why?
Because people don't like social
They don't
media
want wild
people.
cards.
It's like writing in Verona.
This live.
54%.
What?
Same, 54% still the same numbers. Yeah.
So potentially we could do it there. 64 is close. 59 is
Ross is actually closer to Andrew than he was before.
Okay.
So this is okay.
Yeah? They have 70% of the results are in St. Paul.
For this, that's not good. Oh wow. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine. That's okay. We tried.
You tried. Tried is not the word.
That's okay.
You didn't try, Dina. You did the Herculean impossible.
Wow, she won by a lot.
She's not winning done. It's not done yet.
No, it's done.
It's
It's done.
71%. It could,
No, it's not.
Where
It's
did you
not.
find
It's look,
this?
it's 30 to 69.
I have a group. I have a WhatsApp.
No, it's over. It's over. It's okay. We tried. We tried. There's nothing to do. It's okay. It's okay.
You know, it's tough. It's tough. I know this is not the night we wanted. It's not the night I wanted. We put in all these hours, and to go into something like this and not to have it go our way is hard. But I just wanted to remember that we always discuss win or lose. It just wasn't about a campaign. It wasn't about a victory. I mean, we stood up to an establishment that never wanted us to win. And while the establishment won this round, that doesn't mean we all disappear. It doesn't mean we don't stop working. It doesn't mean we don't stop fighting.
So, guys, here I am being the deliverer of the news. The majority of the vote has gone to Margarita by quite a significant number, and that's that. Chaim, come. I want to thank Chaim over here for being the most supportive and amazing
That's what I'm here
husband.
for, and you're always a winner to me.
Thank you.
All of you got out there and fought, and you just can't give up the fight. You got to keep fighting and fighting for what you want.
Win or lose, for political clubs, primary elections are battles in a larger war to get their party into power. But what's the party line when political clubs are in the middle of a family feud. A political club is an organization of individuals who've joined together to influence the outcome of an election. And unlike a special interest group that might form around a single issue like universal health care or banning horse-drawn carriages, political clubs can whip up party loyalists, share financial resources and people power to push potential candidates forward, all in the service of getting their political party into office.
So are political clubs not going to go the way of the dodo?
No, political clubs are here to stay.
Really?
Yeah, political clubs are here.
Steve Witt is the editor-in-chief of Kings County Politics and has been covering the subject way before Change We Can Believe became Drain the Swamp.
So where do you think we are right now in the arc of politics in Brooklyn? From even just the Bloomberg at the beginning of his era till now, and the voices that are emerging on the political scene, and a lot of them are coming from Brooklyn.
Well, with the loss of Joe Crowley, I actually think Brooklyn can be the new boss. Whoever wins this fight between the progressives and Frank Seddio can kind of control things. I think Frank could probably know that better because he's just been in politics so long. But if the progressives win out, it could be the new King's Democrats. But I think Brooklyn's in a good position to be kingmakers now.
In the 1950s and 60s, political clubs were where local power brokers turned out votes for candidates by making sure their constituents stayed off the unemployment lines and being a direct link to the folks in the halls of power. A little advice about meeting Brooklyn's kingmaker. If you're going to Frank Seddio's Canarsie Law Office on a Friday afternoon, you should probably skip lunch because you'll smell him before you see him. More specifically, you'll smell the meatballs, sausage, and Sunday gravy he makes to serve family style to his staff and, on this day, the going-in crew.
Oh, like that? That's awesome. I've been in politics since 1965.
If you're Brooklyn's last kingmaker, how do you make a king?
No, I don't know if I'm a kingmaker, but I do know that it comes down to looking at what's going to be best. My first rule is what's going to be good for the borough.
Yeah.
Who's the best person? I'd like to say if I'm a political boss, that the organization I've led has done outstandingly well in choosing candidates who are great in office, who do a good job, and most of all, come from the grassroots. Political clubs have been a chance for the little guy, for the poor people, for the people who don't have any real other outlet to come and go to a place and be in power. And that's what happens, at least in my political club. My club, Thomas Jefferson Democratic Club, was formed in 1958.
What do you think it means when people describe you as old school?
If old school is standing up for what's right, regardless of whether it's popular or not, then I'm old school.
So on the other side of that, what does it mean if you hear about a club called the New Kings Democrats and what that could represent? To say, okay, we have old school and the new school. Do they call you for advice and say, you've gone down the road? What do we need to do as the New Kings?
Well, if they don't, it's their loss, and that's occurred. They haven't. Sometimes we've had discussions. I welcome everybody. I tried to explain my position about the party is that we're an all-encompassing party.
Yeah.
We're not the Republicans. We don't throw people out, and that's why I refuse to act in any way, shape, or form against Senator Felder. I'd like to call him, I'd like to call the IDC, the other Democrats. This is a party that has more than one viewpoint.
At a time when political novices are snagging headlines and winning elections, the tension between the new guard and the old school is apparent.
So the political clubs were the space of political activity in Brooklyn for many years, and now we're seeing an evolving face of that. And I think that political clubs aren't going to go away. They definitely have a place in this picture, but we're now dealing with how people want to engage with this work and where the major players were historically. And it's hard to say what's going to happen in the future, but I think there's a space for both.
It would be overkill to call Brandon West and his clubmates Kingslayers, but the new Kings Democrats are endeavoring to be the change they want to see, and they're starting where they live. So if you guys are endeavoring to make politics more transparent and responsive, what would you say the state of local politics is right now in Brooklyn?
Like there's a reason why the races, every year when there's a primary, it's like 10% of registered voters show up because people don't know what's going on. So Rep Your Block is about becoming a part of that process and having that direct contact. And right now, it's done behind closed doors in a way that people don't really know what's going on. People don't know where to plug in, people don't know what's happening, and we're trying to change that by letting people individually be a part of that process.
Thanks for going in on politics with us. We hope you'll continue to vote with your views and check out this or previous episodes of Going In at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that you've all seen one of these before.
What the hell is that?
That's a computer. And what I'd like to know now is, how many of you have ever had the distinct displeasure of being subjected to the business of a travel agency?
Tell me about it.
Well, Mr. Bauer, where did you go on your last vacation?
Vail.
Okay, and how did you go about booking your travel, if I may inquire?
My wife did.
Okay, does your wife book all your travel?
Well, either her or my secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. And what about you, Mr. White? Where did you go on your last vacation?
My secretary handles my travel also.
Right. Okay, well, if it's okay with you, I'd like to paint a picture of what this experience might look like for your wife or secretary or whoever. She may have a favorite airline. She may dial that 800 number and be put on hold for 2 hours. Or she may decide she likes to suss out the market, see what her options are, and do a price compare.
I don't need to do a price compare.
No offense intended, Mr. Falk. I'm sure you don't, but many Americans do, which is precisely why this idea of mine is such a boondoggle. Isn't that right, John?
Yeah, boondoggle.
Yes. So as I was saying, your wife or secretary will head down to the travel agency where she won't fare much better.
Good morning, Richard. Glenda, you're looking lovely as always. Would you like some coffee?
I know where it is.
You see, travel agencies tend to carry the smell of rotting wallpaper, and your wife or secretary will get to know this stench well while she waits in the reception area for an hour or two.
Mrs. Brooks. Glenda.
Whenever one of these agents gets off the phone to attend to her, as they have no concept of customer service or punctuality whatsoever.
Maybe with a few days stopover in Miami on the way back. Then that's what we shall do.
So once she's finally brought back to have a consultation with one of these lackadaisical agents, she'll be desperate to get out of there, and more often than not, we'll just end up telling the agent to book travel on the airline of his choosing, foregoing the price compare, which is the entire reason she sought out the travel agency in the first place. By the time she gets home, she will have wasted 5 hours that could have been better served handling your expenses.
Say, Glenda, how you doing? Just fine. How you doing? Would you like to come to dinner tonight? Oh, no, I can't. I got to go along to church after work. You sure? Nothing personal. Never is.
So, Mr. Falk, I'd like you to say goodbye to inconvenience and say hello to John. Say hello to www travel.
What is it?
It's a website available to anyone, anywhere with internet access.
How does it work?
Well, we created a script that is able to pull up ticket prices for all the major airlines.
A script? TWA?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fuck TWA. What about American?
I'll tell you what, you can actually take it a step further and select which airlines you'd like to compare,
But what about American?
especially American.
I love it. It's genius.
You boys sure are geniuses. You know, your father always said there was something special about you.
Shelley, bring in the tray, please.
Oh, looky, looky, looky.
Okay, John, we're getting the tray.
Your hair looks nice today, Shelley. Here's to travel.
To travel. A vote for Asante.
Oh, there's nothing in your glass.
Oh, no.
Wanda, is it a good time?
Mr. Lewis.
I can come back later.
No.
One more initial.
All right.
It was a lovely service, don't you think?
You did a great job, Mr. Lewis. And perhaps I'd even say it was lovely if it was somebody else's funeral. But you did a great job.
Of course. Thank you so much for saying so.
I keep thinking about you.
Oh.
Don't get excited. Whenever I see a traffic cone, they used to vex me. So I said, damn it, I thought I had a parking spot. Then I have to go all the way around the block, and I seem to see them everywhere now. They still piss me off. But I think about you. And I think about Hilton. And I think about not parking for a split second.
Glenda, he loved you so much.
He did, didn't he? I'm good. It's good.
How'd it go?
Not good. Not good.
What do you mean not good?
There was an incident.
What kind of incident?
One of the investors in Scotch, it's in the computer.
What are you talking about? Did you get it out?
I blew on it, it wasn't working. Pass me the plug.
Yeah.
Okay, turn it on.
It's not turning on.
Oh man, it's okay. Get the backup, we'll recover what we have.
There is no backup. That was our only floppy.
What? But I could. Happy birthday, baby.
Hello? Oh, hi. Hi, honey. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very sweet. No, I don't have many plans for today. Maybe go for a walk, read, go to lunch with the girls from church, maybe. What are you up to? Good luck with that. No, I'm not going in today. Sherry, darling, how am I supposed to get any work done if I can't get to my desk?
Maybe you're not supposed to get any work done today. Maybe you're supposed to take the day off.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Glenda. Happy birthday to you.
All right. I mean, nice, Dahlia. Since you went to all this trouble, even though you know I hate birthdays.
That's very kind of you, Glenda.
Say, Glenda, you're a Libra, right?
Right.
I always forget what I am.
Pisces, Richard. You're classic Pisces.
What are you, Sherry?
I don't believe in astrology.
Well, I'm going back to work. Especially after this delicious breakfast.
Glenda, you ain't working today.
Shoo where?
Somewhere, not here.
All right. Can I at least do the dishes?
No!
Old Flatfoot, back again.
Or rather, they be flat than too lefty.
I'd laugh if you weren't so predictable. And a bad liar.
You can see right through me, can't you?
It's that right there on your lip that always dances right before you lie to me. And then you smile to cover it up.
I don't know, Richard. My heart breaks for her. It really does.
She seems to think the only solution is to work, but she needs time. What?
So you're like the expert on the healing process over here?
What do you mean?
It's not like Frederick was that long ago, and you were working something like, what, 16 hours a day after the fact, and we didn't say nothing. We even took time out of our schedule to do those team building exercises or whatever the hell they're called.
Well, it'd be nice to offer her an option.
Option?
For time off.
I suppose it's the kind thing to do. You think we can afford it?
She would know better than us.
Well, then perhaps maybe we just suggest it?
We could talk to Malik about it.
Say, Richard, do you hear the faucet running?
Sorry, love. Ma'am. Sorry, do you work here?
You lost?
No, I don't think so. This is the Bedford-Stuyvesant Travel Bureau,
Yes.
and you work here.
Why ask?
Well, I'd like to meet with you sometime about it. Maybe you could come by my office.
I don't think so, love.
Oh, ma'am, I'm starting a new kind of travel agency, and we'd like it if you would consider becoming a consult.
We? Who is we?
My business partners and I. It would be a great opportunity for you.
Don't excite me, love.
Well, here's my card.
There's my old White Pages trick rearing its head. AAA Bed-Stuy Travel Bureau. They always go to the top of the list.
You're so strange. I'm kind of curious.
Okay, well, call anytime you want.
Looks nice, doesn't it? The 1950s, before black folks existed. Aruba, Jamaica too. Lands of the white people, all up in their resorts. They was buying what they was sold. Maybe occasionally you'd see some melanin shuttling drinks to the pool. And by occasionally, I mean a sighting as rare as a white guy on Nostrand Avenue. Richard, Sherry, and I used to stay late at the bureau and try to tape over all the parts with people in them. That way we wouldn't have to tell our clients to cover their eyes for an authentic experience, for a glimpse of reality.
Thanks so much for coming, Linda. I really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is it.
I see. Well, first things first. You're gonna need some furniture in here to make a waiting room. Invite your clients in, make them comfortable.
Well, actually, this is just Mark's dad's office.
Hey, you must be Glenda.
Yes.
Mark, lovely to meet you. As John was saying, we're just waiting to get a little bit more business before we can begin investing in a proper waiting area.
It looks like you're investing enough. So, what y'all want from me? I'm not here to consult on interior design.
Right, well, we were hoping that you could run us through how to book a trip on an airline.
And why would I do that?
$100 cash in hand?
I don't care about cash in hand.
Right, of course.
When I first saw this young man stalking outside my travel agency,
Was I stalking?
I thought that's peculiar. What's he after?
Well, we just
Now
want...
I'm learning that he wants to know how to do what I do.
Yeah, right. That's right.
That's
Interesting.
So you'll help us.
This time? Sure. Suppose I neglected to mention we work the phones at the bureau. Well, can't be too hard. Now let's see. Hello? I'm done.
This is great, Glenda. But if you can, we'd like you to do this with all the major airlines.
What for? TWA be giving you the best bang for your buck.
Well, we're prototyping this new kind of customer service. It's all about options and choices for the customer.
Y'all really want me to earn my money?
Oh, but you said...
I'll be taking that money, honey.
What's that saying? Nothing in life is for free.
Well, where you running after? I thought you was gonna watch and learn. Hmm?
Where did he find that woman anyway?
311, I think.
No, I mean, where does she live?
I think her shop's in Crown Heights.
Oh, is that in New Jersey?
No, it's...
You live in New Jersey, right?
No, I live in Brooklyn. Look, none of us know how to process an order manually. So she's just here. John's idea is that...
Okay, so wait, she's going to field all the incoming travel requests?
I think that's John's idea, while the site's in beta at least. I'd prefer if they focused on rebuilding the code.
I'm sorry, does she have tentacles, this woman? Because, you know, we're advertising vacations in minutes here. You know, it's our tagline. It's halfway to becoming trademarked by me. You know, how many calls can she be on at once?
Yeah, we'd probably have to scale back.
Okay. Stop.
What?
Just stop.
What I'm doing?
Yeah, exactly what you're doing.
Okay.
Look, I need your undivided attention here. We're doing this all wrong. You know, we can't fix a problem with a half-assed solution. We need to stop asking the customers what they want. We should be telling them.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you got to tell the people what they want. Yeah.
Okay, what do they want?
What they want is cheap exotic flights to somewhere they've never been before. Somewhere like Jamaica.
They do?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We call up Air Jamaica. We buy out a block of tickets for a discounted rate, peddle those tickets to our customers, still at a discount, only slightly less discounted than what we paid for, and we make the profit.
Don't our clients want to go somewhere like Colorado or Florida? I mean, based off what John said at the meeting, it sounds like there wasn't a large appetite for Jamaica.
Thanks for your input, but no. If we sell it right, there's a huge appetite. There's always an appetite. What we have to do right now is get John to get that woman on the phone with Air Jamaica.
I don't know. That's not what we pitched the investors. And also, that's not what John and I built.
Yeah, who cares what we pitch the investors? They don't. As long as they're making money, they could care less. And you sitting here fiddling around with that, that's not bringing any ROI. I'll tell you that much.
Right. Well,
It's just making me sad. I mean, honestly. You make me sad, just your presence. This is my dad's office.
Okay, look, Mark, with all due respect, I think John and I were initially interested in this project because it presented an exciting computational-based challenge, not because it was a call center.
Oh, so that's what excited you? You were excited by that. Calculator boys. You just want to mess around on your calculators all day.
You all asked for it. What's this? That is a full 10 airline price compare.
Where did that woman go?
But what? She went home. I gave her $100.
So it went well?
Well, as in we now know how long it takes to do a manual price compare and how completely useless the website is without an API.
Jesus, in English, John.
Okay, an API. We need an API because that will aggregate all of the data we need for all of the major airlines.
In English, we're fucked.
No, we're not. We're not fucked. We're not finished or anything else. Plan Air Jamaica is in full effect.
Turns out that hack job we did to America's whitest home videos wasn't so great. So I got to thinking, I can make my own reels, filled with everything and everyone I loved. Hilton was always there, of course. And Gloria, too. The three of us. Oh, this was supposed to be a promo. Jamaica. White sandy beaches, clear crystal waters. Come for a sail, stay for the rich history and culture. Jamaica, feel the sand between your toes.
I got it. We'll make a commercial.
Hey, what are you thinking?
I was just thinking I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
I was also thinking that this isn't what it was cracked up to be.
Well, it never is. But you have to admit, on paper, it's a pretty sexy opportunity.
Sexy?
Well, yeah, getting paid to do something that you'd normally be doing at home. In your bedroom, at night, alone.
You ever hear that thing about not wanting to make your hobbies your career?
No, I don't think I heard that one.
Maybe I just made it up. I don't know. I think I should be a chef or something. Cook. Something else. You coming?
No, I'm gonna stay here.
It's Saturday. You don't get overtime.
I'm aware of that. Thank you.
I'm quitting. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I just decided I'm gonna quit.
Just like that?
Yeah, this whole a woman buys bulk tickets to Jamaica. Yeah, it's not what I signed up for.
That's temporary. We were so close to finishing. We are. We are so close to finishing this thing.
I'll see you around.
See you Monday. He'll be back. He'll be back. No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Don't. No, don't. Fuck it. Picked a heck of a day to start smoking again. Should I quit my job? Probably. Maybe. No, I don't know. Does anyone even really like their job? No. No, John, don't go down that route. Don't do it. Don't do it. That Glenda lady seems to. Wonder what their office is like. Maybe they do team building exercises.
I hate tomatoes. I have a dog named Tomato. Tomatoes are a fruit.
You hate tomatoes. That's the lie.
Wrong. I don't have a dog.
We should probably do more team building exercises. No, Mark wouldn't want that. Mark would want that at all. What else do people do? Summer Fridays? Summer Fridays.
Have a good weekend, all. I've got to catch my ride to the Hamptons.
I'm looking to get out of work when I should be working. Obviously, I can't do that now. Got too much on my plate. Also, I like what I'm doing. Just like Glenda likes what she's doing. Maybe she'd like to help out Plein Air Jamaica. She loves doing that stuff. This would let me code more. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. And Matt'll come back. Yeah, I like the way that sounds. That'd be good. Am I gonna sleep out here? I wonder where Glenda sleeps. Does she have a girlfriend? Is that weird that I think that? It's just the vibe that I got. She doesn't seem to respect men. She doesn't seem to have any respect for me. And I'm a man. Well, kind of. No, I am. Am I really gonna sleep out here? Is that good for me? It's probably good that I have a flat surface.
Bedside Travel Bureau, who's calling? Hi, John. No, I told all of y'all I was staying in today. No, I'm staying put. A block of how many? Oh, you have that many friends? What are y'all gonna do? You know what? Why don't you come in and talk to us about it? No, come in and talk to us about it. All right? Okay. Bye-bye.
Who was that?
A new friend.
Look, Glenda, Sherry and I want to talk to you about something. I'm gonna put some more coffee on.
Hello, Mr. Frederick. What can I do you for?
Glenda, I was hoping you could get me a couple of tickets to Bridgetown.
A couple?
Yeah, it'll be 2.
I tell you, Frederick, I always did say you had some kind of brass balls.
What do you mean by that?
We're not the only travel agency on this block, you know?
Do you not want my business?
Not particularly, no.
Well then, I thought we could be adult here, but clearly not.
2 tickets, Frederick? 2 tickets? You're real slick there.
You could have gotten him the tickets. I would have been all right.
Oh, really? Mister, I have to make a pot of coffee right this instant. What was it you two wanted to talk to me about?
Lord. Did you get off at the wrong stop, or...?
Yes, well, I'm here to see Glenda.
This is John. He's my protege. He is Glenda to my Malik. He is a travel agent in training.
Yes, well, I actually was hoping that Glenda could show me how to buy tickets in bulk.
To Kingston, isn't it?
Yes. Well, not for me.
You got a church group or something?
Not yet. Do you know of one?
Glenda, would you mind helping me with something in the back for a minute?
No? I got it.
And I'll help John.
Look, Glenn, I know you don't much like talking about this, and we felt terrible ever since Hilton's passing, and also a little worried.
We have to talk about this now.
I just think that you are throwing yourself into work instead of allowing yourself proper time to grieve.
Everyone should be allowed to cope in their own way.
Richard and I think that it would be best for you to take some time off.
Time off? So you're kicking out the boss now?
No, never. It would be paid time off.
I don't get paid to sit at home on my ass. I'm no charity case.
It's not like that.
Oh, what's it like then?
Malik approved it.
Malik left me in charge. Did he not? There was no asterisk when he gave me the keys to the bureau.
We just want what's best for you.
I am doing what's best for me. I'm at work, doing what I love.
Glenda, please, just give it some time.
Well, maybe some time away from the office would be good. People are willing to pay me for my consulting expertise.
Is that all right?
That man John out there and his partner, they want to pay me to show them the ropes.
I don't think it's a good idea for you to be taking time off just to work more, especially not for some numbnuts who are trying to poach our clients.
What do you mean poach our clients?
What a white boy like that doing buying bulk to Kingston?
So how did you meet Glenda then?
Here?
I ain't seen you around here before.
Well, outside. My friends and I are building a search engine for airlines. So it's kind of like what you do, but with a computer.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Sherry, relax. You think a boy like that mean any harm?
1 week. Just think about it. I ain't telling you what to do. Just think about it.
Sound like she was telling me what to do, yeah? No commercial today. No selling. Just relaxing. Trying to enjoy my vacation. Which is a lot less enjoyable when it's not your choice. Like a lot of things in life, I suppose. Took that paid week of leave. Left with John. Showed him how to order up to 50 vouchers with Amancia, my contact at Air Jamaica. Made my commission and said, hey, mind if I get one? He said, no problem. Sherry was right. I did need a little break. Joan and them had some big plan to push the tickets on their clients and make back the difference as their investment. Some business plan. It'll never work. But Joan's a sweet guy. He means well. I think it's important to support people who share your passion. That's how I got where I am. And Harborview. Sand beneath my toes and... I think it would be nice if some guys stopped by and chatted me up. Oh, a welcome distraction that would be. Instead, I sit here with my thoughts. Thoughts of Hilton. Thoughts of how I'm actually alone.
Excuse me, are you hiring?
What makes you think I'm in charge here?
Thanks, Malik.
All right, see you in 9 months.
A hunch.
Well, you got a good hunch. But we ain't hiring at the moment. We might have a spot opening up in the secretarial pool when Lita has her baby in a couple of months.
I'm looking to be an agent.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Booking travel's a valuable trait to have.
Is it now?
I'd like to be able to visit my family, help others do the same.
Where are you from?
Glenda.
Where you from, Glenda?
Honolulu. It's a small town near Port of Spain.
I know where it is. I'm Trini myself. So you want to work here so you can go on vacation back home, huh?
You got me there.
We'll give you a call, Glenda.
Our line's down now, but I can call you.
Come on, all aboard.
Where are we going?
We're going to visit Grandpa's house. All aboard.
All aboard is for boats, I think. This is a plane, right?
We're flying. We're flying.
Okay, come on. Ready for takeoff? Okay. Get in.
Wait. We need to wait for my mom.
Before we go?
Where's my mom?
She better hurry because I'm going to take off.
Where's my mom?
Baby, don't worry. It's not real. It's okay. Look, take this.
Cool.
If you like him that much, why don't you just tell him?
Excuse me?
I always see you stalking around here, scoping someone out.
I'm scoping out a job. What are you doing?
All right. No need to get testy.
I'll get however I feel.
I'm Hilton.
Mm-hmm.
And you are?
Name's Glenda.
It's a pleasure.
And how is it going?
It's all right.
I know it's not ideal, but it's a start. And I was serious about what I said before. I work late on Monday nights, and you can shadow me. See how it's done.
What happens after I learn the ropes? Will you be offloading some clients to me?
We can talk about it.
And I'd make a little commission too?
We'll discuss that when the time comes. For now, it's time to crunch those numbers.
Thanks, Mr. Malik.
Pass me a red stripe, Mon. Jamaica. It's more than a beach. It's a country. Am I in love? Or is this my one love? The capital of Jamaica is Kingston. Jamaica. Once you go, you know. All right, I think something's off. Can I see the frame?
Sure.
Cool. Can you actually turn around for me?
You want to see the frame while you're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe some kind of more earnest approach to work.
What?
Like you're still selling something, but on the surface it's less out.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Good note. Good note. All right, we good? Hi there. My name's Mark Johnson, and I created www Travel so you can get where you need to go in as little amount of time as possible, for as cheap as possible, without sacrificing any comforts along the way. That's www.travel.com. Try it today. Okay, cut. Nice. That was supernatural.
Whatever happened to Mrs. Brooks? She was one of our best clients. Maybe I should give her a call.
Arlene will be back. No reason to beg Richard. She may have found someone else for now, but she'll be back. We run a family business. Your clients are family.
I suppose. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. You want one?
No.
All right then.
Hi there. My name's Mark Johnson, and I created www Travel so you can get where you need to go in as little amount of time as possible, for as cheap as possible, without sacrificing any comfort.
$100? It would be a great opportunity for you. My friends and I are building a search engine for
travel.
airlines. It's kind of like what you do, but with the computer.
I love it.
What do you mean poach our clients?
What we have to do right now is get John to get that woman on the phone with Air Jamaica.
It'll never work.
That's www.travel.com.
Are you guys watching?
Try it today.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
Oh, God, name. Can I read one from my book? Because I don't memorize my poems anymore. The hand lowering itself into your pocket. Its swift movement like a thief in broad daylight, the crowded train making it much easier than other times. And you were so easy, too. Such an unsuspecting passenger moving with not enough manic and too stupid to not have tucked your belongings somewhere desperate men could not find them, with their feasting eyes and their unquenched want on a two-pack train car. You won't see this coming. How you will wish you had opened your mouth. Instead, you will move your arm, giving your best disapproving eye. You will feel him upon you. A caress undesired and too ridiculous for anyone to believe your paranoia anyway. You will recognize you are in public and not speak. You aren't the only one who has been made uncomfortable with hot breath, body funk accosting an absent breeze, your moistened hand clenching the sweat sticky of 1 free inch of rail space for dear life. You will understand that it isn't just you without ample room to breathe, or to sit, or stand, or move away freely from the danger of a stranger's hands trespassing your body here. And now you will not be too silly, too green, too new to all of this to think that you would always be spared. So I'm totally a daddy's girl. My dad raised me by himself for a very long time. So like I have a poem in my most recent chapbook about ways that I have learned that my dad showed that he loved me in ways that I just couldn't understand until I was an adult. Like I didn't understand him taking me everywhere that he went was a sign of love. How like I've been sick and he bathed me at 11 years old, and how, you know, like to this day he'll leave a rap on my voicemail and he doesn't know how to rap, but he thinks it's the funniest thing. And so like I'm not easily embarrassed to this day because my dad will do something like that. My dad is a devout Christian, and he is also Nigerian, born in Nigeria. A lot of my poems have used things that he said to me before out of concern, but that actually had a lasting like effect on me and how I saw myself, and not in a good way. Of course, he would prefer to me to be like in the medical field, or to be in marketing, or to be a business owner. Like these are symbols of just security and stability to him, and naturally that's just what he wants from me. And so that's why he doesn't really spend a lot of time trying to like understand what I'm doing. But he reads all my work. Like my dad has read every single book that I've written. And it's mixed. He says I've gotten him to the point where he'll be like, you're a good writer, you're really talented, but I didn't raise you to talk like that. I didn't raise you to use those words. Came to Brooklyn to write, so that's what I've been doing ever since I got here. And I never thought that I would be in New York by myself, but now I am. This whole experience of couch surfing has really shown me what I'm capable of doing by myself. So as I was moving out of that apartment that me and my partner had together, I was moving into an MFA program. Missed out on several opportunities this summer, and while like being all over the place, I've also won things. It's made me financially feel really insecure. Like, if I had a full-time job, then I wouldn't have to worry about so many things on a day-to-day basis. But then there are moments where I feel like I have no worries at all, because I just have to sleep and then go do my work. So it's really hard to explain, but like, it's up and down. It's not across the board affirming. It's not across the board making me question everything. I only question my path when I'm like dumb broke, and I'm like, you know, you have a degree in PR. You could be really making money. And you chose to write poems and stuff, and like, why do we do anything? I love dance so much. Like, I was a dancer before I was a writer. My first dance class, I was 4 years old. My dad put me in an African dance class, and I have pictures. And I've loved it ever since, but I have never seen like a career in dance. I just know that it's something that I do for myself. Like, when I'm in class, I laugh a lot, I smile a lot, I'm completely aware of my body, I'm confident, and I'm excited I get to share the same stage as a company that I respect, and that they're like, you know, that they're taking a chance on us who have just been in a workshop for 2 weeks. Dancing Tomorrow is a good representation of the fact that I've been able to keep my head above water. Even though all this other shit is going on in my life, I've been able to make it to class every day. I show up for myself, and I get to reap the benefits tomorrow. I was molested when I was 6. And then when I was 11, I experienced like a really traumatic doctor visit in which the doctor did something they weren't supposed to do. The term for it is medical rape. You're always going to be marked somehow by the experience that you had. Whether it be you take it and you share it with other people, or it kind of shapes your relationships with people for the rest of your life. Whether it be the boundaries that you create from that, or the things that you just don't allow yourself to do anymore. I think that I am always going to carry those experiences with me. Will I let them rule me? I don't think so, but I think that I will always have it because it's a part of me.
when you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Hey, you've reached Chris. Leave a message.
Hi. We spoke this morning about your filming this documentary of Oric, and I've given it thought, and I just don't feel good about it at all. I don't want to be interviewed about him and bring that all up again. It's too painful and dangerous, may I say.
We had a friendship, we both laughed at things that were involved with serious work and what we're doing. But still, you're friends. I don't know, it's just, friend. Is that what describe what that is? Because it's so much.
A woman who called herself Mary Magdalene called someone, the Department of Health, or maybe she made more than one call, but she called and said, my name is Mary Magdalene, and I'd like to report a dead body.
We didn't call it a cult, of course. A cult never calls itself a cult. I'm a farm boy. Well, I used to be. Gene Kelly taught me how to dance when I was 9 years old. I used to go to movies of Gene Kelly's, see him 2 or 3 times and take notes and practice on my own. So that's what I wanted to do, showbiz.
It was rampant through theater. On a much broader scale, I find that the people in theater are much more curious and open to new things. So that's where it happened, and it was just word of mouth. One person talks to one person, it just spreads.
I got introduced to Todd by my friend. We were in a Broadway show together. When it became talked about astrological charts, I said, $50 at that time was $50. It still is, but I thought, okay, that's an okay investment. And that's how it all started for me with Oric Bobar.
The charts were like 10 pages long, single space. He got it right on the nose for a lot of people.
The gist of the chart was that I've chosen a life of physicality. I grew up in Alabama, my father was a football coach, and then I announced that I wanted to be a ballet dancer. Danced with New York City Ballet and Twyla Tharp and Harkness. And now here I am 67 and I'm still competing in powerlifting. So I still have had a very physical life.
When people went to Oric requesting a chart, if he thought that they were good candidates, he would suggest that they do the meditation which he called the work. The first work was for 9 months. Once a day, try to do it at the same time each day. You sit down and you visualize a circle with a dot in the center, either black on white or white on black, whichever you want. For 5 minutes, you try to keep that, only that in your head. And then the next 5 minutes, you do the next symbol, which was like a crossroads. The last one was equilateral triangle, same thing. The idea was to take everything else out of your brain except that symbol. And after the first meditation, if you've done well enough, you got a next meditation. And the next meditation was different for each person.
But at the time, the overall philosophy was that you're part of a bigger system and that your life on earth was one incarnation. And there are many incarnations that happen. The analogy was a cup with a larger vessel. And you pick the life that you're going to be born into.
I met him in person the first time. I was going to stay 2 weeks with him. God, I didn't know what I was looking for. I was this little tiny, beautiful, picturesque station in Italy. Finally somebody appeared, and it was him. Had this bright red hair. Ooh. I didn't know anything about his past or anything else. I just knew this person.
I was performing with Harkness at the time. We were touring around Europe. I went down to Italy to see him for a day. We went out to go to lunch, and he drove, and all of a sudden, Oric is foaming at the mouth. I mean, he's screaming in Italian, arms waving, and just a road rage manifestation. And after the incident, I was like mouth open, aghast at the whole situation. And he said, no. He said, you have to remember, I'm human. I'm just a vehicle for this message.
I'm not a follower, but when I chose to, I really committed to it, and I became a factor in what he was doing. There were always maybe 2 or 3 people in New City that would help people start, because he was in Italy. So we wrote letters at least once a month. I was kind of a first lieutenant assistant.
I kept my word. Now I'm going.
Oh, you can't go, mister. I won't let you go.
But I've got to. Do you think I can stay here forever?
There ain't no place for you to go. Set back where you came from.
I'll never go back where I came from.
Well, he told me so many times he could never come because the energy here was so intense and so awful it would kill him. And this one time, I didn't hear from him for quite a while. He said he went into a coma. Well, he hated hospitals, hated drugs, hated all that. I think it really freaked him out a bit. The next time I hear from him, he said he's coming to New York to live, which was shocking.
You know, like anybody else who had had their chart done by Oric Bovar, you go, I'd like to meet him.
When he walked in the door from the airport, I didn't recognize him. First of all, he had almost a whole bunch of weight, down to really thin, just looked smaller in every way. His hair was white. It was a big change from red. He told me what he was going to do and what he was going to say and all that sort of thing. I was trying to wrap my head around it. But he told me then that he wanted me to keep notebooks, keep a journal about all this. April 12, 1975. Many disciples and students began a self-imposed period of purification as recommended by Oric. These things include a special diet, no alcohol or drugs, and a vow of celibacy until married. A few celibacy for the rest of their lives.
You'd look at those eyes, and those eyes would be like calm, like the glassy surface of a nice lily pond.
Early on, I was at a couple of parties in New York with him, and every time he moved, like people just, it was like a magnet, like this, like this.
So there were these little things along the way that kind of pulled you closer and closer. And then when it was announced that he was the second coming, I kind of went, what? You're what?
Friday, August 22nd, 1975. Oric began to tell me the most inspiring story. He said that he'd been overshadowed by the Christ for 12 years, and from now on, the return of Christ was a reality. Oh, very exciting to think that you're going to be part of something that people have been waiting for, not just Jesus, but anybody. They all said they'd come back again. Nobody has yet. You know.
Oric, in my estimation, believed that he as the messenger was more important than the message, and started doing some really crazy, goofy stuff, boy.
He would go through an exorcism.
Put a hand here and a hand back here, right there.
Not even a massage. It would almost be like a little circling.
And go through this whole kind of ritual kind of chanty thing about getting rid of it, you know, very dramatic.
You're looking at somebody who's very, very charismatic and is now saying some pretty strange stuff. And it's almost like a character study. You go, what makes this guy tick? What's going on?
September 1st, 1975. Oric had predicted that there would be a major earthquake on that day, and that we should leave the city by 3 p.m., that we should wait there, that we should inform those we love of this, even the ones who were not on the work. People had convoys of people going out of town. So there were rehearsals in New York being canceled because people were afraid and didn't want to stay at rehearsal. They just canceled rehearsal. People got in cars, whatever, they got out, wherever they had to go.
You're talking about like Broadway shows and...
Right. I was organizing people to do whatever. And the last minute, I called him. I was about ready to get out of there. And he said, no, you're coming here. Don't tell anybody. There'll only be a couple of people here. 4:10, we were told time had nothing to do with the message and would hold us in bondage. Said it was a test. It was going to happen another time. Went back to his room. Didn't come out again until the next time it was supposed to happen. And everybody was like full doubt by then. I was in the music room, sitting behind the piano. In the dark, you couldn't even see me. And the others were in the living room, and they were all asleep. And there was a big chandelier over the piano. It was on dim. And he went up there, he looked around, saw the people in there. He went and hit it to make it start moving, and then ran into the living room saying, like, it's happening, look, it's happening. And I don't know, well, I went through a whole bunch of stuff real fast. I knew it was going to collapse. I didn't know how. I had no idea how, but I knew the whole thing was going to fall in.
Well, first of all, everyone in the building was shocked, of course. And then people who lived on that floor was telling me other stories. No wonder. It was like really cold around that time. And for some reason, the people in the 17H, they had their windows wide open because the wind was whistling through the apartment and under the door into the hallway. They were throwing out dozens of air freshener in the compactor room. You know what that's about, right?
I think Oric felt that this was the one. He was going to cure this guy's cancer. They were chanting around him to help him, and he died. So they chant to bring him back to life, which is even better than curing him.
Now it became a news item because it was like a health violation. You're not supposed to have a dead body hanging out without reporting it. Once there was a court date established that he had to show up in court, that was real. I didn't hear about that until after the fact, and I think that's tied directly to his demise.
One morning at 7:30 in the morning, I get a phone call somebody who I had put on the meditation, on the work. He was walking his dog that morning, walked his dog out when the body fell. And he went right back in the house, called me. I remember thinking, oh, well, I knew something was going to happen, but not this.
Can't run any farther. I'm tired. Hearing those dogs in the swamps.
You ain't running no more.
There was a period of letdown and even depression, feeling that I really got took.
Early on, I saw him as a human being. When the message stayed the same, but his behavior became erratic, I was able to separate from it.
I got rid of all my antiques. I got rid of everything, and went back to Midwest because I had no money anyway. I went back home, and I found this group of players. I started telling them this story. He said, "Oh my God, you ought to write this down." So I went back to my little office, and about 3 days I was typing away like a madman, and I finished the thing. Who knows what happened? No one will ever know, I suppose. I think something happened to his brain in that coma in Italy. Something small that allowed his magnetism to somehow stay intact. Anyway, he was my friend. There are many paths in life to roam, some safe, some too safe, some treacherous, some fatal. The one I like to make my home is a path that's on the edge. Living on the edge, living on the edge, walking the line that tests the balance like a tightrope. This life, no nets, living on the edge.
My life is everything from table tennis. When I was a child, we got a really difficult life. When I was age 9, I was already tattooed, smoked full time, we was always on the street fighting with the kids. I meet my coach and I go to the table tennis club. And I was more and more in the clubs and on the streets, so means out of the trouble. After 2 years already, I was like juniors champion in Tajikistan. So far, I'm here 23 years, this country. There's a lot of table tennis players, my level, who wants to be in exactly where I am today. Most of in the countries, they know my clubs, and they come from a lot of countries, from Pakistan, India, Guatemala, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine. A lot of people from all over the world. Wherever they come to New York, they come to my club. I'm now happy. My job's about like coaching, not anymore playing myself. Still, it's not huge operation, you know, it's still small. I have juniors, young boys, they really doing well. When Michel came here, he was 15-year-old. And his father asked me, could you help my son to coach him? What do you think about it? From beginning, I told him, no, I cannot help. But I see from this boy, he have huge, big skills.
When I was 10 years old, that was my first tournament. It was the Israeli national tournament. I came in as a fan of the game, but after this tournament, I understood that it's not something I like or love, it's part of me. I won this tournament and I started playing professionally. My father chose to move everyone here. When I came here, I didn't know anyone. Maybe I was slowly getting into depression. I started looking for a club. Nissan offered me to practice. Right away, I asked how much would it cost. He said that it wouldn't cost me anything. He just wants to practice with me a little bit. Start going to tournaments. He found some people to give money for travel. He built this community for me to support me and help me.
My heart say, you know what, I gotta help this boy. And in my inside ego also, you know, say, you know what, I could make it, this guy, like really good and strong players. My knowledge for 40 years, what I spent for table tennis, I was believing inside in myself, I could help it, and I can coach the boy, and we got a good chance to make with him American team. The way I see today, who is playing nationals today in the US, he can make it. But there's a lot of really strong players in the country, and maybe they're also waiting citizenships.
I need to breathe. Ali, oh.
Come on. Forth hand, back in. Aggressive loop, okay? If anybody from my club make the team in the United States, it's gonna be huge. Imagine that from Brooklyn, you know. The first 3-4 years was establish our club. Another 4 or 5 years was to survive and not close this business, you know. If the Michel make nationals, of course, we're gonna be more populated, and you know, it's like give it a second impulse for our club.
Well, after I had all my finals and work, I'm really happy coming back, preparing for the next Westchester tournament. It's a once-a-month tournament, but in my opinion, this tournament brings the best level of table tennis in the US.
The Westchester Table Tennis Center has the largest monthly table tennis tournaments in the country. We're the only club that has 4-star tournaments every month. Both crosswords and table tennis are brain sports, so I think my puzzle ability comes into play in table tennis. What's cool about our club is the range of skills that are here, all the way from absolute beginners to as good as people get.
The people who playing there, they really strong, you know, it's not like a joke, those guys.
takes a lot to win this kind of tournament. I think the goal is just to win this tournament. Once I'll be able to win this tournament, next step will be much easier.
Michel?
Yes, Nissan.
How are you?
Good, good.
Did you pay or not yet pay?
No, I'm going there right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give them my credit card.
No problem, Nissan.
All right, good luck to you. Be careful.
Bye, thank you. First match is against the number 2 seed in the tournament. Unfortunately, his hand was on top of mine. Went to the 5th game. I lost 3-2 at the end. Surprised me a little bit, but then I came down and I started playing safer and just easier. Next match is very important, so we'll see how it goes. One of the best things in my game is my serve. I'm able to serve almost the same identical serves with different rotations. And that gets a lot of players to make mistakes or give me an easy ball.
This boy is very talented, very talented. And I remember myself when I came here, no one told me, you know why, Nissan, let me help you with the table tennis. And because you have very good skills and you play professionally, and I'm gonna help you. I always feel like I could help this boy, you know. I'm coaching him already for a year, and I don't wanna give up.
You can lose so many times, but the whole beauty of it is to go to practice again, get better. If you lose and you stop, you achieve nothing. I feel that I don't represent only myself at this tournament, but I represent him, the community, and his club. Anyone will be happy just going to Olympics. They might not win or get to the next stage, but they're still representing the country, so that is their pride. So my pride is to represent Nissan's. He wants always his students to be better than him. He wants them to know a little more than him. So I think that is a very good character for a coach, that he's willing to give everything he has.
I like my job. You know, I love what I'm doing, and not many people, I think so, in the world can say I'm happy with my job. When I have chance, anything food, when I know they can eat, I bring here. It's one of my hobby. It's not gorgeous, what you doing? How it's beautiful, how they happy. Look at how many birds I just make happy.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
I was a teenager and I would sleep with my guitar in my bed, and I had a lofted bed at college. I had one of those dreams where you're dancing, and it was a ballroom dancing experience, and I threw a leg out and I kicked my guitar out of the loft, and woke me up by hitting the floor, and then it had a giant crack in it. So I researched it and I fixed it, and it worked. That was the first time I fixed a guitar.
I'm Chloe Smontner.
And I'm Mamie Minch, and we co-own Brooklyn Lutherie.
It's been really empowering to own our own business. And we can kind of write the book. We can do things the way we want. Yeah, I found it really pleasurable and fun and cool to do it with my friend Chloe. We decide how we want to have our days be, how we want the space to be. Part of starting the shop was not only that we wanted to have our own shop, but it was that it felt like the community really had space for it. In a way, I kind of think that the musical community had been failed by all the shops locally being run by, guys.
I think on a whole, it's felt like starting a small business, we felt like we've had a lot of support, whether it be from, our immediate friends and community, or our clientele or the other shops that exist. It hasn't felt like too much of a struggle. Good.
Right. It's the difference between doing something by yourself in a basement and being part of a community. People come in here, they know us, we know them, we've developed these relationships over the years. We've been open for 4 years, and before that we worked in other shops around town. So it feels really good to be part of people's circle in that way.
I really like the analogy of like a doctor's office or maybe even an ER. There's a whole, triage that happens. And it is often like dealing with a person's loved one. People are very attached, and if something comes in with a big injury, they're kind of freaking out.
And I think it's kind of part of both of our sort of ethos, which is fixing. We facilitate things you know, things working again when they stop working. When something feels wrong, come see us, we make it better. Like, that's cool. I think there's an amount of grit in that that we both identify with. I think of craftsmanship and the kind of craftsmanship that we would like to do here as being something that you develop. You know, if you do our job well, I've heard someone say, it's impossible to tell that anyone has touched the guitar. Just sort of a downer in a way, right? If you do a good job, it's totally invisible. It looks like the break never happened, but it's really satisfying.
And when I think of craftsmanship, I also think of like the history and tradition of a particular trade. Almost like a society of people kind of information sharing, and you know, there's a whole history of technique and development. So yeah, I think of that.
I've really enjoyed meeting working musicians, working across the board, different kinds of music and different capacities. But I've been surprised how like rewarding it's been to work with amateur musicians. Somebody who's learning, somebody who's a kid, people who pick it up after years of having put it down. I really like that. People get a lot of pleasure out of it, and it's a way that kind of anybody could have access to art or something creative or something, you know, that maybe feels a little bit bigger than day-to-day life.
Brooklyn's music scene, yeah, I feel like it's, you know, bubbling away.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, and particularly, I mean, from what I've seen, in kind of the roots music scene,
right,
and folk music, yeah, which has always been there in New York, but Brooklyn, yeah, there's a few just kind of like roots and world music stronghold venues like Barbez and Jalopy Theater and Sunny's that just, you know, have jams and open mics and just kind of community hub. Yeah, I think the music scene is really accessible and it's really varied.
She said it. I don't know if I need to say anything else. It's actually like kind of a high pressure situation, you guys. They're looking at us and expecting us to be brilliant.
We are at the Amorphic Robot Works studio in Red Hook. It's also known as the Robotic Church. There is actually an interesting history of this building.
This place, in 1880, there was a whole crew of Norwegians that were building this church, and they were fishermen that worked out here. They labored intensely, and then they started bringing together all these beams, and they built this church. The labor of building this church by those individuals is amazing.
The mission of Amorphic Robot Works is to create large-scale robotic sculpture.
Studying traditional art, I was always drawn to dance and movement too. That was a kind of a natural evolution that from performing with my body, I abandoned my body and I began to animate the skin that I would wear in my performances.
The mission was to find an expression in these robotic machines that is close to communication. How would they communicate with each other? A lot of the performers are percussive. They're string instruments, chime instrument. Some, you know, they play their own body, but there's a lot of rhythm. And rhythm goes back to the origin of communication.
They struggle because they're machines. You feel empathy for them because They're nuts and bolts, and they're imitating human behavior. Spastic and pathetic, elegant and graceful, perhaps.
They do counter to a certain extent these expectations of the dystopian view on robots. They are human in their own way.
The spiritual aspect of this work emerges out of the years of doing it. In the early days when I began making machines, they were made from different components that were often sacrificed from other machines, let's say. So each one was, the delivering of each of these guys into a life form was a physical ordeal. I thought in a contemporary way I could deem these robotic saints as opposed to just robots.
Chico's interest in the human body has led him to experiment with another material, which is a composite high tensile fabric, to find this soft movement.
I made a whole body of more like architectural scale inflatables that have been playing out these sort of lessons in how to make the ultimate soft machine that's humanoid and humanoid in scale.
They do reflect on aspects of living organisms, so you can feel, when they perform, you can feel that they're alive.
The border crosser is this artwork that is meant to sort of propose this ephemeral gesture of peace and unity. This wheeled blob of fabric appears in the desert setting, in the rugged terrain of the border, begins to deploy. And the idea is that the border crosser grows into a monumental height arc and deploys a secondary arc over the border fence and touches the other side. So my work, most importantly, has looked at more from the singular being human part to looking at how humans are being treated. You know, so it's grown outward. Instead of unity or pushing towards unity, what's tending to happen is there's a push to separation. And I've been more interested in looking at the worldwide issues that I can address with my work. Yes, the machine can pick the fruit. Yes, the machine can build you the car. Yes, the machine can weld better than you. Yes, the machine can play chess better than you. Yes, 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 etc., etc. We're playing out science fiction. But can the machine recover the earth that the machine is destroying for us?
There will be more and more robots, for the better and the worse. But if we can make a contribution to creating a different expectations of what robots could be, an artistic robot to study our own humanity, make us think differently about what we are, what defines us as a human, but also what else we can create.
When you make art, we cannot do it to please others. We have to do it to make them think. And some people are going to love it, some people are going to hate it, but at least you're making them think. And that's really what I want. My name is Grimanesa Moros. I'm a multimedia artist. I was born in Peru, and now I live and work here in New York City. Growing up in Peru is quite interesting from many different areas. It's because we have what is the coast, the Serra, and the jungle. In my case, I grew up by the ocean, so I think that water has been a very great influence. This brought a lot of bubbles that they accumulate all around, you know, the shore. So I think that since I was very little, I got very interested in the play of light and water. I discovered light on a trip that I went to Iceland, and many, many years ago. I can't recall exactly, maybe it was 2000, and I couldn't sleep. And so I woke up and I encountered this unbelievable sky, and I truly didn't know what it was, but I couldn't stop saying, wow. And then obviously later I realized that it was the aurora borealis. And so since then I said to myself, wow, if I could only share this with others, this moment, what I felt, wouldn't be amazing. The project and the fee, for example, in the case of Hedera, has been thought about the community. You know, the park itself and the architecture, how the piece was going to be responding to the environment and with the people. And what I want is to activate, you know, the community. When they go, they're going to have different, you know, thoughts, concepts. They're going to experience the work differently. And that somehow activates them. It inspires them to be more creative, and many wonderful things will come out from it. To build a piece like that, it requires a lot of collaborative team effort. Building the piece there, being on the field for 3 weeks, that's an amazing magical experience as well, to see how from nothing gets built. How many, you know, tubings I'm going to be using, how many domes, because that requires about the amount of LED lines and the electrical hardware, power supplies, and all the goodies that it goes with it. I truly have to know what I want, because each lines are 240 feet, some of them more, and so it requires a lot of manpower to hold them. You know, some of them are thick, they're heavy. So I cannot improvise that much, because to put each tube takes maybe 3 hours, sometimes more, depends, right? So imagine if I have to, okay, I'm sorry, I don't like it now, it goes down. So it is pressure for me to perform. You require confidence to truly know what you want. And I think in my case, I have got it through time. Hedera is a 360 all around. So you constantly have to build the piece, having that in consideration, that it has to make sense, you know, to me from all these different angles. But you know, obviously, my intention is truly to grab my viewer. So if I'm able to take you into the piece for seconds, then I think that I have been successful.
Basically, within my installations, I'm thinking about what they're going to feel like. And I think in abstract work, one thing that people don't realize is it's all about what's happening inside of you as a responder and as a viewer. My name's Kennedy Yanko, and I'm a sculptor and painter. I feel as an artist, like my biggest struggles that come up are just always getting over the hump to the next step. You know, like it's kind of like creating a new project. There's a cyclical nature to like what you're doing. There's the beginning where you're like conceiving it and thinking about it, and there's a lot of blocks there. And then there's the building of it, not knowing like what's going to happen next, and there's the blocks there. And then there's this kind of the climactic moment of when it's installed and it's ready to go and you get to share it. And I think, you know, that frustrating part in between of not really knowing what's going on is definitely challenging for me. Step one for feel for was really about what I cared about and what I wanted to think about and what I wanted people to hear about. And that somehow manifested its way into materials. So when I was first figuring it out, I had no idea what it was going to look like. I had a couple of different like SketchUps. The Bric Auditorium has these beautiful stairs that were kind of reminiscent of the Mexican aqueducts. And I was thinking of like creating something about being a source of providing, something that would provide to a community and provide to people. Moss was something that had kind of made its way into my studio. So I'll get a material in my studio, or I'll be thinking about something and it will sit there for months. But it became a really perfect opportunity for moss. So the tin ceiling comes from the tenement buildings on the Lower East Side, and they were kind of considered something that would elevate a space or make, you know, a home more elite. The tin ceiling is representative of a white picket fence, or this idea of like how one should present themselves in life. The moss and the water bring this idea of the life force. this place, this internal place of how you're navigating through things. And it's actually overgrowing onto the tin. And I think that anytime there's like an overwhelming amount of deprivation, it's going to come out in a really ugly way. So the moss is kind of just working its way through that, because it's going to come out sooner or later, you know, and it might not be so pretty. The structure is about like eliminating the structure. Instead of creating our world and our lives around the institution, let's create the institution around ourselves and like what we need. It's about responding to us. I certainly feel that there's a signature that weaves its way through all my pieces. Even if there's not a skin on it, or if there's not a particular shape that it takes on, I think every artist has their own flavor. You know, if you take two artists that are doing something really similar, they're still going to taste completely different.
Growing up, I was always really into drawing, making collages, drawing people on the subway. As I got older, I really wanted to be an artist, but I couldn't figure out really how I'd make a living doing it. I started working in finance. I moved to New York, and I thought maybe I'll try to make a bunch of money in the beginning and then retire early and be an artist after that. And then I started to see more and more new media art, so people using technology to make sculptures, to make interactive artwork. It really seemed like it had a place in the future. It spurred me to quit what I was doing and start making art. My name is Jason Krugman, and I'm a light sculptor. I call myself a light sculptor because I primarily work with LEDs, and it's almost like weaving with electricity, and then I sculpt with it. This sculpture is called Basket. There are about 3,000 LEDs and is using much, much less than a single 40-watt incandescent bulb. That got me into thinking about the way that electronics relate to the natural world. It's inspired by these tiny little microscopic creatures called diatoms, and also radiolarians. They're incredible because they have these beautiful symmetries. The way that I first learned about them was by looking at drawings by Ernst Haeckel. Haeckel was amazing because he documented many, many different types of species, kind of on par with Darwin in terms of his contribution to documenting life. What's really amazing about them is you can see how efficient their bodies are. Seeing a living creature that it almost looks like a calculus equation really ties in the idea of structuring things so that they're efficient, and in that efficiency, finding beauty.
Right now I'm sitting in my studio, which is housed at New Lab in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. New Lab is a platform for scaling frontier technologies and champions the world's most forward-thinking entrepreneurs. We recently expanded into a new fabrication workshop here, where we will build huge sculptures that weigh thousands of pounds. So this is the new fab space. We're building 20 light sculptures here in about 2 months. And we're going to start cutting, gluing things now.
We were lucky enough to find a great warehouse space across the street at the Cumberland Packing Corp, where they used to pack all of the sweet and low and sugar in the raw packets that people like to put in their coffee. It was a great space, a little weird because sometimes when someone would sweep the floor or move something, you could get a very faint taste of a sweet and low. It was pretty gross. We built tables, we set up saws, we set up basically a whole wood shop, and so we were able to get a ton done in a very short amount of time. When we're fabricating these sculptures, we try to design the process and the tools to be as efficient as possible. One person can go and make 1,000 cuts in one day. We have a good team of people working on a variety of machinery. So cutting and spot welding thousands and thousands of stainless steel tubes without having noticeable weld marks on the outside that needed to be cleaned up. Cleaning welds takes a lot of time. A lot of my artwork is about making things that are very delicate, where the entire structure is revealed. And so when I'm making artworks for outdoors or for much larger spaces, I have to think about how am I going to continue with the same type of aesthetic vocabulary and form, but working with materials that allow it to hold up to the environment. I'm currently in the midst of a big project making permanent outdoor light sculptures for a sculpture park in Jeju Island, South Korea. It's a new sculpture park that's being converted from a green tea farm. It's about 50 acres. There'll be a path that people walk along and they'll encounter different artworks. The idea that it's really important to take people kind of on a gradual roller coaster so that they're not overstimulated and that their mind and their eyes and their emotions have enough time to reset. One of the sculptures that I'm most excited to see, it's a light sculpture, but it's entirely based on reflected light, which I think is a really elegant way of making light artwork that lasts really well outdoors. It's my first time acting as a curator, but also as a producer and an artist. The two artists that I invited with me are Tom Fruin and Jen Lewin. Jen Lewin is a Brooklyn-based artist. She is well known for making a series of works called The Pool, in which there are dozens of circular platforms outdoors. People are invited to play and dance to create an interactive playground that's both an artwork and an activity. The other artist who I brought in is named Tom Fruin, and he has some really beautiful big light sculptures that he makes in the form of stained glass water towers and greenhouses that I think are some of the nicest pieces of public art that I've ever seen. At night, it's going to be absolutely stunning. The whole thing is about creating these amazing, interesting spaces that people are going to really want to fly to Jeju to see. You're looking down over this rolling hills with green tea, and you see the ocean in the distance. So at night, when there are light sculptures scattered throughout the landscape, it's going to feel really magical.
This is all I know, but it's in my heart. I've been here all my life.
Without this kind of barrier in the middle.
This is in my blood, man.
You know, my thing is more about the image.
it brings joy to my life.
Applying them to the world seems really important too.
I love the neighborhood.
A type of storytelling you don't really hear about.
Taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community, which is the central core of our work.
The subject of photography became a big topic in my work, like how people use and share images, why we share images, why we take photographs, and as photography became more and more ubiquitous in the world, it just became such an interesting topic and such an interesting subject to work with. I'm Penelope Imbrico, and I'm a multimedia artist. There's an aspect of revealing what's inside the black box. There's this term called knolling, the act of like disassembling stuff and then, or bringing together similar types of things and arranging them flat on a table in perpendicular fashion in a designy kind of aesthetic way, and then taking a photograph from the above. And so I thought it would be great to create a knolling table for this exhibition. This entire exhibition is also a kind of evolving e-waste intake center where people can bring stuff that they don't want anymore. They can also bring that stuff and take it apart and take a picture of it. One day I was here and there were a lot of high school students from Brooklyn Tech, and they just got so excited and they all came around the table and started taking things apart. Then they came the next day with their friends. And so it's been really great. And there is something so amazing about when you take something apart little bit by little bit and really understand what the thing that you carry around with and wake up with and go to sleep with is made of physically. I read some facts somewhere, like there's 52 billion tons of e-waste every year, and only 10% of it gets recycled. To me, that's just insane. It's amazing to me how much e-waste there is and how little of it gets recycled. This project, Monument, is really about addressing the screen. Like when we're looking at a screen, we're actually not looking at the screen, we're looking right through it. So we have no idea what's inside it, how it works, and yet we're more intimate with this really than we are probably with our partners. So this exhibition tries to do two things. It's turning this idea of the black box inside out, and it's also articulating the physicality of the screen and making you actually really have to navigate that or understand that as a physical, liquid, messy object that we normally think of as being not physical and clean and slick. So the news has replaced the idea of horror in my mind. So these are live streaming newscasts. Some of them are live streaming and some of them are pre-recorded because some of the monitors won't accept cable. So we hooked up media players and we're playing pre-recorded news. So the web really affords this kind of study of, like, you know, looking across a certain kind of genre of photography and seeing what people are doing in that, there's a lot you can find in those images. It's fascinating, you know, how people take images and what they share and how they share it, and the sort of inconsequentiality of those images. Like, people are not interested in what they look like as a photograph. They're made really specifically just to take a picture of a TV, to sell the TV. So when I decontextualize them and recontextualize them into my work, I'm actually finding groups of things, phenomenon that happen that say something about who we are.
The process of creating art out of found objects, upcycling, repurposing, I've always done that. It's bred out of necessity, really. It goes back to this compulsion to create. I didn't go to school for art. I dropped out of high school when I was in my sophomore year and I took a GED. I never went to college. But I always felt compelled to create. And I also was raised here in Brooklyn in a financially disadvantaged family, so we never had money. So I found things to make, literally in my environment. I'm talking about from the time I was like 5 or 6. So this idea of, like, you know, seeing something and being like, I can make something with that, it's out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So I've always looked to existing things in my environment and tried to figure out how I can flip them to express what I have this compulsion to express, whatever it is. I'm Patrick Doerr. I'm an artist and musician, a poet, a writer, a creative. I've been doing art in one form or another all my life, but I never would claim the title artist. If someone asked me if I was an artist, I'd say, no, I do art. I'm not an artist. I never wanted to commit to that because I didn't really understand what it was. I also felt that an artist was for a different type of person than I am. It's in the last couple of years, I feel like I'm starting to really own what it is to be an artist and feel comfortable with referring to myself as an artist. Being sober allows me to wake up and not come to. Being sober allows me to have a discipline and a direction that I didn't have when I was drinking and drugging. I've been sober 16 years by the grace of God. This disease of alcoholism and drug abuse went through my family like a plague. Literally took my uncles, my father, my older brother just died a month ago from alcoholism. So I count every day as a blessing. And I drank and drugged from the time I was 14 to 38. And I had to hit a real bottom before I turned my life around by the grace of God. But you know, not everybody gets that chance. The recovery that I've had from drinking, from alcoholism and drug abuse has been a spiritual process and a spiritual awakening. It changed my perspective. I still have a personality that is compulsive and obsessive, but now it's about art, right, and music. My perspective has changed, and I've been given a second chance in life, and so every moment is precious. There's this idea that when I see something discarded, my first impulse is to want to pick it up, just to clean it up. You know, then the second is, well, what can I do with that? There's something that can be made from this. You know, we live in an incredibly wasteful society. So I think a lot of the stuff that I do, it doesn't start from a lofty concept. It's very much in the moment. It's like when I see rusty metal, when I see a discarded can, I'm not necessarily thinking ahead of time what I'm going to do with that. It's happening in the moment. This triptych this is about the divinity of Black women in particular. These are also about the goddess and fertility and creation. The models are all from Africa, so I was really conscious about making sure everything represented had something to do with creation and fertility and the goddess. So there's a lot of symbolism. All three, if you notice, have a cowrie shell over their third eye. Their gowns are from different sacred texts, the Quran, the Bible, Old Testament, and Buddhist Dharma. This is an ancient Celtic symbol for fertility. This is the alchemist symbol for creation. She's holding the Akan fertility symbol and the Ankh, which is a symbol of life. I am half African American and half Irish American, and born here in, like I said, in Brooklyn. When I was a little kid, we had one art book. It was called The History of Art. And I remember as a little kid pouring through that book, and the only part that really attracted me was the primitive art, the African art. I always felt drawn to it. And so as I got older, I just explored that more and felt that connection even deeper. When I do create sculptures out of found metal, that started with me wanting to have African masks and sculptures of my own, but not being able to afford them. You know, I'd walk and see a piece of rusted metal and think, I can make that into something that somewhat mirrors African art. I have, for the last 20 years, worked with young people and encouraged them to pursue their dreams. You know, this idea that you can be an artist. You know, you can be a young person of color from a financially disadvantaged background. You are worthy of being an artist. And I've tried to empower and support kids for that long, and I wasn't even taking my own advice. Started to feel a little bit like a hypocrite. So this leap that I've made in the last couple of months is really me kind of like listening to my own speeches of being worthy to be an artist. And God and the universe have been so affirming in these last few months. Things are really starting to happen.
Tap dancing is my way of communication, and it's become my voice, and it's become my expression. My name is Kazu Kumagai. I am a tap dancer. I was born and raised in a small city called Sendai City, Japan, and I grew up there until when I became 19. I started when I was 5, but because I was growing up in a small city in Japan, I couldn't find any tap school. I went to NYU to study psychology, but I found the advertisement. There's a school called Funk U, and it's a school for training program for Broadway show, bringing the noise, bringing the funk. I started training with the great teacher named Ted Levy, and he told me almost everything to be a tap dancer, like musicality and not just about the step, but also history and the culture, and always like there's a masters around there, like Gray Bunny, Buster Brown, Jimmy Slide, and Gregory Hines. That's where I really started learning. Basically, like I make sound with this. There's a metal and the toe here. With just this 4 sound basically. You can make music like drums, like it can be like bass sound. It's like snare. This is a higher note and it's a lower note. From the masters, teachers, they always sing the rhythm first. city ba ba dee 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 then I can do city dee ba ba dee dee da city doo ba ba dee dee da city ba dee 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 da. So my teacher always told me one is your best friend. So don't lose one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Daddy started out in San Francisco, tooting on his trumpet, wild and mean. Suddenly a voice said, "Go for Daddy, spread your picture on the wider screen."
My teacher told me, speak with your feet instead of like performing, express yourself. It's always related to the jazz music, and it's always like a conversation and the call and response with the musicians.
It's a tingle in your fingers, tingle in your feet.
It's always the rhythm and the sound is the most important thing.
It's a powerful beat. Yes, the rhythm of life is a powerful beat.
Come writers and critics, prophesize with your pen. Keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, for the wheel still spin. There's no telling who that's a naming. For the loser now will later be win. For the times there are a-changing.
The biggest difference I discovered when I started learning here was the musicality of the dance. Tap dancing is always related to the specifically jazz music. And it's always like a conversation and the call and response with the musicians. It's always the rhythm and the sound is the most important thing. Here walking the street, hearing the sound, it's the biggest inspiration for me. And also my emotion always change the way I dance and change the rhythm. Main thing I do is mostly improvisation and just like everyday life, it's like breathing. Not always the sound is important, but space is important. Always the pulse, just like the heartbeat, makes the rhythm going. Good rhythm, wonderful life, and that's my belief.
Since I was kids, I always wanted to make some weird dream kind of feelings. I'm Maiko Kikuchi, Brooklyn-based artist. I'm making painting, collages, sculpture, and puppetry. All the time, my art is related to the daydreams, which is my big theme, continuous theme for my creation. So my collage is the tools for making my daydreams. One time I made almost 100 collages for one summer, which is my challenge. So I just needed to train myself how to follow my instinct. This is rough collage. Cut it out and then paste on the paper. That's a locket. I took one puppetry class, which is led by Theodore Skittles, one of the really great puppet artists in New York. After I took her class and learning about the puppetry, I'm really into the expression about the puppetry. My performance face, this is actually my grandfather's face. It's pretty big. The trick is, it gets small face too. That's one of the tricks for the show. I applied for the Puppet Lab at St. John's Warehouse in Danville. Somehow I got in. I was so lucky. And then that was the first time I make my theater puppetry work in my life. First time I make the object theater, which is called Daydream Anthology. I decided to make something continue from the Daydream Anthology.
7, 8, 9, 10. You got it?
I recently made the 20-minute short piece, Daydream Tutorial. So I combine the object and animation, and then me wearing mask and perform. It's me showing how to make something.
Daydream tutorial.
But it's not like ordinary tutorial.
How to shape your face. Repeat the movement 10 times. Okay. Here is an example. Yeah.
I think me as an artist here, my Brooklyn days, which is totally different between Japan. So every time I kind of feel a little unusual, or the things I'm not used to, which kind of makes me feel like I'm in the daydreams. So that's always caused me to make my piece.
10 times. Here is an example. 1, 2.
Whenever I talking about my artworks, I always wondering which part I should begin. I should start to talk about. That's a really hard part, but I really enjoy how I create my artworks.
It's interesting because I have felt the most alive moments right after I thought I was going to die. I was in a strike and I almost got killed. Literally killed.
It was almost normal to somehow witness a criminal act. Getting things stolen or being attacked or assaulted for reasons that at the time I couldn't comprehend, but it became something normal in the country. I was covering via photography and videography a bunch of the strikes that were going on in my country, because the only channel that it was covering a lot of what was happening, it was NT24, and it's a Colombian channel. So I started documenting what was happening, and in the middle of the strike, things got really crazy. That was insane. I was 17 when that happened. I spent literally like 2 months in my house. Like my parents after that didn't let me go out. After that, I realized that my life was actually in danger. My name is Maria Angela, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm 21 years old, and I'm living in Bushwick in Brooklyn, New York. Perfecto. I finally talked to my family. I made the decision of like starting a new life here. I became very like lonely, and I just started documenting like the changes that I was going through. So like I have a lot of photos that represent kind of like that solitude. You know, I started just doing self-portraiture of like how it felt to like just wake up and like having uncertainty. I think taking a camera was a way for me to express myself. I started journaling a lot, and I started kind of like documenting what it was like, that process of becoming a young adult, like my womanhood in a way, my early stage of a womanhood. And it became like a lot of self-portraiture, but just of how empty and how sad and how nostalgic it was to just kind of start from a place where I sincerely did not have anything, and how that was like my only option. Like that was the decision that I took that led me into all of this. And for sure it wasn't easy, and it still is not, but what I do think it's really beautiful is being able to, through photography, kind of like see the starting point of that decision and like have it all documented until now, like from 17 until now that I'm 21, just seeing that change, how I adapt, and how my roots still come from that little girl that grew up vulnerable, exposed, and like is stronger in a way. It is not much different at the beginning when you move from Venezuela to other country, because you have to like shred that skin, you know what I mean? So in the first year and a half, I was like going back and forth with people, and I felt like the need of almost disattaching myself in order for me to sincerely be able to adapt to my reality here in the States. It was so sad because I was moving forward with my life, you know. I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this project, and then my friends over there, they're like, that must be cool, like I'm just here, like I'm just really trying to make it through the day. The other photos that I have here on my wall, this one, it's with my grandma. I was having issues with how to cope with my feelings, and I guess I started drinking a lot of alcohol even though I was underage. Like I was just coping with a lot of that, and my grandma has been so understanding always, so sweet and so kind. And these two portraits, I did not took them, but I was able to do a talk at FIT about self-portraiture and photography, being able to encourage other people to find the beauty in their own things and in their insecurities, and to document their lives is really beautiful. I feel like something that I learned a lot from like migrating is that it showed me that you're not entitled at all, like not even in your own country, you know what I mean? Like what is really important is that we all get the same human rights, and that's something that has been incredibly violated. If all of those things are being taken away from you, if you sincerely want to make your life better, that's when you make your decision, and that's when the dream starts.
This more than just a poem, I'm more than just a poet, akin to stardust, and tell myself till I know it, yeah. That ain't lust for the fame or the fortune. I claim what I was born with, flame return and whirlwinds, cosmic vibrations that are dancing under my skin.
Dream of the things your
Well, I've been teaching game design at NYU for many years in a kind of part-time way. I'm Frank Lance. I'm the director of the NYU Game Center. I'm a game designer, but I really enjoyed teaching. And at a certain point, there was an opportunity to set up a program specifically in game design. It was that we got a donation from an anonymous person who wanted to help us start something devoted to game design. And so they asked me to help out, set that up, and I stepped in and became the director of this new initiative. We started out teaching classes for undergrads, and we created a minor in game design at the undergrad level. And then the next step was creating a graduate program, 2-year MFA in game design. And then after that, we had a full 4-year undergrad BFA program. So that's where we are now. What we try to do is create a particular kind of context. One of the most important ingredients is community, that you are doing work surrounded by people that are your peers, that support you, that respect you. You don't see eye to eye with all of them. There's differences of opinion, there's differences of taste. You're not necessarily friends with all of them, but there is a sense in which you are part of this shared project. You want to make great games. And just knowing that you are together in this kind of shared project, moving towards this kind of shared purpose, I think it's a great motivator for me. I love the idea of game culture on society and at large. That's an important thing. The accessibility issues of the game industry, the diversity issues in the game industry. It's very difficult to be a woman in the game industry. They face extra challenges, and that's a major concern.
Right now I'm working on Tuned Out, which is a 2 to 4 player local multiplayer game where you switch between games like you would a channel on your TV. My name's Michelle Centio, and I'm a game designer as well as an adjunct at NYU. A block for me in entering games was, or even conceiving that I could become a game designer, a game developer, was that I didn't know anyone that looked like me or came from my background that made games, or even conceived of it as a possibility of an occupation for themselves. One of my goals was to make myself visible to other girls. I have nieces that play video games all the time, and they're super excited that I make games. And I know that that's opening up in their worlds, in their brains, a possibility that they might be able to go make games, even if they don't want to make it as they don't want to be a game designer, that they even have the possibility to just make a game like you would make a painting, is something that I want to advocate for. I want more Black women or Latinos to feel like, oh, I can do this. I can make games,
My job here comprises of 2 main things, which is running our library. So we have the NYU Game Center Open Library, which is a collection of around 3,000 digital and non-digital games, as well as some books and other sort of like hardware and different peripherals from game history. So I manage that, and we have a conference called Practice. So those are kind of like our main events, and I manage like a bunch of those. So I'm Glenna Fortune Thrift. I'm the assistant program coordinator at the NYU Game Center. I think the most common thing we get from parents is like oh, you guys just like sit around and play video games, and just kind of this like more traditional idea that like video games are all Call of Duty and they're all kind of this one thing that's made for a specific type of person. So we also teach like sports and big games and games with weird controllers and things like that. The like wide range of stuff people do in the program. It like opens up their idea of what they thought games were. The network that you can build here, I think that's like the biggest thing, of network with our faculty and network with our fellow students. And as we continue to have more and more graduating classes, we're seeing the benefits.
It's always good just to have like a strong resource like the Game Center to kind of support me and help me to become the best game designer I can be. My name's Isaiah Rosa. I'm a student here at the NYU Game Center, and I'm also an NYU Game Center librarian. We have a course called Games 101 for all students in NYU, and that's where people come here and learn about specific genres of games and like the history of games as a whole. So usually a few days during the week we have tons of people in here just playing like different types of games. For my Intro to Games development class, I'm building a top-down puzzle game where you play as a little ball and you have to navigate around certain mazes and collect items along the way. It's called Bounce Adventure. I guess for potential students like looking into the Game Center, I would strongly encourage applying for the NYU Future Game Designers program if possible. Like if you're in New York, it's a no-brainer. I really enjoy that the Game Center is here in Brooklyn just because every now and then I just get to visit home every once in a while and it feels like a little bit more cozy than being in Manhattan.
We want people from different backgrounds, from different socioeconomic levels, but who are interested in games, fascinated by games. We want a much more broad and diverse set of people. I think downtown Brooklyn is gonna flourish. I'm excited for NYU to be here, part of this community, and we want to be a positive force for having this part of Brooklyn grow and evolve.
I have lived in Prospect Heights since 2000. The neighborhood wasn't doing so great at the time, but with the presence of a museum, Prospect Park, and a public library, I figured this has got to be a good place to be. Now, with my 17 years living in Prospect Heights, I'm discovering all these new things. Through the research that we've done, I discovered that we're close to Prospect Park, but we almost were Prospect Park.
The original design of Prospect Park included the area we're sitting in right now. We're sitting in some place that was supposed to be part of Prospect Park, but never came to pass that way because the original landscape architect that was hired by the Brooklyn Parks Commission, a fellow named Veal, was also in the Army Corps of Engineers, and when the Civil War broke out, he was called into service.
Initially, there was an Egbert-Veal plan, which I think dated to 1861, which had a much larger footprint that was bifurcated by Flatbush Avenue. Egbert-Veal got called away to fight in the Civil War, and Prospect Park was given to Olmsted and Vaux.
And they brought in two guys named Olmsted and Vaux who had built a pretty nice park in Manhattan called Central Park. And Olmsted and Vaux looked at Veely's design and said, we don't think you ought to have Flatbush Avenue running through the middle of this park, so we're not going to use any of this land here on the east side of Flatbush Avenue.
So they eliminated the areas of the Prospect Park plan that were east of Flatbush.
So now all of a sudden the city of Brooklyn had a big chunk of land on its hands, and it didn't know what to do with it. It had an idea that it would sell some of it for development, but because the land had been assembled under eminent domain, some of the former owners who were farmers decided to contest it being given away to developers. They were told it was going to be used for a park. It took a long time to work out those lawsuits, and so it wasn't until the early 20th century, really till 1909, that you started to have buildings finally get constructed on the area that's just north of Eastern Parkway.
There were some urban developments happen that changed the way development happened. So the idea that the subway could be extended into Brooklyn meant that developers saw a different way of developing these plots.
By that point, people now wanted to live in apartment buildings. So all the lots up there, which were originally small lots for row houses, were aggregated into big lots that you could build bigger apartment buildings in.
The first buildings were constructed around 1908, and the development carried on until 1929. So we have like around 20 years of development of apartment buildings.
The interesting thing about the Prospect Heights apartment house district is that this was a real cultural boulevard in Brooklyn that had a dense residential neighborhood developed right alongside it to encourage people from Manhattan to move to Brooklyn.
The city has an agency called the Landmarks Preservation Commission to regulate buildings of special historic or aesthetic value to the city, state, or nation.
The chances that the Lincoln Place people got the postcards are very small.
This is some of the stuff that we'll be distributing to elicit interest in the district.
It's just about 50-50 ownership buildings and rental buildings.
The wonderful thing about the Prospect Heights Apartment House District is that it is an obvious historic district. Looking around the area in Brooklyn, and in fact, looking around the area in the larger sense of New York City, it is up there with things like Riverside Drive, with places like Central Park West that create a sense of procession and a sense of classic order that's quite rare in New York City.
We'll have some progress to report. I think we have a call with the city.
We're trying to reach not only people who own apartments and co-op and condo buildings in the southeast part of the neighborhood, but we would need to reach the tenants as well, and especially need to reach the tenants so they understand what the benefits are with respect to historic designation on helping to stabilize the housing stock in the neighborhood.
You have a lot of families who live here, a lot of stakeholders who really believe their homes are worth preserving.
The neighborhood is changing fast. We find ourselves at a fork in the road right now. One pathway is preservation, where we can maintain not only the richness of architecture, but the richness, the diversity of the community that we have. Or we can go down the other path where we can see increases in height, we can see development that puts profit before people and basically destroys the human fabric of our neighborhood.
Kind of a community coffee shop, you know. It's just it's a place where people come to relax, to know their environment, to know their baristas. Not to mention our coffee is pretty amazing. We have been 100% barista owned for our entire existence. It started out just the three of us, and we have grown into a little family of baristas. Because we are all baristas and we all take coffee really seriously, you can get an amazing cup of coffee here.
A lot of what it comes down to in coffee is curation. We try to give the best service we can for our clients. I have no doubt that our coffee is great. We source well. I know it's roasted well.
Ethiopian is just like a taste profile that you can't find anywhere else. If you ever wanted to try a coffee that tastes like candy, you try an Ethiopian, you know. If you ever want to try something that tastes like tart cherries, try an Ethiopian. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like no other coffee experience.
Ethiopian coffee is interesting. It's, as everybody knows, the birthplace of coffee. When you look at the types of the varietals of coffee that come out of Ethiopia, there's thousands of varietals, to the point that when you receive a coffee from Ethiopia, it doesn't tell you what varietal it is, it just says Ethiopia heirlooms. And that's really exciting for coffee people because there's no end to the possibilities there. They're always searching for that new varietal of coffee that's gonna blow everybody away. It's very delicate. It's often tea-like, citrusy. People say Earl Grey. It's unique. It doesn't taste like any other coffee out there, really.
A big problem that I know of with Ethiopian coffee is that the government-controlled like washing stations, and you never really knew what you were getting. Like you can get an amazing, an amazing haul from one guy and a subpar from another, and then what you get out of that is just like a mediocre cup of coffee. But nowadays, with like the different co-ops that are popping up, it's ensuring a lot more quality coming out of there and better varietals as well.
They're grown on the farm. It takes about 3 or 4 years to produce cherries. So they're harvested usually by trained pickers who are trained to pick only when it's red, only when it's ripe, only the cherries that look healthy. If you've picked green cherries or cherries that are not yet ripe and they get mixed in, it's gonna lower the quality of the cup overall. There's different processing techniques, but the most common one is usually washed. So the coffee gets pulped. What they call pulping is they take all the mucilage, the fruit material off of the seed, and then they wash it for usually a day or two so that you end up with a clean seed, really. And then those are laid out to dry for a couple days generally. After they're dried, they're sent to another processing mill often, where they're sorted by size, they remove defects, and then they're made ready for export. For the importance of roasting, one of our strongest beliefs is that we can't really make it better than it is, and we can only maintain that quality by finding the roast that is appropriate for it, where it's tasting the best. Otherwise, we're making it worse than it was. The farmer is the one who's kind of done all the work to set the quality bar, and we have to essentially maintain it.
We get 5-pound bags for our use, and then there are retail bags that we also use for single origin espresso and for pour overs. I like to order out enough so the coffee has about 5 or 6 days to rest before we use it. It just allows it to kind of degas a little bit and open up. But yeah, we just keep it straight out for everyone to see. If someone is looking for something different, I definitely try to get them to go for the Ethiopian, for sure.
I work in a bookstore and I'm a huge astrology enthusiast. My sign is Scorpio. I grew up not far from here. This is Bensonhurst. I moved here a while ago. I grew up in Gravesend. I had my family, a lot of relatives in the neighborhood. As far back as I can remember, I was always attracted to any astrological paraphernalia. Anything that had my birth sign on it was very attractive to me. I often ask people, and I often guess upon meeting them for a moment, oh, you're a Gemini, how did you know? Oh, I'm an astrologer, it's, a sideline of mine, a hobby. Oh, would you like to do a reading for me? And I'm like, sure, name the time or place. You have an opportunity now for a lot of stability by the sun moving through Taurus, your second house of stability.
I met Joe, it's been over a year now. I was living in Delaware for a long time. I got divorced, needed a change, so I up and moved to Brooklyn. I was a little scared of what he might say because I was at a pivotal point in my life. But he gave me the advice and told me things that did wind up happening and enabled me to make decisions and really let me feel like I was on the right path.
The sun is in Taurus now. Everyone is experiencing the sun in Taurus. But each sign, each of the 12 signs, experiences the sun in Taurus in a different area of a chart, a different house of a chart. And a house is an area of life activity, like a house of initiative, a house of income, a house of communication, a house of love.
I was recently divorced, and you know, I was scared to kind of get back out into the dating world. But I did. I put myself out there and I started to meet people, and I'm now dating a wonderful guy who's a Pisces. So Joe talked to me about the alignment between Pisces and Aries, and Joe really helped guide me and make me feel confident in trusting him.
There's a great compassion to receive and give love.
Aww. It's very true.
It's something I see that's anyone can see by looking at an astrological calendar. It's just an particular person's ability to interpret that astrological calendar.
Joe likes to use an analogy about, you know, being a travel agent and helping us open doors or take flights we might not to, or leave certain baggage behind. And that's absolutely what his readings have done for me.
My style is to uplift people and include the good and the bad. My style upon the darker side of life is to just try to alert the person that this may be a time when your fortitude is tested. The truth is that you just have to stare at it squarely and face it for what it is so that you can appropriately make the right decisions.
Joe is a wonderful person, but he really has a passion for this too. Truly passionate about astrology and about the things that he tells you and helping people.
Well, it's helping other people through giving them an accurate reading about themselves or about things that might be around the corner. It's a great reward to share with people. It makes me feel that there's something that we all share.
Welcome to Swale. Swale is a floating food forest where people can come to pick fresh food for free. So you're welcome to pick anything on here. There are a lot of edibles. There are also medicinal plants. Part of the point of Swale is to get onto the water, to get people onto the water, to get excited about the watery space of New York City and also the plant life and the soil, what goes into making an ecosystem work, and how we could have edible spaces like this in New York City in public parks. Swale comes from the word bioswale. It means a place in the land where water collects, and we're using it here kind of to state the opposite. It's a place in the water where land collects. We're on a barge. It's a 5,000 square foot barge. It's 140 by 30 feet, and it moves all of the time. Right now we're moving because of all the boat action at the Brooklyn Army Terminal. There are cruise ships that come in here. There are day cruises. The New York City Ferry comes in through here, so we're rocking all the time. That's part of the experiential piece of Swale. It's not only that you're able to come to floating land on the water, but that you really experience it moving. And I think that the experiential part is twofold. It's you're picking plants, you're eating plants from a moving structure. It's like an architectural folly. It's out of place in the city in so many ways, and to be here is to experience something different. It's been illegal to grow and pick food in public spaces in New York City, and part of the reason we did this on the water was so we could get around that law. This is lovage, and you can eat it. Sort of like celery. Baby grapes. This is in the onion family. Becomes a beautiful flower, and you can also eat the stem. This one's smokable. It's mullein. It's supposed to be good for your lungs, actually. These are sunchokes. These are a type of artichoke, a wild artichoke.
For us, we're trying to talk about foraging in public space. Finding some good mint. So currently in New York City parks, you're not allowed to forage anything. It's called destruction of property, is what they say. So we're trying to have this conversation about what it means to steward public land, not just take all of the food and all of the medicine and all of the fruit, but actually take care of those plants and take care of that land in a way that's taking care of our common home and paying attention to what's there and why.
Hey, do you want to come up to see the apple orchard?
Go ahead.
The difference between this kind of art and gallery art is that this is a public art installation. Right? And Mary has a studio practice. She does exhibit in galleries. I've in fact curated exhibitions of her work in gallery spaces too. But often in a context where she's also working in public. So you could see it as public art, so it is a big public sculpture. You could also see it as, what we currently call social practice, where it's a project that she invites her audiences in to engage with the project in very real and dynamic ways too.
When we first started, we asked people to sign their name as part of a petition for public food that we would present to the city, and also what they wanted to see growing in their parks. So when we had that information, we started to plant some of those plants on swale to make it a more usable space. What we had in the beginning was what we could gather for free from partners, and when we had been around for a little bit longer, we had some funding from smaller grants, and we were able to actually buy some plants that people really wanted, and that made this place a lot richer. Swale is really about public food and thinking about what New York could look like with a public food initiative. Our ideal is that there would be lots of forageable spaces all around New York City, so you could be on your lunch break and you could pick apples from a tree, and the health that is in that apple that's fresh off of the tree, as opposed to being in a supermarket and sitting on a shelf for weeks, is just enormous.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
وكان شيء مرعب مخيف جدا جدا يعني.
It was horrifying. They targeted the house with 5 or 6 rockets. There were body parts on the ground. It was horrifying.
In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, about a third of them children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began Sunday. We'll go to Gaza for the latest. Then to the historic presidential inauguration in Colombia of former guerrilla fighter Gustavo Petro.
Juro a Dios y prometo al pueblo.
I swear to God and promise to the people to faithfully comply with the Constitution and the laws of Colombia.
Y las leyes de Colombia.
President Gustavo Petro ushers in a new political era with Francia Marquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to be elected vice president. We'll go to Bogota to speak with Simón Mejia, the founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo, about a new project that centers Afro-Colombians who've long faced violence and repression.
It brings hope to the people, to the underrepresented people of the periphery of Colombia, who are the ones that voted for Gustavo Petro, the Afro communities, the indigenous communities, the campesinos, the farmers, the poor people around the country that have been undertaken for years and years. So it's a good time for change. There's hope in the air.
Then CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, ended in Texas with a speech by former President Trump after kicking off with the far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who just won a 4th term in office.
Republicans are playing a totally different game now, in which you win or lose elections before anybody ever casts a vote, because you've set up a system designed to produce a certain result, no matter what the votes say. That's how Orban wins, and that's what we're moving into.
We'll speak with Princeton University professor Kim Lane Shepley. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began late Sunday. At least 350 Palestinians were wounded. Palestinians accuse the Israeli government of launching the attack in an effort to build political support ahead of November's Israeli elections. Palestinian children who survived the Israeli assault describe horrifying situations. This is a 9-year-old girl named Lin Matar, who was pulled from the rubble.
I was at my grandfather's house when suddenly the rubble started to fall on us, and we started screaming and the neighbors came to rescue us. We don't want to keep going through this. Every year there are strikes, killings of children, and injuries. I am happy that I am alive because I always had a dream to fulfill, which is to become a doctor and help people in such times, to help them because I have been through many problems like this.
Israel defended the bombardment of Gaza, saying it was a preemptive operation targeting militants with the group Islamic Jihad. 2 senior Islamic Jihad commanders were killed in the attack. During the bombardment, Israel also cut off fuel to Gaza, leading to blackouts across the region. We'll go to Gaza after headlines. The Senate's passed a sweeping $739 billion bill to address the climate crisis, reduce drug costs, and establish a 15% minimum tax for large corporations. Vice President Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote Sunday after every Republican in the Senate voted no. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer described the legislation as the boldest climate package in U.S. history.
The Senate has now passed the most significant bill to fight the climate crisis ever. And it's going to make a difference to my grandkids. The world will be a better place for my grandchildren because of what we did today. And that makes me feel very, very good.
Many climate groups praised the Senate for taking action, but said far bolder steps are needed to address the climate emergency. Varshini Prakash, the founder of the Sunrise Movement, tweeted, "This isn't the bill my generation deserves, but it's the one we can get. It must pass to give us a fighting chance at a livable world." She went on to write, quote, "Youth leaders to Congress, pass this bill, then get back to work." The Senate bill aims to cut U.S. carbon emissions by 40% by the end of this decade, but it also includes includes controversial provisions added to win support from West Virginia's Joe Manchin and Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. At Manchin's request, the bill makes it easier for the pipeline industry to win approval of new projects, including the proposed Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia. The bill could also lead to more drilling on public lands and waters and expand tax credit for fossil, coal, and gas-burning plants. The Center for Biological Diversity's described the bill as a, quote, climate suicide pact. Meanwhile, at the insistence of Senator Sinema, Democrats agreed to drop a proposal to raise taxes on private equity and hedge fund firms. The bill will also allow Medicare to begin negotiating for some prescription drugs, which could lower prices for millions. But during negotiations over the bill, Senate Republicans blocked an effort to place a $35 monthly cap on insulin for most Americans. History was made in Colombia Sunday when Gustavo Petro, the former guerrilla, was sworn in as Colombia's first president, leftist president. Francia Marquez Mina, who also made history, becoming Colombia's first Afro-Colombian vice president. Petro is a former M-19 guerrilla who went on to serve as a senator and mayor of the nation's capital, Bogota. Marquez is a longtime Afro-Colombian environmental activist, land and water defender. In 2018, she won the Goldman Environmental Prize. During his inaugural address, President Petro vowed to fight inequality and climate change and to push for peace. He also condemned the U.S.-led war on drugs.
It is time for a new international convention that accepts that the war on drugs has completely failed, that it has killed 1 million Latin Americans, many of them Colombians, during the last 40 years, and that it leaves 70,000 North Americans dead by overdose each year from drugs that are not produced in Latin America. The war on drugs strengthened mafias and weakened states.
Supporters of Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez celebrated what they saw as a new beginning for Colombia, which has been ruled by the elite and right-wing forces for generations. This is Manuel Ponton speaking in Bogota.
It is the beginning of democracy in Colombia because it is the first time there will be a government of popular origin. It is the first time that people feel happy about the election of a president, and for the first time we feel that there is a real transition towards guaranteeing citizens' rights.
We'll have more on Colombia later in the broadcast. Tensions remain high in the Taiwan Strait, where China has extended its largest ever military drills in the region following last week's visit to Taiwan by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. On Sunday, China ended live fire exercises, but it's continuing to carry out drills simulating anti-submarine attacks and sea raids. In addition, China suspended talks with the United States on a number of issues, including the climate crisis, anti-drug efforts, and military relations, due to what it called Pelosi's, quote, egregious provocations. The International Atomic Energy Agency's warning of a potential nuclear disaster at Zaporizhzhia, Europe's largest nuclear plant. Ukraine and Russia are accusing each other of attacking the nuclear site twice since Friday. Russia, which has occupied the plant since early March, said shelling by Ukrainian forces could have catastrophic consequences for Europe. Ukraine claims it was Russian forces that carried out missile strikes on the nuclear plant in an effort to disconnect it from Ukraine's electrical grid. Local residents called for an end to fighting near the site, which is home to 6 nuclear reactors and thousands of tons of highly radioactive materials.
As city residents, we call on the Russian army and the Ukrainian armed forces to avoid open fighting in the area around Enrodor and within a 20-kilometer zone around the nuclear power plant. We're talking about the safety of the entire planet, not just about the safety of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, and nearby foreign countries.
Back in the United States, Indiana's adopted a near-total ban on abortions, becoming the first state to approve new laws restricting reproductive rights since the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade in June. On Friday, Indiana's Republican governor signed the abortion ban just minutes after the Republican-dominated Senate approved the legislation. It's set to take effect September 15th. The new law outlaws abortions at the moment of conception, with exceptions only in cases of rape, incest, or medical emergency. Those Those providing abortion care face a $10,000 fine and up to 6 years in prison. The new law has drawn fire from Indiana's Chamber of Commerce and some of the state's largest employers. On Saturday, a spokesperson for Eli Lilly condemned the abortion ban and said in response the pharmaceutical giant is looking to expand its operations outside Indiana. In New Mexico, police say the shooting death of a South Asian immigrant in Albuquerque may be linked to the killings of 3 other Muslim men over the past 9 months. The body of Naeem Hussain was found late Friday, just hours after he attended the funerals of Pakistani immigrants Mohammed Afzal Hussain and Aftab Hussain at the Islamic Center of New Mexico. Those 2 were killed last week in what police described as separate ambush-style shootings. A 4th South Asian Muslim man, Mohammed Ahmadi, was killed in November. Albuquerque Police Chief Harold Medina said Saturday the killings are likely related.
Our city suffered another tragic loss overnight. Another young man who was part of the Muslim community was murdered. As with the previous 3 murders we mentioned on Thursday, there's reason to believe this death is related to those shootings.
Police haven't named any suspects, but on Sunday released images of a Volkswagen named as a vehicle of interest in the killings. On Twitter, President Biden called the killings horrific and said he's angered and saddened by them. A jury in Austin, Texas, Friday ordered far-right conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host Alex Jones to pay $45 million in compensatory damages to the parents of a Sandy Hook shooting victim. That's on top of more than $4 million in punitive damages Alex Jones was ordered to pay Thursday. For years, Jones spread conspiracy theories that the 2012 massacre in Newtown, Connecticut was a government hoax and that the Sandy Hook victims' families were paid actors, resulting in online harassment and death threats for those families. On Saturday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres traveled to Hiroshima to mark 77 years since the United States dropped the world's first atomic bomb on that Japanese city. Guterres warned the risk of nuclear war is once again on the rise.
Keep the horrors of Hiroshima in view of all times, recognizing there is only one solution to the nuclear threat, not to have nuclear weapons at all.
In climate news, California's Death Valley National Park received a year's worth of rainfall within just 3 hours last Friday, triggering flash floods that left about 1,000 people temporarily stranded. A study by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found such monsoon rain events are becoming more intense as a result of the climate crisis. Meanwhile, Iran has just recorded its hottest ever temperature in the month of August. On Friday, the southwestern city of Avaz hit 53 degrees Celsius, nearly 130 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat index was a staggering 142 degrees. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began Sunday. At least 350 Palestinians were wounded. Palestinians accuse the Israeli government of launching the attack in an effort to build political support ahead of November's elections. Palestinian children who survived the Israeli assault describe horrifying scenes. This is a 9-year-old girl named Lin Matar who was pulled from the rubble.
I
was at my grandfather's house when suddenly the rubble started to fall on us, and we started screaming and the neighbors came to rescue us. We don't want to keep going through this. Every year there are strikes, killings of children and injuries. I am happy that I am alive because I always had a dream to fulfill, which is to become a doctor and help people in such times, to help them because I have been through many problems like this.
Israel defended the bombardment of Gaza, saying it was a preemptive operation targeting militants with the group Islamic Jihad. 2 senior Islamic Jihad commanders were killed in the attack. During the bombardment, Israel also cut off fuel to Gaza, leading to blackouts across the region. For more, we go to Gaza now to speak with Issam Adwan, Palestinian journalist, activist, researcher, and new father. Issam, welcome back to Democracy Now! This ceasefire has been declared between Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Israel. Can you talk about what has happened over the weekend?
Thank you for hosting me. The scene is, as usually, terrifying for me as a new father of a two-month infant. As a journalist on the other part, that we are expecting everything from the Israeli side, even during the times of the ceasefire, because several instances before indicated the violation of the times of the ceasefire. The situation is horrifying. We have witnessed 44 Palestinians dying, including 15 children and 6 women, which represents half of the casualties from the Palestinian side. There are no words to describe the war crimes that have been committed, even with the claims of the Israeli authority that they are targeting PIJ's senior members, military senior members. This included, of course, targeting of residential buildings, killing children and women, of course.
Can you talk about what started this?
So what started, just to correct you a little bit in your introduction, that you mentioned that Israel cut fuel supplies to Gaza during the bombardment launched on Gaza of the operation, of course. But it happened four days before the escalation started, when the Israeli administration decided to close both borders, Kerem Shalom crossing and Eretz crossing, which they are the main crossings of the goods that enters into Gaza, as well as the medical equipment and fuel as well. So when they decided to do that, it came along with a provocative action to detain Bassam al-Saadi, a senior member of the PIJs in the West Bank. Of course, with no response by the political parties here in Gaza, they have added more violence with the targeting of Taysir al-Jabari, a senior member of the PIJs in Gaza. Just to give you a sense of understanding about Taysir al-Jabari, he had been more of a political person rather than being a military.
Can you talk about the 2 Palestinian Islamic Jihad leaders who were killed and Israel's assertion that this was a preemptive attack on a possible attack against Israel?
I don't know how to describe this properly, but what a preemptive attacks when included that the international laws, especially the international humanitarian laws, which prohibit targeting buildings and areas which contains hundreds of civilians. We're talking about Gaza. That is about 365 square kilometers, where 2 million of people are put, with an intentional policy to suffocate every norms of their existence. So how you can possibly target senior members of the PIJs? And as I stated before, they were more of political persons rather than being military. So significantly saying that they were not of a great threat to the Israeli administration. But following what has been happening inside, the dispute happening inside the Israeli administration ahead of the pre-elections coming in the future, that they are using the Palestinian blood to promote a campaign for certain individuals, especially with the decreasing of the public support provided to Lapid and Gantz in particular during the run of the current government.
Talk about the Israeli elections coming up in November and how you feel they weigh in here.
It's actually the same. No matter who runs the Israeli government, it's always the same, with the same policy to suffocate the Gaza Strip. We're talking about 15 years of blockade. This blockade killed every existence of people living in Gaza. And there were several individuals running the Israeli government of different opinions and different views and different policies to deal with Gaza. But all the policies were met on one goal, that the Palestinians in Gaza do not deserve to live a normal life. This extent leads us to think that this change inside the Israeli government is just a minor change, just an apparent change of who's leading the government, but the policy remains the same, either being a right wing or a left wing of Israelis.
Now talk about the situation in Gaza. What does it mean to have the blackout and the number of casualties? What's the latest figure? We heard 44, more than a third of them children, over 300 people injured. What's happening in the hospitals, and how do you get these figures?
Yes, as I mentioned, as I highlighted before, that the Israeli administration implemented the closure of the Gaza Strip 4 days ahead of the operation starts in Gaza, including a shortage, including blocking the entrance of fuel, which is Gaza mainly depends to run 8 hours a day in the normal cases. With the shortage of the fuel, of course, it hugely influenced the capacity of the hospitals to treat those injuries, and also to put those dead people in the proper places. This is an indicator of a harsh policy that the Israeli administration has been dealing with Gaza. And I don't know how to describe this in a human side level, because even to me personally, I have experienced because the media mainly focusing on Gaza whenever there are hundreds of people dying, hundreds of house bombed. But there are other times during these 15 years of blockade, people are dying because of the poverty, people are dying because of the lack of hope, lack of job opportunities. And that is what the media is neglecting to cover on the situation of Gaza.
Israel and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad agreed to a Cairo-mediated truce after 3 days of intense rocket attacks by Israeli forces.
Now for sure we have reached a deal, and there is an Egyptian commitment to release the prisoners Khalil Awada and Bassam Asadi as soon as possible from the Israeli jails. We announced ceasefire by 11:30, and we welcome the Egyptian efforts that were made to end this battle.
That's an Islamic Jihad spokesperson, Issam Adwan. Can you talk about Egypt's involvement here and where you think this is going at this point?
Yeah, as I said before, the ceasefire is never a safe solution for the people of Gaza, because it moves no tangible improvements on the situation of Gaza. Of day by day, and from a war to war, especially the wars of 2008, 12, 14, and 2021, and this current one, the infrastructure of Gaza is hugely damaged. The medical expertise and equipment are barely found. So the solution and the ceasefire that happened between BIJs and the Israeli side, there were three conditions revealed from the Egyptian mediation, who has been positively in the process. That first, to release Sheikh Bassam Saadi, who was detained by the Israeli government in the previous days heading of the escalation, and releasing the Palestinian President Khalil Awad, who has been in a hunger strike for more than 100 days with an intentional medical negligence, to transfer him to medical care systems. Those demands, they are indications of how much the situation is worsening day by day. And that's why the situation is not improving, and people do not feel safety, because Israel can determine a new round of escalation throughout assassinating a valuable target, as they claim, despite the fact that even the Israeli media outlets, they do not recognize this as a big of achievement, the killing, and I mean by that the killing of Mansour and Taysir al-Jabari. As I said before, they were more of a political targets rather than being a military. So there is no significant achievement recognized, but the Israeli government keeps bragging about it.
Israel is saying that a number of the Palestinians killed were killed by the backfiring of Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own missiles. Your response, Issam Adwan?
I believe the Israeli side used a video, an anonymous video that shows nothing in the middle of the darkness. That during the bombardment of Jabalia refugee camp, said there were no, I would say, clear indications that this is by the BIJ's misfired rocket. We have seen a huge bombardment launch on Gaza during the times between 9 p.m. to 12 p.m. During these times, more than 12 targets were hit on Jabalia camp, so there were no clear identification of whether this. But let's take into consideration the explosive power. The Israeli side has always undermined the potential, the rockets potential of the Palestinian resistance, and now They are recognizing that this rocket could kill 7 individuals, 7 Palestinians. I don't think this makes any sense because Israel exaggerates whenever the exaggeration in its benefits, and they undermine the potential of the Palestinians whenever they see it fit.
You tweeted, the ceasefire is never a time to celebrate for Gazans, but rather a moment to mourn the deaths of innocent civilians killed by the Israeli warplane, to barely survive wondering, am I going to be next? Can we end where we started? You're a new father. You have a 2-month-old little girl named Sarah. Can you talk about what you see the future as in Gaza?
It's really terrifying during thinking about it all the years, even before Sarah came to my life, that I have a huge sense of guilt that I brought her into life. It's really pessimist to talk about it, but inside of me, it eats me alive that I brought a child into a situation that never rested. I was born in 1993, lived my entire life under the direct occupation, and for the past 15 years, I have been denied the majority of my rights, including the right to have a proper education outside or medication in cases of illness. So imagining the situation applies to my daughter Sarah is terrifying me the most, because being a journalist and being hugely exposed to cases of slaughtering children and women, it keeps echoing in my mind, it keeps echoing in my heart, and it eats me from inside. That is it going to be next? And if it's not me, it could be my Sarah.
Issam Adwan, we want to thank you for being with us, Palestinian journalist, activist, and researcher joining us from Gaza. Next up, we go to Colombia, where the newly inaugurated President Gustavo Petro is ushering in a new political era with Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to be elected vice president. Stay with us.
¿Cuál es mi papá? ¿Cuál es mi papá? Dale hacia la calle, dale hacia la calle, póngase a llorar, póngase a llorar.
Mamita by Bomba Estéreo and Simón Mejía, who we'll be hearing from in this next segment. Mamita just released. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Colombia Sunday, thousands celebrated the historic inauguration of President Gustavo Petro and Vice President Francia Márquez Mina, ushering in a new and hopeful political era in the South American nation after centuries of right-wing rule. Petro is the first leftist president to ever govern Colombia, while Francia Márquez is making history as the first Afro-Colombian woman elected as vice president. The pair won Colombia's presidential runoff election in June with over half the vote. Petro is a former member of the guerrilla group M19, former senator and mayor of Bogota, who's vowed to fight inequality and poverty in Colombia, increase taxes on the wealthy, expand social programs, restore peace, and combat the climate crisis by halting new oil extraction and moving away from an economy long dependent on fossil fuel. He's also pledged free public university education, healthcare reform, and reestablishing relations with neighboring Venezuela. Gustavo Petro addressed supporters in Bogota Sunday during his inauguration, where he also denounced the brutal U.S.-backed so-called war on drugs.
Y finalmente uniré a Colombia.
I will finally unite Colombia. We will unite between all of us, our beloved Colombia. We have to end the divisions that confront us as a people. I do not want two countries, just as I do not want two societies. I want a strong, just, and united Colombia. The challenges we face as a nation demand a period of unity and basic consensus. It is our responsibility.
Pero convocamos también a todos los armados.
We call on all those who are armed to leave their arms in the haze of the past, to accept legal benefits in exchange for peace, in exchange for the definitive non-repetition of violence, and to work as owners of a prosperous but legal economy that puts an end to the backwardness of the regions.
Es hora de una nueva convención internacional.
It is time for a new international convention that accepts that the war on drugs has completely failed,
Fracasado rotundamente.
that it has killed 1 million Latin Americans, many of them Colombians, during the last 40 years, and that it leaves 70,000 North Americans dead by overdose each year from drugs that are not produced in Latin America. The war on drugs strengthened mafias and weakened states.
That was Colombian President Gustavo Petro addressing Colombia during his inauguration in Bogotá yesterday. The day before, on Saturday, indigenous leaders from throughout Colombia held a symbolic inauguration for Petro and Vice President Francia Márquez Mina in Bogotá. Márquez is a prominent land and water defender, winner of the 2018 Goldman Environmental Prize, who helped organize the women of the community of La Toma in Colombia's Pacific southwest region of Cauca to stop illegal gold mining on their ancestral land. Despite threats from multinational corporations and paramilitary, she continued to fight back in defense of the earth. Márquez Mina is also a lawyer and a former housekeeper. This is Francia Márquez speaking at the indigenous-led ceremony Saturday.
Hermanos y hermanas,
brothers and sisters, here I am with you, ready to hold your hands to walk alongside this government tenure, which will not be easy. Because we must say, here in Colombia, we have the most dangerous elite in the region.
Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to serve as vice president in Colombia's history. Well, just after their election, but before the inauguration this weekend, I spoke to Simón Mejía, founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo, about a new project that centers the resistance, experiences, and traditions of Afro-Colombians, people who've long faced violence and repression from right-wing governments and paramilitaries, drug traffickers, and multinational corporations seeking to exploit sacred natural resources on the land. The project's called Bomba Estéreo Presents El Duende, which means the elf or the goblin, a musical journey on Colombia's Pacific coast. We began our conversation speaking about the significance of the election of Gustavo Petro, a former guerrilla member, and Colombia's and Francia Márquez Mina, the Afro-Colombian woman and environmentalist, as Colombia's vice president.
Yeah, well, I think it's historical. It's historical for Colombia because you know that Colombia has been I would say for centuries, right-oriented in terms of politics, and all the left candidates that we have in recent history that were candidates for presidency were killed. So having this person that was from a very symbolic guerrilla here in Colombia that was called M19, left-orientated, choosing him as vice president, Francia Márquez, that is a social and environmental leader in a country where more environmental and social leaders are killed in the world, is really symbolic, and it's really, it brings hope to the people, to the underrepresented people of the periphery of Colombia, who are the ones that voted for Gustavo Petro, the Afro communities, the indigenous communities, the campesinos, the farmers, the poor people around the country that have been undertaken for years and years. So it's a good time for change. There's hope in the air. We don't know what's going to happen, but the good thing is that there's hope in the air. And I feel when there's hope in the air, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So we'll see what happens, and people are really excited about this. And I think that regarding what's happening today in the world, that you see that everything is turning to the right. Having Colombia and many other countries in Latin America turning to a center, to a left, is very symbolic of how this this Latin America and a piece of the earth and Central America might be really important for the future of politics in the world, especially if we unite as one bloc, not just small countries, but one bloc protecting our environment and asking for things for the first world countries.
Simone Mejia, I wanted to ask you about the film that you were featured in 2020, Sonic Forest, which follows your journey across the Colombian Pacific coast, spending several weeks with Afro-Colombian and indigenous communities who've been on the front lines of the violence and the killing. Colombia, one of the most violent places, lethal places for environmentalists all over the planet. Can you talk about what you learned on that journey and what you want to convey to the world through your music and your research?
Yes, that was a project that we made with an NGO, and North American NGO, Environmental. It's a purely environmental film, and we did it with an organization that is called Stand for Trees. They do these projects all around the world, linking forest conservation with carbon credits. So we were invited by them to do the piece of Colombia that was meant, that is and happens in the Pacific rainforest in Colombia. Pacific rainforest is a forest almost as important as the Amazon jungle. For Colombia and for the world. Is one of the most biodiverse jungles in the world. It's full of water, it's impressive, full of water, but at the same time it's one of the most conflicted places in Colombia because there's illegal and legal gold mining, and there are roots of drug trafficking. I have to say that the drug trafficking is the main problem here in Colombia, not drug trafficking, but I think cocaine being illegal is the engine to all the deaths that we have in Mexico and in Colombia. So I will have to say also that anyone around the world who buys cocaine is carrying death here in Mexico and in Colombia. So if they don't legalize it, the problem will be forever, and we'll have death and violence forever in the countries that are involved in this illegal business that should be legal. So this film, it wasn't about drug trafficking. It was about projects of communitary projects in the Pacific, one Afro and one indigenous, that are protecting thousands of millions and millions of hectares of forest in exchange of carbon credits. That's how they finance do their work and protect this jungle. And the objective of the film was just to have a musician or an artist to go and show that to the world, how these communities are protecting forests that today are key to climate balance, key to climate change, and key to absorbing all the carbon that is in the atmosphere. So we went there, and as I was a musician, we related it with music. So I was with the communities, we did like musical encounters, and in the middle of the musical encounters, we talk about the work they do for protecting these forests, the menaces that they have, and it was beautiful because it was Afro and indigenous community, they live each by their side, but it was knowing the process behind all this huge and really important work that they do, facing real dangers, because protecting forests here in Colombia is a dangerous task, and being a social or environmental leader is really dangerous in Colombia because they kill them. So visualizing this is a way to show to the world the thing that they do and how important it is, and how important it is to protect these people as well.
Found founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo. We spoke to him in Bogota. To see the full interview and hear his music, you can go to democracynow.org in both English and Spanish. Coming up, we go to CPAC. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Stay with us.
Nos quitaron el mar, nos quitaron el cielo, vendieron por nada, se nos acabó, nos quitaron el viento, quemaron la selva, vendieron la tierra, apagaron el sol. Se llevaron el agua, secaron los ríos, dejaron vacíos los montes por carbón, soltaron las manos y estamos parados en medio del bosque viendo su extinción. Ay, sí, que me llevan ahora. Ay, sí.
Tierra by Bomba Estéreo and Simone Mejia. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Saturday, CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, wrapped up in Dallas with a speech by former President Donald Trump, who outlined plans for Republicans if they take control of Congress after the midterm elections, like restoring, quote, public safety and repeating his call for the death penalty for drug dealers. This comes as several Republican candidates who supported Trump's lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen won their races in recent primary elections. One of the booths at CPAC featured a mock jail cell with a man pretending to be a January 6 prisoner crying inside the cell as people stood on the other side of the bars listening to testimony from the January 6 hearings on headsets. The display was set up by right-wing influencer Brandon Straka, who was convicted in January for his role in the January 6 insurrection. CPAC's opening day featured a speech by far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who recently won re-election to a fourth term. He appeared after saying in a speech the week before that Europeans, quote, do not want to become peoples of mixed race. Orban spoke Thursday for more than half an hour, drew multiple standing ovations, perhaps the loudest when he was condemning same-sex families. He said a battle is being fought for Western civilization.
You have midterm elections this year, then presidential and congressional elections in 24, and we will have election in the European Parliament same year. These two locations will define the two fronts in the battle being fought for Western civilization. Today we hold neither of them, yet we need both. You have 2 years to get ready.
On Thursday, just before Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's address to CPAC in Texas, Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh and I spoke with Kim Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University, who specializes in the rise and fall of constitutional government, focusing on Hungary. Today, we bring you part 2 of our discussion. Shepley began by talking about the significance of Orban addressing CPAC.
CPAC is clearly going international, and I think a lot of that is because there's something that I call the illiberals international, right, which is that there are a lot of leaders who start as charismatic populists, who get themselves elected, and then who take this sharp autocratic turn by locking down power so people can't get rid of them. And it turns out that that in many cases they're sharing the tools they use to stay in power. So since that started happening, and Orban, I think, has really modeled the genre because he got there first and because he's been packaging these little developments for taking over the courts, you know, developing a compliant parliament, shutting down all the independent think tanks, shutting down all the independent agencies of government. Because he's been so successful at it and he keeps appearing to win elections, and for a long time people thought he was still a Democrat, including a Christian Democrat, all of that looks really enticing. So I think what CPAC has now realized is that there are models for how to do this around the world that they want to learn from. So they've been learning from Orban, they've gone to Brazil with Bolsonaro, they've gone to Israel where Netanyahu's sort of, you know, been able to whip up nationalism into keeping himself in power for a long time and so on. So CPAC is definitely going international, and I think they're learning a lot of things. So if I can give you one example of what I think CPAC has just recently learned, or what the conservative movement in the U.S. has learned from Orban. When Orban first came to power, he distrusted the civil service because many people working in the government were not on his team, so to speak. So he used the excuse of an IMF austerity program, which Hungary was under, to say we need to fire a big chunk of the civil service. So they changed the law that nominally protects people who work in the civil service from political influence. They then fired thousands of people who were not associated with their political party. They then reinstated the law on the civil service, and then Orban increased the size of the civil service by they doubled it from what it had been when he first came to power, except that all the new people were his people, right? So we've just seen, there was a scoop by Jonathan Swan at Axios a couple of weeks ago, that there are now these boot camps training young conservatives of Trumpist mode to immediately go into government as soon as a Republican is elected. And the idea is that they will transfer a lot of current civil servants onto this thing that Trump invented in his first term called Schedule F, which means you reclassify them and suddenly they don't have their job protections anymore. And then whoever the Republican president is will be able to fire large numbers of civil service employees while then hiring into regular civil service jobs that are protected all of their own people. So you see already Steve Bannon has been running these boot camps for young conservatives to go in and take over the government, not just through the political appointments, but through the civil service. And that was one of the things Orban pioneered, and now they're doing it here. So this is really, CPAC is now picking up all of these tricks from autocrats who have managed to install themselves in power forever while still appearing to the outside world. You know, the debate in the outside world is it still a democracy or not? The answer is no, it hasn't been since probably about 2012. But it's taken a very long time for analysts to catch up to it because it looks different than your 20th century dictatorships.
Professor Shapley, I also wanted to ask you, as Orban addresses CPAC, and we are in the midst of these public hearings on the January 6th insurrection, about this Christian nationalism, which is increasingly a term that is used here, or white Christian nationalism. It's how proximate it is, how close it is to white supremacists. Also, I'm thinking of Catherine Stewart's book, The Power Worshippers Inside the Dangerous Rise of Religious Nationalism. Can you talk about how all of this comes together?
Yeah, so in this regard, Hungary and the U.S. are actually quite different. So Hungary is a country in which something like 8% of the population attends religious services regularly. So it's just not a religious country. It's a kind of secular, cynical, individualistic society. So that's why Orban's Christian democracy appeal strikes me as being primarily for outsiders. It's not really something that's whipping up, you know, lots of religious groups in Hungary. On the other hand, what Orban's appeal does do is to whip up nationalism. Hungary against the EU, Hungary against, you know, its historic enemies and so on, and to whip up racism, which is a big part of Orban's appeal. You know, no black and brown people, no Muslim people, etc. So that is really an appeal. So the U.S. version is much more Christian focused, although, you know, it looks to me like some of the groups that were behind, the sort of muscle behind January 6th, were not themselves Christian organizations. So it seems to me that these right-wing movements actually have a number of different strands in them, some of which are the religious right that would be all in on banning abortion, for example, some of which would be all in it for, you know, the great replacement theory, right, which is that black and brown people shall not replace white people as governors of the states where white people have dominated. And some of it is this nationalism of our country first. We're sick of globalization. We're sick of, you know, being dependent, watching our jobs go to other countries and so on. So there's a mix of all of those strands in the U.S. And there's a mix of the anti-globalization strand and the white nationalism strand in Hungary. But the Christian democracy, despite Orban's rhetoric, is not the main thing going on there.
Who is the base for supporting Orban in Hungary, and then the base here for Trump? What is the demographic that you've identified?
Yeah, so Trump's base and also Orban's base are, sort of rural, less educated voters who feel left behind by globalization. So it's the former working class, it's the former farmers who have found themselves, in the wake of globalization with far less prosperous lives than they might have otherwise had. And so it's a kind of resentment against these global forces. It's also a resentment against this perception that in the city there are all of these educated people who look down on them and who would much prefer to mingle with company that doesn't look like them. So it's that same kind of basically rural, small town, small city, less well-educated, people who don't get out much, shall we say. So it's the people who don't have passports. It's the people who have never left the country. It's the people who don't speak languages. I mean, one thing that I think is important to understand about Hungary, which you can also say about the U.S., is that people don't speak languages. There was a recent survey that showed that something like 12% of Hungarians can carry out a conversation in any other language besides Hungarian. And Hungarian isn't a big popular language, like even the neighboring countries don't speak it, right? And we have a bit this problem in the U.S. where we have lots of Americans who just don't know what's happening in the rest of the world because they don't have languages, they don't travel, they don't have passports. So it's that base, the base that thinks of home as everything, who thinks of their local communities as everything, that is supporting these kind of right-wing nationalists, in part because the right-wing nationalists are saying, we don't want those global forces either. We don't want those strange people coming in to our peaceful little communities, peaceful little communities in the U.S. with guns, but nonetheless. So I think in that sense, the bases are very similar. And actually, when you look at these right-wing movements, you look at Bolsonaro in Brazil, you look at Modi in India, you look at Erdogan in Turkey, that this is the base that all of them are drawing from. It's the rural, small town, group that doesn't ever leave their own countries, doesn't get out of their language bubbles, doesn't get out of their cultural bubbles, and that isn't very well educated. And that's what's propping up these leaders.
I mean, isn't that also the case with Israel and the United States? The increasing support they have to turn to, not the young Jewish population in the United States, but the Christian nationalists is who they're most turning to for support in the United States right now.
Exactly, exactly. And so, the bond between evangelical Christian movement and Jewish nationalists, the sort of Zionists in Israel, is really one of those underreported stories. And, as young people in the U.S. move more and more to the left, Israel is finding that young Jews are not really their primary basis of support, the Netanyahu sort of nationalist, group in Israel. So absolutely, this is really a global trend. And I think this is one reason why CPAC is looking abroad, because I think they've realized that this is a global trend. This is something where they can take advantage of the lessons learned from others about how to get power, what kinds of campaigns work, and then also once they have power, how to keep it. And I think, much as every time these culture war issues come up, I also, get pretty outraged by what they say just as a substantive matter. But I think we also need not to take our eye off the ball, that what's going on underneath the surface is changes of laws that lock in power. And in many ways, once you lose the ability to change leaders through free and fair elections, you're really in a different world. And Hungary is a few steps ahead of the U.S. on that.
Well, that's where I wanted to go next, is that issue of you following Hungary as increasingly authoritarian, and if you see the United States following suit. I mean, we just came out of a primary where one person after another who ran for office in the Republican primaries, from Arizona to Michigan, even those that are running for Secretary of State who run the elections, are election deniers.
Exactly. Well, this is such a familiar playbook from Orban. So the reason why is that one thing, Orban did as soon as he came to power was he captured the election rules and the election machinery, so that it was his people counting the votes, it was his people in all the election commissions, and it was his people in the courts. So what Orban has shown you is that if you can control writing the rules, and then you can control the courts that hear disputes under those rules, it doesn't matter how people vote, because your rules will overcome any popular vote. And that's, Orban has engineered these supermajorities in the Hungarian parliament from, having less than a majority at home. And, one thing Orban and Trump share is that in the polls, their base is about 1/3 of the public. 1/3, maybe it gets up to 40% when they're having a good day. But neither Trump nor Orban have ever had majority support. And so the question is, how do you go on winning elections if you don't have majority support? And the answer is you fiddle with the rules, and if that doesn't work, you fiddle with the counts, right? You put your people in place. So, and this is where, frankly, the Democrats still think this is really all about turnout and voter suppression. And, that was true at one point, that was how the Republicans played it. But the Republicans are playing a totally different game now, in which you win or lose elections before anybody ever casts a vote, because you've set up a system designed to produce a certain result, no matter what the votes say. That's how Orban wins, and that's what we're moving into. And I'm very afraid that CPAC and the Trump Republican Party is borrowing from Orban's playbook.
And Professor Shepley, just before we end, how would you respond to those who say that there are many more checks on power in the U.S. and therefore it can never be quite as concentrated as it is in some of these countries, from Brazil to Hungary to the other instances other countries that you named?
Well, that's actually not true anymore. So if you think about how you learn civics, right, the 3 branches and checks and balances and all of that, all of our checks, our constitutional checks, as well as our system of federalism, which is another kind of check, are supposed to, they work because the officers in those branches are defending the prerogatives of their branches, right? So the Senate is supposed to defend the prerogatives of the Senate. The judiciary is supposed to defend itself. The states are supposed to resist, incursions from the federal government, all that that's how checks and balances work. Well, all of that falls apart if people are putting party above their institutions. And once you have Republican control running through all of the branches and running down into the states, all those checks and balances disappear. We're now seeing a Senate which has basically decided it will govern by blocking anything a Democratic president wants to do, even when it's in the interests of their members, right? That's something that the Senate wouldn't do if it were defending the Senate as opposed to defending the party. So essentially what's been happening now with the Republican Party is that it's disabled all these checks and balances. We still teach students that, checks and balances are what keeps our democracy afloat. And the fact is they've already been undermined. So we are a lot closer to dictatorship than I think anyone realizes. And that's because our Constitution is not working as it was designed to function. And the thing that I must say really has me particularly freaked out in light of the Hungarian experience is that Orban very early on captured the top court in the system. And once the courts are going to come to bat for you and defend anything you do and not say that what you're doing is unconstitutional, or where they completely rewrite what the Constitution means through their decisions, you're living with a captured court. And that really is something extremely hard to overcome. And unfortunately, in the U.S., we're already there.
Kim Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University. We spoke to her Thursday right before Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban addressed CPAC. You can see part 1 of our interview at democracynow.org. As we mentioned, one of the booths at CPAC featured a mock jail cell with a January 6th insurrectionist crying inside the cell as people stood on the other side of the bars listening to testimony from the January 6th hearings on headset. At one point, Republican Congressmember Marjorie Taylor Greene went into the cell, got on her knees to pray with the man wearing the orange jumpsuit, as some of the people surrounding the cell recited the Lord's Prayer, some crying, others throwing money inside. And that does it for our show, Democracy Now!, produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Taracena, Charina Nadura, Sam Alcoff, Marie Astudio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Hani Masood, Mary Conlon. Our executive director is Julie Crosby. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us.
The author Octavia Butler once wrote, "There's no end to what a living world will demand of us." Tonight on B-Sides, we come together to discuss the art of survival through meditation, migration, and a music that transcends the borders of space and time. Carrying a sub-Saharan sound that has traveled from West Africa through Morocco and into our studio in Brooklyn, it is my pleasure to introduce Inav Gnawa. They play an ancient style of music that is at least 8 centuries old and likely even older, so we'll have a lot to talk about in tonight's segment. I'm your host, Salam Bakala, filmmaker, DJ, and Ethiopian surrealist, and I welcome you to an hour of live music and creative conversation. Stay tuned.
اللهم صل عليك يا رسول الله اللهم صل عليك يا رسول الله يا جاه النبي يا مولاي محمد الحبيب.
Welcome Inaf Gnawa, and welcome everybody. First, let's start off by introducing yourselves and how you came to Brooklyn.
We are Inaf Gnawa. We're so happy to be here at Bric TV. Our great Ma'allim Hassan bin Ja'far, please give it up for him. My name is Samir, Aminu Bilyamani, Ahmed Jariuda, Naufal Atiq, Saeed Burhana.
And you guys are all Brooklyn based?
Yes, we are.
Great. And tell me the story about Inaf Gnawa and how you guys became a band.
I mean, I used to live in North Carolina before, for like 3 years. I moved to New York, and I first met with the great Ma'allim Hassan bin Ja'far. He's been here for 17 years. And I started to know Naufal, and then I meet with Ahmed, Saeed, and then I meet with Aminu. And I was like, we have something, let's put it out there. You know, people need to hear traditional Gnawa music in a very respectful way and in a very professional way. So that was my vision.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you want to tell us a little bit about Gnawa music, I know it's an ancient tradition that stems over 1,000 years old. So if you want to give us a little introduction to Gnawa music.
I'll let Aminu do the job.
Gnawa music, unfortunately, is like a lot of African cultures are passed on orally, so you don't have a lot of documents. And even back in the day in Morocco, the Moorish kingdoms were documenting a lot of stuff, but there's not much written about Gnawa, unfortunately. But we know that they came through the slave trade. The slaves that would be sold as east as Sudan, all the way west to Ghana. That whole area, we don't know exactly where, but that whole area, they would converge into these big marketplaces like Timbuktu in Mali, and then Marrakesh, or Sijil Mesa in Morocco, and then from there they'll be sold and separated, and then forming the different Gnawa communities all over Morocco, from the north, in the west, east, and south. We have so many different schools, like we say, of Gnawa in Morocco. The northern style is different than the southern style, but that all happened because of the dispersal and the slaves being separated from one another. And so that's in a nutshell, the history of Gnawa. But the music of Gnawa was only practiced in small communities in Morocco. You would only be able to witness Gnawa in a ritual like a lila, which means the whole night. It's very close community, only Gnawa people, Gnawa families, Gnawa Ma'allims, Gnawa musicians attend these rituals. And for centuries it was like that. But very recently, maybe 5-6 decades ago, when Morocco got its independence from France and a lot of emancipation movements in Morocco, you started seeing Gnawa being opened up to the Moroccan community. And now it's defined as Moroccan music, not as a separate thing. And also thanks to that, now everyone gets to hear it and play it, and you have festivals all over Morocco and even now in the world. So we're really thankful. And an important point I want to add about Brooklyn and us meeting here is that we would have never been able to meet up in Morocco. He's from Saleh, he's from Rabat, Saleh, Agadir, Casablanca, Fez, just all over the map. And the likelihood of us meeting in Morocco and forming a group is very, very small. But in Brooklyn, and that's the force of New York. So let's keep New York alive in that way.
And that leads us to our next song.
الله
قناوة صالة نبينا يا رسول الله
يا الله يا نبينا يا رسول الله يا الله يا نبينا يا رسول الله أزيادي صلى نبينا يا رسول الله
يا الله نبينا
يا رسول الله
يا الله مصطفى
يا حبيب الله
أمان زرور ضم البلاد
كيف لله
حيونا من بذوحنا
كيف لله
قناوة صالة نبينا يا رسول الله
يا الله يا نبينا يا رسول الله يا الله يا نبينا يا رسول الله أكيد صلى نبينا يا رسول الله نبينا
يا صلاة ونبينا
يا صلى نبينا
ونبينا
حرمتي
حرمتي
لالا فاطمة يا سيدي يا رسول الله
لا ماما
يا سيدي يا رسول الله
صلاة ونبينا مولاي محمد
صلاة ونبينا سيدي صلى نبينا صلاة ونبينا مولاي محمد
الله يا نبينا
كيف لله
يا رسول الله
الله يا نبينا يا رسول الله يا رسول الله نبينا
الله يا نبينا
كيف لله
يقول الله
يقول الله كيف لله
يقول الله
رجال الله كيف لله
حيونا بنا
بالله
بالله
كيف لله
يا رسول الله
الله يا نبينا يا رسول الله يا رسول الله نبينا
ما بانيا
سيدي صلى الله عليه
الوح انظروا
سيدي صلى الله عليه
يا ست حسين
سيدي صلى الله عليه
يلا انظروا
سيدي صلى الله عليه
جبل عرفة
سيدي صلى الله عليه
يلا انظروا
سيدي صلى الله عليه
كون المدينة
سيدي صلى الله عليه
الله بانيا والعبوا يا مولانا
الله البانية الله يا البانية عفو يا مولانا
ما تصلى نبينا
سيدي صلى الله عليه
كتاب والينا
والنبي صلى الله عليه
والله سيدي
سيدي صلى الله عليه
سيدي دار نبي الجود
والنبي صلى الله عليه
ربي الملك المعبود
سيدي صلى الله عليه
الله بانيا والعبوا يا مولانا
الله البانية الله الله البانية عفو يا مولانا
لا يا بمرا وقال يمرا خال يمرا وقال يمرا مسكينة أسيدي يا كل حيمة أقال يمرا كسكينة يا سيدي ميمون يا بابا ميمون بدي بمبرة السلام عليكم بابيكم وانا جيت اليوم وقال مرة لذينة وحيانا الله دايما في لا إله إلا الله عربي يا رسول الله الله يا ربي لا فويا قنوة
وحيانا الله دايما الله شهد لا إله إلا الله عربي يا رسول الله يا ربي لا فويا
ويا قلبي القلب مسكولة بدينين لا إله إلا الله مصطفى يا رسول الله الله يا ربي لا فويا قنوة لا تاتوا رجال ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ويا ابو العباس ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله يا دايما الله يا دايما الله يا مولاي ويا قلبي قلب مسكولة بديني لا إله إلا الله مصطفى يا رسول الله الله يا ربي لا فويا قنوة يا ذا الحسين ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله وسيدي موسى ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ضم البلاد ديبوا لله ديبوا لله ديبوا لله يا رجال يا دايما الله ديبوا يا دايما الله يا دايما الله ديبوا وحيانا الله دايما ربي لا إله إلا الله مصطفى يا رسول الله الله يا ربي لا فوياك نوا يا نبي الله ويا المصطفى يا نبينا الله يا حبيب الله يا حبيب الله الله ربي مولانا الله نبينا مولانا فاطمة يا رسول الله الله وليك يا الله وليك يا رسول الله يا نبينا يا حبيب الله دوينا الله سيدي جلالي لا فوتي خلافو عفو بابا جلالي والله سيدي جلالي عفو دي بالله جلالي عرب ولا جلالا بابا جلالي ويلي بابا جلالي ويلي بابا جلالي ولا القدر يا حبيب الله حرمتي لالا فاطمة حرمتي الحسن والحسين حرمتي سيدنا علي حرمتي صحابة العشرة الله يا سيدي جلالي يا فوق شيخي جلالي يا عبد القادر يا حبيب الله بابا جلالي ويلي بابا جلالي لا ويلي بابا جلالي ولا القادر يا حبيب الله داويني راني مظلومة ويلي بابا جلالي يا عفو يا شيخي جلالي ويلي بابا جلالي بابا جلالي الله يا سيدي جلالي يا عبد القادر السلطاني بابا جلالي ويلي بابا جلالي لا ويلي بابا جلالي مولاي القادر يا حبيب الله يا يدي على اولاد رسول الله هادي لالي داوي حالي الله الله مجنون هادي لالي داوي حالي على اولاد رسول الله استفض يا يدي على اولاد نبي الله وببجي لالي داوي حالي على اولاد رسول الله هادي لالي داوي حالي الله الله وببجلون هادي لالي داوي حالي على اولاد رسول الله يا يلي على اولاد رسول الله جلالي داوي حالي الله بابا جلالي داوي حالي على اولاد رسول الله
That was amazing, and I know this is incredibly enjoyable and incredibly entertaining, but I know that the roots of Ganawa music are rooted in spirituality, and I would love to talk to you guys about the spiritual roots of Ganawa music and how it's pre-Islamic and more so connected to the elements of the earth and the sun. And you mentioned earlier the lila, and I would love to learn more about the lila.
Gnawa comes from a very long history of animistic and shamanistic rituals that you find all over Africa, and it also found its way through the slave trade in South America, Cuba, Yoruba, Brazil, Candomblé. It's all the same idea where that people have spirits. Their spirits, first of all, exist around us, and you can have a human being be inhabited by a certain spirit, and each spirit is associated with a theme, with stories, with emotions, and then some people identify themselves with that spirit. So specifically speaking, for Gnawa, you have these colors. Each color is a spirit, is also how do you call it, a whole world within that color. You have incense that goes along with the color and all that. And so if you're in a lila and the white spirit or the black, whatever color speaks to you, that's going to be the time that, without even you wanting it, the Gimbri played by the Mu'allim will call you. And what it really means is that it's not calling you, it's calling the spirit. So if he's playing Mimuna, which is black, or if he's playing white, Jilali, which we just played, the white color, it means that he's speaking to the spirit of Jilali or Mimuna, whatever you're talking about, and he's trying to trance with that element and spirits. And that's the whole essence of Gnawa and the whole pre-Islamic thing. It comes from animist practices and shamanistic practices. And so Mu'allim is like a shaman. He's the doctor, he's the spiritual leader. So he will make sure that whoever is trancing gets to their full trance, so that they fall down and then the next day they will be like a newborn person. And if the Mu'allim, the shaman, or whatever you want to call it, doesn't do that well, it can be a catastrophe. Maybe you can share a story.
Yeah. The catastrophe. Tell us about the catastrophe.
I mean, it's like, it was close. Yeah, it's about Jimi Hendrix when he was in Morocco, in Essaouira, and he was attending a lila. And the Mu'allim that was playing the lila, his name, he passed away, God bless his soul. His name is Abdurrahman Paco. He passed away, and so during the lila, Jimi Hendrix was attending, and one guy was screaming the whole night, and no one knows what's wrong with him. It was just screaming, because the master that was leading the lila, he felt tired, so he wants to get some rest. So he handed the Gimbri to his right hand, and he told him, okay, you can finish the night. And that guy was screaming there. So the people, they were like, oh, what's wrong with this guy? No one knows what's wrong with him. So they went and they woke the Mu'allim, and they told them, Mu'allim, we don't know what's wrong with this guy. You know, he's been screaming the whole night. So he told his right hand, he told him, did you play this song? The guy was like, no, I skipped it. I just went directly to the other song. He was like, okay, just give me the sentir. So he got the sentir, he played his song, and that's when Jimi Hendrix called that Mu'allim Doctor of Spirits. That's the story. And to be a master, it's not easy. It takes a lifetime learning. It's like being in the military, you know? It's like a lot of work, a lot of experience. You have to start playing the castanets with the Mu'allim. You have to start
Before that, you start by running errands for the Mu'allim. For years. There's none of this. Just go get me cigarettes. Go get me this. Go get me a pound of milk, and you know. Yeah.
Whatever Mu'allim asks you to do it, you have to be like, yes, sir, I'm gonna do it. That's the traditional way to learn Gnawa, because you're not gonna go to a conservatory and you're gonna find Gnawa music in Morocco and you're gonna learn it. So you have to find a great master to be next to, and then you do whatever you want, whatever he wants, just in order for you to get something from him. And then you play castanets, you do the chorals with him, you play drums, and then you jump into the sentir. Then you jump into the Gimbri. The Gimbri is the last thing that you can do. Yeah. But for me, I play the sentir, but I'm not a Mu'allim. I don't want to be a Mu'allim because that's a lot of work. I don't want it. I'm good playing the castanets next to me, great Mu'allim Hassan Jaffa. That's enough for me.
Bless. And as much as it's about spirituality, it's also about longing for a home. I know that the origins of it was due to a lot of migration and forced migration.
Especially the first part of the Lila, which right now we're playing excerpts of all the sections, but it can last 24 hours. So that first part, the drumming and what followed it when we started with the clapping, that's called Wilad Bambara, which means the children of Bambara. And the whole section is about that, and that's the blues, talking about like we've been separated by our parents, we've been separated by our brothers, my loved ones, where are they? I miss home. Right. All those lyrics are about that, and that theme also comes back all over the Lila, but the first section of the Lila, Wilad Bambara, is dedicated for that. Yes.
And that leads me to this quote by Octavia Butler again. The child in each of us knows paradise. Paradise is home. Home as it was, or home as it should have been. Paradise is one's own place, one's own people, one's own world, knowing and known, perhaps even loved and loving. Yet every child is cast from paradise into growth and new community, into vast ongoing change. And this ongoing change, this constant migration, is kind of what leads us to dream and what leads us to connect spiritually to a paradise that we might have once known. And I think that there's no better language to communicate that dream than through music. And Ganawa music, blues, jazz, and a lot of the music that comes from communities that are existing through forced migration kind of can connect us as humans to this paradise that we once knew. And if you'd like, you can continue to the next song.
واش بغيتي يا القناوي شاشيك حلا سودان لا اله الا الله عزيز رسول الله لا اله الا الله عزيز رسول الله ميمونة لا لا ميمونة ميمونة هو بناوة ميمونة الحجة ميمونة ميمونة هو بناوة
And I know that this music is heavily accepted in Morocco now, but what's it like in Brooklyn? What's it like performing here, and how has the audience been?
Should ask them.
How do you guys love it?
We love it. Incredible. We love it. Magical.
Thank you, brother.
Great. And what's it like performing? What is your experience like performing? Like, do you go into a trance, or do you keep it up?
I mean, you always go into a trance because we play the music from our hearts. You know, we don't do it as commercials, so we play it as we feel the music. So we get in trance, and I'm sure the audience is in trance with us too.
Amen.
Beautiful.
So the song we're gonna play now called Sidi Musa. It's the blue Moses. It's the blue color.
موسى يا نبي الله موسى يا كلم الله بابا موسى صلى ونبينا حرامي صلى ونبينا مصطفى صلى ونبينا والله الله 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 لا اله الله طيب الله أشهد لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله المصطفى يا رسول يا حبيب الله كاتب الله كاتب الله ما كاتب الله عرفي مولانا يا اليابوري يا المساوي موسى 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 يا نبي الله سيدي يلا انظروا سيدي بكى المدينة بابا موسى صلى ونبينا حرامي صلى ونبينا مسيدي صلى ونبينا كاتب الله بابا موسى وسيدي موسى
ذوي حالي يا ذوي حالي يا ذوي حالي
يا رجال الله بابا اليتيم موسى يا موسى وابو مصر بابا موسى
يا ذوي حالي يا ذوي حالي يا ذوي حالي
يا رجال الله وبحريا ويا بابا موسى ويا الله ويا الله ومقبل بابا موسى عرفتي موسى
يا بابا بيجي سيدي موسى
يا الله
سيدي موسى
هذا العرض
سيدي موسى
سمك المير بيتنا
يا موسى يا موسى
ويا الحلاوي مول ما يسيدي موسى
يا موسى يا موسى
يا اليابوري وابو المصطفى هادي ناسو يا اليابوري يا موسى سمك المير بيتنا
يا موسى يا موسى
ويا لمين القرابة
ويا لمين
والمرصة
ويا لمين
ويا لمين
بوري بوري ويا لمين سيدي بوري ويا لمين
بوري بوري
ويا لمين
سلامي
ويا لمين
يا منى حمرية
ويا لمين
كرة حمراء
ويا لمين
ويا يا بوري
ويا لمين
ويا بوري
يا بوري بوري ويا لمين بوري بوري ويا لمين
والله ويا لمين
يا بوري بوري ويا لمين
وبوري يا بوري سيدي لمين
يا بوري بوري ويا لمين
الله يا البنية والله الله يا حمودة وحنصروا الله يا البنية جيزاني يا مولاكم يا مولا شنوية وحنصروا يا سيدي مولا حمرية السلام علي القرنة مبلسونا بمولا يا ربي لافو يا ربي الموجود سلام الله
والبنية والبنية الله بنية الله يا بنية الله يا بنية باش حموص الله نبي
يا سيدي ونحنزورو يا سيدي ماما العرب في مولا يا ربي لافو يا ربي موجود سلام علي القرنة مبلسونا حمودة يا حمودة يا حمودة سيادي يا سيادي شو مبلسونا غزالة وغزالة ماني القرنة الله
ومن يا ومن يا محبوس الله من يا حموم لك بس حموس الله بس حموس الله حمولك ميا يا تشيا لو يبرا ويا سيدي وابو لحم
So our segment is coming to an end. Thank you, Inav Gnawa, for sharing your sounds with us. And I wish you all a happy Memorial Day weekend. For our Muslim friends that are observing Ramadan tomorrow, Ramadan Kareem, may it be blessed and generous. You can rewatch this and all past episodes of B-Sides on YouTube on our link below. I'm Salam. Thank you, and good night, Brooklyn. Just one more song.
راغبين ومرغبون واقفين في باب الله سيادنا رجال الله صايرين الى زاروا دامهم ساروا لله الله نذكروا وشهدوا رسول الله اللهم صل وسلم على شفيعنا محمد اللهم صل وسلم على شفيعنا محمد وسلام على المرسلين. الولي والولي 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 يا بابا والله 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 ربي مولاي خلي مرا خلي مرا خلي مرا مشى السودان والولي والله خلي مرا خلي مرا دايما الله دايما الله دايما وني لا يلبس سيدي ايه باشا حمود وجاوي البراحم ايه باشا حمود
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
My name is Yu Jie. I came from Shenzhen, China.
As I'm recording this, my friends just sent me a text saying Cuomo just announced that New York City is going to be under lockdown. So it's kind of great that I got out.
The world is on pause right now. We've seen the canals in Venice clear up. LA doesn't have smog, so the climate crisis is solved.
No.
Originally, I was planning to end this job right now properly and giving them notice in like 2 weeks in advance. Then sublet this apartment, get rid of everything I have, and then just completely move back to China. With this coronavirus thing happening, it makes it really difficult. My plan was definitely ruined. I couldn't get like a proper priced flight ticket. That is the first problem. The ticket price went up crazily, and I think it's not reasonable to just buy overpriced tickets just for the reason of going back. And then the second thing is I heard I have to be quarantined in like a government designated place for 14 days. It's a huge risk. I don't know about going to be exposed on the airplane or like even with 2 layers of mask, goggles, protection suits and everything. I just don't think it's reasonable for me to go back right now anymore.
My name is Yu Jie. I came from Shenzhen, China. I moved to US 6 years ago for undergrad school, and now I'm graduated with a master's degree in arts administration from Columbia University.
And I'm working at a gallery. My employer is willing to sponsor a visa for me, which is great. We did apply for H-1B visa, but then the lottery happened in March, and the result came out on April 1st, and we found out that we didn't get the H-1B lottery, which means I have to leave US by the time that my F1 student visa ends. And now I have 3 to 4 months more to stay in US. With the risk of not winning the lottery in mind, I actually started to look for a job in Beijing as well. And then this opportunity came across to me. I applied and I got like a non-official offer from them to work as a director in this new opening museum. I really appreciate this opportunity that allowed me to work for a museum that was created and founded by Chinese and is going to focus on our country's contemporary art. But this plan got intervened with this coronavirus. This is maybe my a month at home now. In the beginning, it was definitely a lot of anxiety. So I was like thinking about what I can do. I don't have any job related things to work on right now, and it's impossible to find a new job right now. And this notion of not having anything to do at home really drives me crazy. This is how we get packaged and delivered now. I'm slowly adjusting myself to this kind of lifestyle, and I feel more at peace right now. I realize I have something I can do, like reading books, studying for this personal trainer certification. Basically, I started to look out for things I can do at home, and it really helped. I'm worrying about my financial situation too. I used to have an income which will provide me enough money for living and renting this apartment. Since this corona thing happens, they decided to put me on part-time and on a project basis and pay me by hours. If there's no project going on, which is the case right now, then I have no income for this month. I don't have any plan right now. I have no solution for this thing, and I don't think I can solve this. I think the best solution for me is just to stay at home while waiting for this to be over, and then start to plan for my future again. Whether to go back or go to school in US continually, I don't know yet.
Hi Mom, it's getting really crazy here. It's getting worse. One of my roommates, she already left. She's going back to her family in Texas. My other roommate, she's thinking of leaving tomorrow. I'm feeling scared, Ma. Wish I could come back home. Ma, I really don't want to be alone in this apartment, and I'm not feeling good about being all alone in this country. I'm so far away from all of you. I'm thinking about coming home to India. Call me back when you get this message. Okay, so I called the Indian embassy in DC, and they said it's a good idea for Indian citizens to return home. They also said I should leave in the next 48 hours, so I'm going to go look for a ticket right now and see what I find. Okay, I bought a direct flight from JFK to New Delhi. It's going to take off tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm hearing all these crazy stories about Delhi airport, but I can't even think about that right now. I'm coming back home. As I'm recording this, my friends just sent me a text saying Cuomo just announced that New York City is going to be under lockdown. So it's kind of great that I got out and I'm sitting here at Terminal 4 about to take a flight. Let me show you my paraphernalia. So I have this mask, I have gloves. So in my bag over here, I have disinfecting wipes, I have hand sanitizer, I have gloves, I have emergency medicines in case, so it has like Advil and Tylenol and such things. Oh, you can't see, but I have toilet paper and I have my own blanket because I don't want to use the airline's blanket. What's happening is that in New Delhi, once you arrive, you're supposed to go through a medical screening, and that's when they decide if you should be quarantined or not. For people who are actually potentially sick, potentially carrying the virus, for those who are showing symptoms, the government of India has actually started to quarantine people for 14 days in government hospitals. We've heard horror stories. Apparently the facilities are really awful. I'm a little nervous about that, but I feel fine, and more than anything, I'm just trying to be positive. You know, very, very soon I'm going to be with my mom and dad and my little sister, so I'm just holding on to that. Just landed in Delhi airport and it's crazy here. It's really chaotic.
But you are actually making us spread the disease in the country.
Yes, right.
And even if someone has a little bit intelligence.
They're supposed to be checking our temperature, but right now it just looks like all the planes are landing and everyone's just sort of stuck in one place. Everyone's really mad. From the little information I've gathered, this health screening process is like a real-life video game. There are 5 levels which we have to complete to get out of this airport. Some people, they're going to be sent to government quarantine centers. Things are quite stressful. Finally started with the temperature checkup. But then they realized that people have really high body temperature because it's just so crowded and it's so hot. So now we've been told to stand around and cool down. Currently, we're all waiting around.
All passengers have to go through health screening process before reporting to the immigration counters.
This is my friend Aditi. She has to go back to Bangalore. Hopefully. But at this point, we're just sitting here on the floor. Almost 11 p.m. We're still stuck between level 2 and 3. This is the line for immigration. There's thousands of people here, you know, pushing and shoving each other. It's like the Hunger Games. We haven't been given any food. There's barely enough water. There's a lot of old people. There's a lot of children. This is a really horrible situation. It's getting to me now. It's getting to all of us now. It's just getting really intense now. We haven't really eaten. We haven't slept. We haven't been able to feel clean. Everyone's been on top of each other. I honestly think that everyone here is feeling sick. So by the time we go to the screening, because of these like 16 hours at the airport, you know, no one is feeling healthy or fit. So it just kind of defeats the purpose. So it's a crazy situation, and I think it could have been handled much, much better. It's exactly 6 a.m. and I got the stamp to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. We're done. We're done. Guys, freedom!
It's
freedom!
awesome.
Self-quarantine.
Self-quarantine.
Oh yeah, don't need the mask. And we did it.
अपने आप से बात फिर से.
Yeah. These guys are going to Bangalore. These two are going to Calcutta. The rest of our friends have hopefully reached, so we made
they
it.
have. So we have gone through all the emotions together. Like, and we have seen each other in the worst, like, physical state.
And
this
a
is
lot
the
of
worst,
other
guys.
different states.
So, like, you've seen me when I look the worst. So now, like, whatever you see, it'll be a little better.
Good to know. It's on video also, so. It's 4 p.m. March 22nd today. Like I said, it's been quite a journey, and I'm just very ready to go home. You know, I think the government is really taking measures to do what they can to stop the spread of this virus, and I'm not going to complain about the very difficult 18 hours we spent going through our medical checkup. If it helps, I have doubts about how much people are following the rules. I have doubts about how truthful people are being about their situation, but you know, really one can hope for the best. A few of my friends think I'm crazy for leaving New York City, for leaving the United States to go back to India. But those who have roots elsewhere will understand. When you find yourself in the midst of something as traumatic as a global pandemic, you also find yourself seeking the familiar, looking for the safest place to be in. I'm an immigrant in the United States, and the place I feel the safest in is the motherland. It's home. They just put us on these buses with all of our stuff, and they brought us to, I think it's called Chittaranjan National Cancer Institute, which is a facility that's not yet built. There's sawdust and dirt and dust everywhere. There's mosquitoes everywhere. It's not possible to be sitting on a chair. It's not possible to be waiting. You know, we'll get malaria or dengue before we actually get tested for corona. Obviously, we have no answers. We're not being told what they're testing for, what's happening. They just keep telling us to sit. Here's just an idea. As you can see, there's construction over there. Today is Wednesday, March 25th. It's the day that India goes into a strict lockdown. Today is also day 4 of being room quarantined. After my crazy transit experience, who knows what I've been exposed to. I don't want to put my family at risk. And so I find myself quarantined in my childhood bedroom. No one can enter, I can't leave. I can't hug my family. But it's okay. It's just 2 weeks. I know now that I made the right decision because it feels really, really good to be home.
The world is on pause right now. We've seen the canals in Venice clear up. LA doesn't have smog, so the climate crisis is solved.
No.
Shia Bastida of We the Planet and Fridays for the Future, Jesse Bluedorn of the Sunrise Movement, and Fiona Jarvis and Adam Neville of XR Youth US. 4 activists detailing why the climate crisis is more pressing than ever.
If nothing is getting contaminated right now, it's because the mass consumption of fossil fuels is stopped. But we can achieve the same amount of emissions reductions by just switching to renewable energy. It doesn't have to translate into massive economic loss and massive unemployment.
I wonder if you have a message for anyone who's out there saying we should be getting production started again, get this economic engine moving, and then we'll settle climate.
So we just don't feel like they're two separate issues that, oh, we can't deal with the climate crisis now because something else is happening. There are always going to be things happening. It's so important to understand that climate isn't something separate from public health. They are deeply intertwined. As humans encroach upon the natural environment more and more, we're getting closer and closer to wild animals, so then diseases like COVID-19 can jump from an animal to a human, and we'll see increased pandemics in both of our lifetimes.
I've seen a lot of posts, we are the virus, humanity is the virus, which is such a loaded statement.
The worst impacts of climate change and the impacts of COVID-19 have a intersection where they're disproportionately impacting the same groups: poor people, people of color.
There was a graphic that showed where in New York COVID-19 cases were occurring. They're really concentrated in deep Brooklyn, Queens, Upper Manhattan, these communities that are already facing sky-high asthma rates, air pollution, and then we get a respiratory virus.
It kind of breaks my heart a little bit. People are losing jobs or don't have jobs or are dying or can't afford healthcare. It doesn't need to be like that.
Just a couple of weeks ago, the government actually announced that they would be rolling back a lot of EPA regulations. The reasoning provided, the economic situation surrounding COVID-19. That's not an acceptable reason.
Quarantine will eventually end, and we will go back to perpetuating the same pollution that caused all the damage in the first place.
And that's why youth organizers like me are still organizing. Now we have seen that the world can come together. We have seen that all sectors can address a crisis like what's happening right now, and we have to do the same thing for the climate crisis.
50 years ago, about 20 million Americans participated in some kind of protest or action in commemoration of Earth Day. Fast forward to now, what are we going to be doing all from our living rooms?
We cannot hold our next global climate strike, which was scheduled for April 24th. We have been encouraging fellow climate strikers to strike online.
People have been digitally striking for a long time.
Most kids can't actually physically leave school every Friday, and they just like post pictures of themselves holding a sign.
To commemorate Earth Day, one of the things that I am organizing is called We the Planet. We are putting a massive day of action together in which we're asking people to pledge to do an individual and systemic action. One of the main things is Earth Day Live, which is going to be a 3-day live stream. On Wednesday, we're going to focus on striking. On Thursday, we're going to focus on divestment. And on Friday, we're going to focus on voting.
Unite behind the science! Unite behind the science! Unite behind the science! Save the Earth!
After the strike that happened a few months ago, you couldn't look at any screen without knowing what was happening. What is the loss of that going to mean for Earth Day and your activism moving forward?
We felt that loss profoundly, but I think we're feeling really optimistic.
And I think maybe even the more at-home environment will make it easier, because you can't just go to a strike and say, I went to a strike. And that's the thing that you did for climate today. It's you gotta do something else.
I'm pledging to bring my own metal water bottle and to push for climate legislation in my hometown.
I am pledging to create less plastic waste and create workshops to educate my community about climate justice.
We have so much more power than we think.
And I'm here in Manhattan in front of the headquarters of BlackRock.
What we need is a global fight.
Make your voice heard.
Is there something that the people involved in climate justice work have known for a long time that folks in broader society may just be waking up to?
We're seeing so many other elements of the environmental crisis in this moment. People are gearing up for a very intense storm season. Heat waves are coming. People can't afford their air conditioner bill during this difficult time. This is a system that works very well for the people at the top, but just really is not delivering for most of us.
The way that people feel because of the coronavirus pandemic, that sense of worry and what's going to happen tomorrow, is the same thing that we feel for the climate crisis. We were better emotionally equipped to start acting rather than spend all of our time worrying.
I heard an activist say this COVID-19 pandemic is like a dress rehearsal for the impending apocalyptic climate crisis that's coming. Do you think that's hyperbole, or do you see truth in that?
I think, unfortunately, there is some truth in that. The majority of downtown New York will be completely underwater by 2050 if we maintain our current trajectory. So if you're feeling stuck in your apartment in New York now, at least you still have an apartment.
One of the main things that makes people care about the climate crisis is when you tell them that the issue is immediate, it's personal, it's happening to people around them.
Helping people to understand what a crisis feels like makes it a lot easier to help people to understand what is coming. When we're able to, we will be back in person, building community in that way, but there is so much to learn from being forced to get really creative during this time.
Hope to see you on the streets after the pandemic is over.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
Oh, I gotta go to my cousin's wedding next week. I'm gonna be a groomsman.
Russo's by the bay?
Nah, Johnny's by Bay Street. Staten Island version. Instead of the couple coming up through the floor with the smoke like at Russo's, they walk to their dais over a miniature Verrazano Bridge.
Oh, classy.
I gotta rent a tux for this shit.
Good luck with all the jizz and puke.
Yeah, my family's weddings are wild.
No, I'm talking about the tux rental. There's only two types of people who rent tuxes. They're either for weddings or proms. One's a group of irresponsible teenagers on one of their first nights of true partying, all swollen with booze and fucklust. The other, they're a group of irresponsible adults confronting their loneliness, all swollen with booze and fucklust. Like I said, jizz and puke.
I fucked my prom date like 6 times.
Yes, high school Craig, all 6'2", 165 pounds of pure punk rock muscle, looking great in your tux, covered in fuck juice.
I like this. I do, it makes sense, right? Clothes have souls.
Yeah, of course you like this. You're renting a tux for a 6'2" guy, slender tux. Of course you think it's got the mojo of 1,000 fuckable men. Me? I'm 5'7". I'm renting a 40 short with irregular arms and short legs. The last guy who wore mine looked like Kim Jong-un.
This place is bugging me out. I get it. For the 100th time, you moved into the neighborhood you used to buy your weed in.
No, this is the actual store. The wig heads were over here. There was a bunch of junk over there. The bag of Fritos that made this front to front, it was right up there. They made you buy a bag every time.
We've been to 5 different stores on Franklin. Each one was the spot you bought your weed in.
There was a buzzer that you pressed and they buzzed you in, and the door locked so you couldn't leave. I still remember them calling me 21 Jump Street.
Maybe this is the spot you thought was the weed spot.
What the fuck you want? Let me get 2 dimes and a 20.
So, 2 20s?
Yeah. Excuse me, I meant 2 20s of weed.
We don't sell weed here. That's next door. Now get the fuck out.
Can I give them back to you? Yeah, for my money?
Are you fucking serious? This is not how these transactions go down. Look around you. Does it look like we have a return policy? Just do some coke, you fucking pussy.
I do coke.
Yeah, and you fuck bitches too.
I fuck bitches.
Give me that. Get the fuck out.
You still haven't tried coke, you pussy.
She wants white, the cheapest Sauvignon Blanc they got.
These are cheap. Yeah.
These 2 bottles and,
Is that it?
a double chocolate Thai.
You know, the one with the chocolate chips on the bag?
You got the hydro?
Let's get 2 for $5. You know what? You got a 50 of murders?
I'm sorry. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, before you moved to New York, this used to be a weed spot.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, this used to be a front. You know, the dumbwaiter, the camera that didn't work, the bag of Fritos. The whole place was like The Wire. Marlo, Omar.
Look, he bought his weed here like once back in the 90s. He's being nostalgic.
5 times. Man, this neighborhood used to be wild.
And now you're back. It's $26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might want to hear a little neighborhood history, you know? Some real seedy New York shit.
Sorry, I got other customers to attend to.
There ain't nobody here. We're the only ones buying shit. People just come in and leave.
There's not a really big selection.
Okay, you got your wine. It's $26. There's the door.
Another entitled non-New Yorker telling me how to live in New York.
I'm from Long Island.
I'm sure you're turned on. What a fucking asshole that lady was.
Is this gonna ruin the day? Because if so, I'm going home.
What? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to enlighten her about the New York that she inhabits.
Look, not everybody's got to bow down to the crap that comes out of the shit shell of a brain of yours.
You tolerate it.
Barely. That's what friends are for. Now be a pal and let it go.
I'm sorry. Look, I haven't slept right since the baby was born, and I haven't smoked weed in days.
What? How you standing upright?
Johnny V got pinched.
Fuck. You've been going to him since before college.
I know, I'm in a panic, but the little bit of weed that I have left, I've been giving it to my wife so she doesn't murder me in my sleep.
Call my guy.
You guy's a fucking weirdo.
No, he ain't.
I don't have the heart for his vetting process.
What are you talking about?
Craig, the last time we went there, we had to watch TV with him for like 2 hours. Actually, we watched wrestling for 2 hours and he watched us.
He's harmless.
I don't know, man. This whole thing's got me thinking. I'm pushing 40. What happens if I lose a connection and can't get another one until a Cuomo legalizes it in New York?
Is there another Cuomo?
There's gotta be. Yeah. I bought a jar for my weed in '93 and it's been filled ever since. I mean, I always have. Now it's like my ecosystem's disrupted.
I got you.
Oh, not in front of the kid.
This is fucking delicious. What is this?
Some Icelandic-style yogurt.
Everybody's got a yogurt now? When we grew up, it was just Dannon. Then the Greeks. Now you got a Finnish yogurt, Norwegian yogurt, Malaysian yogurt. How come Puerto Ricans ain't got yogurt?
It was called mofongo.
That's Dominicans, man. Sometimes I don't get you.
What? That's the good stuff. It's got fermented chia seeds. It's got probiotics.
Is that the one for shitting?
Yeah.
Can't believe you let your kids eat this shit.
That's expensive shit.
Yeah, but your whole little preserved Brooklyn cause. Shouldn't he be eating public school butter crunch cookies and slugging a quart of water? Instead, you got him sitting here eating cut cucumbers and celery and warm Frisian glazing. And we got to get you up on New York food, Henry. Okay? Next time, cart knishes with onions, Jamaican beef patties, hot dogs, Zeppelis.
Nah, that food's poison.
We grew up on that food.
Yeah, and look at us.
What do you do about the weed?
I got a number from Jose, my super.
Hey, yo, you still looking for me?
You Mikey? I was texting with Mikey.
You Jose's boy?
Yeah, you want to go do this at my house? I don't want to do this out in the open with my kid.
Go to your house? Nah, man. Just have your man take the kid around the block, and me and you go in here and talk business.
This used to be a front, right?
Where you from?
Bay Ridge.
New Yorker. You must have bugged out coming up here. You should look mad different, right?
Yeah, I bought my wife's wine in here earlier, and I was telling the girl that this used to be a front. She bugged out on me.
Oh, that was you? That's fucking classic. I gotta tell my therapist about this shit.
Go walk around the block.
Yo, you really pissed her off, bro. She said 2 yuppies came in here and scared off all the clientele.
Yuppies?
Nuh-uh. He cost us like 3 sales. Him and his friend were pretending to piss on each other in the corner, and all the walk-ins walked out.
You was pissing in here?
I was pissing in a diaper.
You wear diapers?
No, I was telling a story that I was pissing in my son's diaper pail because I couldn't make it to the bathroom, and I don't want to wake him up.
That's fucking smart. He's smart. I like that. We should sell to this guy, man. Look at his face. He'll be loyal.
I will. I will.
All right. We'll serve this block historian and move him on his merry way.
So, how much you want, bro?
What do you got? Dubs, eighths, quarters?
Got whatever you need, man.
All right, I'll take an ounce then.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah? Serve him. Serve the man. So that's 1,500, bro.
You guys don't have weed?
Dance Day. Dance Day. Dance Day. Dance Day.
Ah, this fucking place.
This fucking place.
Oh, you're making my kid curse.
The fuck did I do? Well, that didn't count.
Yeah, I agreed to go to a play date with your au pair du jour, and she's got to live here.
What's wrong with Gowanus?
I prefer to remember it how it was.
Well, a place you didn't go because you weren't a longshoreman, prostitute, or junkie? You're just mad you got priced out.
You're damn fucking right.
Besides, I didn't say she lives here. It's her friend. She's throwing a party.
A party?
Look, her friend's having a little warehouse party. I wanted it to be a surprise.
For what?
DJ Chick Norris is playing.
Are you kidding me? No warning. Just boom, a surprise concert. Craig, I got a kid. He's here. Craig, this is why you don't have kids. You don't know how to take care of him.
He can come.
How? He's got fucking baby ears. Tender, damageable baby ears. They better not have those air traffic controller headphones.
No dipshit. It's a kid party. A mommy dance party, whatever you want to call it.
Nah, I'm turning around. That's it. We're on a mission, Craig. To make him from where we're from.
Would you live a little?
I'm living.
It's gonna be great. My girl could watch Henry. Me and you could relax and have a couple beers. You're gonna love my new wife.
Yeah, it's great to watch your friends in Borough die in the same place.
Whatever. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think she might be the one, man.
She doesn't stand a chance.
I'm serious. This one is special. She used to ride horses in junior high school.
Enough. I'm about to meet her. I don't want to spend the moments before learning how she loves to eat asshole. Well, I'm sorry, Henry.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, there's a spot right over there. What's that guy doing?
Hey, yo, guy, what are you doing?
No, hey, spot's taken.
Yeah, by me.
Hey, come on, man, I'm saving it for my girlfriend.
There's no saving spots. Hey, Henry, is there saving spots?
No, there's no saving spots.
Hey, she's gonna be here in a minute. She's got our kid.
Really? This is where you've taken me.
Dude, sorry.
My God, dudes, we're like a Seinfeld episode here.
No, we're not. If we were, I would have beat the shit out of George and fucked the lane by now.
You flatbush flathead.
Who would have thunk it?
I know, right? Trapped in a room full of beautiful nannies, young moms, and husbands whose wives will potentially steal.
We got the best bait of all. No, that this is what we became. That this is what Brooklyn has become.
What are you talking about? This is awesome. I wish we had shit like this when we grew up. We just went to the aunt's house so Mom could smoke cigarettes and play pinochle.
Yeah, but our aunts didn't move to the big city, become a parent, and dress like MC Search like this schmo.
What are you talking about? You're wearing neon limited edition sneakers and a polo bear shirt on Dad Day.
Yeah, but I earned it. We grew up here. Our whole family lives here.
So we get a hipster pass because we occasionally have a New York accent? You're more like him than you think.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey,
How you doing? You look amazing.
stop it.
Oh, this is James. He's thrilled to be here.
Hi. And you must be Henry. I like your shirt. Oh, you're such a little ladies' man, aren't you? What a muffin.
Thanks. He gets it from his mother.
Such a muffin. Hey, let's go dance.
Get him out of here. Have fun.
Yeah, let's go outside.
So how'd you meet this one?
Our friend's having an affair with my friend.
An affair? Oh, he's married and he's fucking a 22-year-old.
What do you expect them to do? They're everywhere. They're like bed bugs. They transplant here and just want to get in trouble.
And you're the problem. You keep banging him out and encourages more of them to come. You're a transplant banger.
Bang, bang, dude. Your wife's from Connecticut.
Yeah, and I get a pass on it. Because here I am raising the last of a dying breed. The last of the born and bred Brooklynites with an accent.
Is this what marriage did to you? Huh? Brooklyn's changed. It's full of 22-year-olds on Tinder, dying of sex with guys like us that are actually from here. And your way of dealing with your monogamy is through plotting and anger?
I've entered my Al Bundy stage.
I'd rather enter these transplants.
You're just infatuated with all the available ass looking to make the Craig mistake. You're the one they find right before they find someone to marry.
Yeah.
Hey, put this out. Let's go get a beer.
Can we get a couple beers?
Two blue? So, what's this one like?
She gets it. She knows what I need. A little dress up, clean feet.
Choking?
Dainty hands with a strong grip. I think I'm gonna put a baby in her. I mean, she's good with kids, nice family.
Yeah. Yeah, just jump right in. That would be great for the kid.
Yeah. I just don't think I can, though.
Oh, tell me more.
It's her father, man. He's bald.
Oh! You can't do that to your potential sons.
I know. I got a great head of hair. My father.
Great head of hair.
I mean, she's fucking perfect, but...
Hey, listen. Out of all the reasons that you should not have a child with a stranger, this one might stop me.
I'm a stranger. It's 3 weeks.
Hair? That's a problem, but it's second only to father's dick size.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, I thought we talked about this. Look, in my mind, you owe it to yourself to find out what her father's dick size is. You owe it to your future sons to find out what you're potentially strapping them with. You gotta let them know that you tried to make the family keep on growing. Not shrinking, growing.
The future of your son's dick keeps you up at night?
No, I did my homework, no jeopardy.
You've seen Devin's dad's dick?
No.
You asked her?
Well, I couldn't get a look myself.
What am I supposed to do? Ask every girl I'm about to bang about their dad's dick?
No, only the ones that you plan on impregnating.
Oh my God, Henry is so cute. What a doll.
I know, that kid's amazing. Hung like a horse, that kid.
Stop. You are so bad.
I'm just saying, important things to consider when making a family.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about important things to consider when making a family. Heart disease, cancer, male pattern baldness.
What? My dad's bald.
Yeah, but is he well hung?
You better be kidding.
You know, this is amazing, and I don't want to be in a frivolous relationship anymore, you know? I want to take this, I want to take you seriously.
So...
Just give me an idea.
Stop, enough. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I gotta take Alice home. Call me later, tomorrow. What's wrong?
Remember when you were a kid in the summer? And you just get home from the beach. Grandma's back from Florida. The kitchen's really hectic. You're running late for dinner, so you jump in the shower with your dad. Boom, you've seen your dad's dick.
Really? I've been in the city 6 months, and somebody I barely know is asking me this?
It's been 3 weeks.
Okay, so who's to say it's my dad's dick that matters? How big is your dad's dick?
I haven't seen it since I'm 5 or 6, but you remember the one about the baby's arm in the apple?
Yeah.
His dick was holding that baby.
Figures. But what if it's not the grandfathers that determine the size? Macho pig. What if it's my mother, or... So, Craig, how big's your mother's pussy?
Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day. Dad's Day.
I'm fucking beat.
Word. That wedding last night almost killed me, man. It's nice to be out here relaxing in some peace and quiet.
I needed this. I stayed out too late last night. And I was nicely buzzed and in the cut, and it was fun, but I just stayed out too late. I got right to that point of too drunk, too old, and too married for the place that I was in. I was with that kid Corey from work, the one we're meeting later.
Yeah, the kid you said is me 10 years ago?
No. He could be you in 10 years. There's still hope.
You should be so lucky.
Nah. I learned from your mistakes. I'm better prepared and better equipped for this. It's like I'm being sent back in time to change the future. It's like I'm John Connor.
John Connor led the resistance against the Terminator army. No, you're like the guy who fucked his mother.
You mean his father?
Oh, wait, so tell me, genius, how you gonna prevent me from 10 years ago from being me now?
It's just a joke I have with him. No big deal. Just about how, eventually he'll lose the ability to deeply care about a person for years at a time. And the trade-off is the ability to walk into a room and find something to fuck.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
Yeah, it figures. But I think I got him thinking straight.
How so?
He's 28.
So what?
So I told him what happens to a man right around 30.
The Great Widening.
We need a new name for that.
It'd be scary to most, but I welcomed it. They all became so beautiful at once.
I wonder what it is. You're so picky in your 20s. Perfect tits, thigh gap, fat ass. And then all of a sudden, you love them all.
Is there a little awkward?
I love it.
A little ugly?
Fine with it.
Fucked up teeth?
Bring it. Big bush.
Bush is back.
No bush.
Big bush, no problem.
Wrinkles.
I fucked a grandmother last week. I followed the lines like map trails.
Lately, I can get off on one positive trait and some sense of humor. I mean, club foot, bad hair, pink eye. If she's got one good titty, it makes me laugh. If I wasn't married, I'd be in.
I mean, a little thick? Fuck it, a lot thick.
I prefer it.
Cellulite.
I got it.
Saggy tits.
My balls are almost pendulums.
Flat ass?
Not at all. But if they got a bad attitude.
No, then it's overdone. I mean, like one morning you wake up, as long as they're trying, they just all start to look so sexy.
That's what this kid doesn't get. Is then all that's left is to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
You're going to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
It's a curse. You're cursed.
Pray for me.
With all this ass floating around Brooklyn, it's like you're a kid in a candy store. Actually, it's like you're a kid stuck in a candy store after an earthquake for a really long time, and the power's out. So you gotta eat the candy for sustenance. I mean, he's forced to eat what he loves until it becomes what he hates.
But it all works out in the end, right?
Nah. But there's hope for others.
To be honest with you, I was pretty creeped out to meet you.
Jason, you do this to Corey? You blame him for everything?
Nah, we actually haven't been hanging out much lately. I just got engaged, so there hasn't really been any time. I want to set him up with one of my fiance's friends so we can go on vacation together.
But he keeps fucking him and leaving.
Keeps fucking him. So we're kind of running out of bridesmaids to pair him with.
Yeah, they'll hold his cock, but they won't hold his hand down the aisle.
Oh, hey, he can't help it. Look at the kid. So you're getting married. Must be tough watching Corey fuck all your girls' friends. I've been in long-term relationships before, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing more beneficial for their longevity than wanting to fuck all your girls' friends. Listen up, boys. I read all about this. Human beings are not actually the descendants of chimpanzees as previously believed. We're actually the descendants of the bonobo, a matriarchal, polygamous ape driven by orgy.
Stop. Your bonobo theory doesn't work. We're evolved from chimps, a disgusting, warring, patriarchal ape that's territorial, womanizing, and overtly cruel. Just look at the election this year.
Look, that's because we repress our true nature. Deep down, we are built to competitively fuck. Our bodies evolved that way. Look, I could prove it to you. Jason, imagine me fucking your fiance doggy style.
No thanks.
Holy shit, dude. This is my work friend.
Whom you're trying to convince not to be like me. This should only further prove your point, no?
Well, valid, but fucking his wife, doggy style?
It's for science. Don't be so close-minded. The doggy style is just because I'm a visual thinker. All right, so let's say me and Corey are engaged in a threesome.
Yeah, Dib's hitting that one first.
All right, so he's fucking her, and then he comes inside her, right? Here I come with my dick. And while I'm doing my thing to please this woman, I come inside her. But while we're enjoying this pleasure, I'm also displacing his sperm. You see, listen, the male penis is like a meat straw. And while we thrust in, our foreskin also pulls out the last lover's sperm. You see, she wants our cum. She's programmed to procreate, and she's maximizing her chances by having multiple lovers. And I'm obliging, but I'm also competing.
You fucking lost it. I'm sorry, guys. He gets like this sometimes. Let's get out of here.
No, I haven't. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, guys. Your wife wants a life full of orgasms. Besides, more sex leads to less conflict.
I do agree that we live in a matriarchal society. I mean, what's more matriarchal than what James and I have?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're forced to brunch, we're forced to express our feelings, we have to clean up after ourselves, listen and eat salads.
No, I choose to live a pretty sweet life with my lady and my boys.
No, she conditions you to live an optimal life for her and gives you sex to pacify your primal urge. I mean, she's got your nuts in a sports sack. The same bag that she kept her weed in all throughout college, weed that she doesn't let you smoke now.
Forget this. This isn't just about you. Think about your wife's needs also. When the female bonobo screams out during orgasm, she's screaming for more males to come and fuck her. She's screaming for more dick. Look, our women want more dicks. Corey gets it. He gives more dick. Jason, give her more dick.
Suddenly, I hate myself.
Craig, I lived with you for years. I've heard you fuck. You're like Marlon Brando having sex with Marlon Brando in a sex scene directed by Marlon Brando. And secondly, I am positive, when she has that fake orgasm, it's so that she can go to sleep and get the trauma of your sex screams behind her.
Look, you could tell yourself whatever you want. You can't refute science. The fact that my dick and fuck motion combo sucks out other sperm proves that we evolved as polygamists, further proving that our girlfriends and wives want pounds of dick.
You're a sick fuck. You want to be like this, Corey?
No, I want to be like you and Jason.
Are you happy?
No.
Why not?
You have Corey to groom, but who am I to impart my wisdom to? Today, all this, it made me realize that I need a protege. You like fruit, Henry? Why not eat all the fruit?
Henry, too much fruit makes you sick. Craigie has too much fruit.
But fruit's so sweet and delicious.
Henry, vegetables make you stronger. Bitter greens might not taste good at first, but you get used to them.
She won't let me do it.
She's 100% right.
Why you always gotta get her back? You're supposed to be my pal, my confidant, my golden girl.
A Sophia Petrillo like myself does not make decisions based on loyalty alone. She trusts her gut.
Yeah, and I trust mine. And it's gotten really big lately, so, you know, it must know something.
So that's it. I'm cutting the cord, no more cable.
You can't cut cords. What did your therapist say? Look, TV raised you, man. Video music box, Yo MTV raps, cartoons. You gonna turn your back on your parents?
Brooklyn raised me.
Come on, you're an inside kid. You were plopped on a couch eating Twinkies. You wasn't out here on these streets.
Besides, the only reason I have a TV is because I thought I'd see you on it someday. So I might as well just throw it away.
I can't believe Henry graduated pre-K already. I mean, it feels like just yesterday you were freaking out about getting Devin pregnant and having to commit your life to a soul-sucking job.
I wish it was pre-K. I mean, it's more like college tuition. This kid's getting a Norwegian-level education at Martin Shkreli prices.
I thought you was rich.
He's rich. My wife's rich. I'm still heavily invested in the get-rich-quick schemes and the pipe dreams. Well, forget about it, though, because the people, they're lovely. The education is great. The one thing that chaps my ass is that Henry is the only true Brooklynite. I mean, he was born here. I was born here. My father was born here. His father was born here.
I get it. So he should get a bigger diploma, you're saying?
Yeah, he should. I went to City College. His grandmother went to City College. His great-grandmothers both had to drop out of public school to get jobs. Lineage counts.
How long does it take to become a real New Yorker? I always heard 10 years.
Fuck that. We were beat in, they bought in. It ain't the same.
So what you're saying is you're worried your son is becoming a yuppie puppy?
Kinda.
It's all right. Let's fix it.
First lesson today at lunch. Real New Yorkers know how to get over. We know how to get the big slice, the big scoop. We know how to talk to the people.
Yeah, me, Henry, I talk to everybody. I talk to the mailmen, the old ladies, the store owners.
The homeless.
Well, that's not fair.
Really? Because I remember you having such a connection with a homeless man who begged on your dorm room corner that you actually let
a man into my home.
I'm not celebrating you.
Henry, I gave a man a roof over his head. I'm a saint.
Saint Craigie.
Just because you let Charlie Noodles bathe in your dorm room and dry his dirty socks does not mean that you get the big scoop in your burrito. One does not do this casually. There are many technical details involved.
Enlighten us.
There are 3 steps to getting the big scoop. First, you can't build a building without a proper foundation.
Pork?
And you can't pour a foundation without happy labor. Not in my town. So you need to have the smile and the eyes locked ready.
How you doing, my brother? Let me get some pork, please.
Second, you gotta know your order. No mealy-mouthed, what's on the menu? You gotta speak with conviction.
Nice. Rice. Back beans. And black beans.
Third, no jumping the gun. You don't want to start with a miscommunication. You gotta be in charge.
Pico guac no sauce.
What'd you say?
Pico guac no sauce.
Why don't you just ask for a bigger scoop?
Yeah.
Ask for a bigger scoop. They look into your soul, and they put that on the plate.
We want the big scoop.
Sure, for you. Hey, why not?
The big scoop we want.
How's that?
Henry, stop wasting Craigie's food.
No, it's all right. I couldn't finish this thing if I wanted to. And all these free chips? You don't want anything, right? You good with that taco? I don't want to be a dick or nothing, but that's a pretty small taco.
It's a burrito.
Let's go to the Brooklyn Museum after this. They're doing the Basquiat puppet show.
It's 90 degrees out, Pino. We're going to the park. Besides, Henry has a play date with his friend Wynomi.
Not this again.
Look, you're gonna meet a mother. You wanna be a filmmaker, you wanna be an actor? She's your path. And therefore, she's my path.
I don't want to meet anybody. I just want to go to the Basquiat show.
I can't do anything. I work 60 hours a week and I got 2 kids. You gotta do this for both of us, and you cannot be in control of our future any longer. I've been waiting years for you to become famous. I could have done this myself, but I need you. I could have been a reality star, a talk show host, a comedian, a celebrity.
And you need me.
I'm stuck in middle management. You're my golden ticket.
Look, it's obviously not beneath me to use Henry for personal gain, but let me just meet her when I meet her.
No. This woman casts the most interesting films in television in New York, and her daughter loves Henry. I love Henry. She loves her daughter. Henry loves you. Therefore, she will love you.
Look, I love you, man, but I can't get my career mixed up in another one of your schemes.
You will meet her. You will seduce her. You will charm her. You will win her over. You will make us famous. How? There are 3 steps to being famous. It's just like getting the big scoop.
Look at Henry. Look at him. There you go.
Dude, you got your headshot? I'll sneak it into a bag.
What? Who the hell carries headshots, man? What the hell you think this is, 1987? It's all digital. Look, you just play with the kids and let me do my thing.
Digital, huh?
Selfie time!
You want to smile?
Very good.
Cheese.
Hey, you know Craig's an actor, right? Handsome guy.
Me too, I'm an actor.
Yeah, they're both handsome.
Hey, let's get one more with Barbara's camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Make this one count.
Oh, okay, that's enough. I think the kids want to play now.
Oh, okay. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't I take you guys to the big slide? And then you guys can talk. Yeah?
Henry, what did I teach you about today?
The big scope.
Okay. See that family having a pizza party?
Yeah.
She's so human.
I loved working with her. She's just like a gem.
Yeah, I love her, but I don't know about that film.
It's so self-indulgent.
It's meaningless and dark, and of course critics love it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, another neurotic, antisocial male filmmaker that they can see themselves in is basically misogynistic and derivative in every sense of the word. But hey, let's bankroll his next 6 films, even if they never make a single dollar. Sorry.
Damn! Tell me how you really feel.
That was really unprofessional.
Oh, that's right. I started it, right?
Yeah, it is your fault.
Just go ahead, it's easy. I'm watching you, I'm watching you.
So, what are you working on now?
Oh, well, you know, we're not really supposed to talk about that kind of stuff.
Of course. I was just making conversation.
You know, I am working on another pilot with Scorsese.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean, he is the greatest.
Damn. I would give anything to read for stuff like that.
Actually, there would be a role you'd be really great for. I'd love to bring you in. Oh my God! Shh.
Hey, Z, you okay? I know me. You okay? You okay?
You okay? Hi, sweetie. Oh, my baby. Oh, my God. What the hell is wrong with you? Is this how you pay attention to your kid?
It's just a little boo-boo. She's okay.
Where the hell is your kid?
Look, Dad, I got the biggest slush that I had.
Are you teaching your son how to lie and scheme to get you free pizza?
But it was the biggest one.
What is wrong with you people?
All right, Barbara. Talk next week. I can come in any day for a reading. It's just not Mondays or Tuesdays. Wednesday afternoon.
Thanks. Yummy.
Dance Day. Dance Day. Dance Day. Dance Day.
Oh my, this is moving quickly. And now, once again, my shirt is off in a stranger's apartment. And now my pants. And now my underwear.
Do we need bread? I was in the middle of making my fucking grocery list, and I get thrown down on the bed. I should get to keep my iPhone. Where is my iPhone?
Did he just whiff at it? He literally just whiffed at my vagina like he's judging wine. I believe this pussy is from the Jersey region, Camden. This is still a young pussy, a little matured, but bold in body, floral.
Well, this isn't the worst. At least he's not trying to.
Get away from my asshole. I just took a shit.
I don't care.
I don't care if you don't care.
No. And he's already at my asshole. He should put this on his Tinder profile. Will eat your ass within the first 3 minutes of hooking up. I'm sure he could get a small but dedicated army of followers. Wow, he is committed to this. Oh, this isn't a warm-up. This is his finale.
Come hither. Come hither. Keep calling me.
Yogurt! Fuck!
Surprisingly, it came
Fuck!
from the
We
American
need
Heart
yogurt.
Association.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
Time for some reciprocation.
Wait, why is he turning around? OMFG, I have to eat his asshole? When did this become a thing? Am I supposed to reciprocate? This is outside the social contract. He is so hairy. He's like a less sexy Teen Wolf. Oh, fuck it, when in Rome.
Finally some reciprocation.
While New York City boasts one of the most easily recognizable accents in the country, some linguists are saying that those who speak in the classic New York tongue are part of a vanishing breed. With the economic and cultural shift of wealthier people inhabiting Manhattan, and now Brooklyn, the working class accents, so familiar to a generation past, are all but extinct. Accents so beloved, like Rosie Perez, Mel Brooks, and Andrew Dice Clay, will soon be nothing but a memory.
Never!
Whoa! What are you doing, man?
I will not allow my son to be part of a vanishing breed.
It's too late, man.
Never. Look, I told you, I'm gonna raise the last born and bred New York kid with an authentic accent.
All right, but can't you do that after this play date?
This is crucial.
Where are we going, Daddy?
To the motherland, Henry.
Come on, man. You promised we could hang out with my new lady friend today.
Look, I promise next week on Dad Day, we can have a play date with your new nanny friend.
What are you doing, man? Are you taking us to the Staten Island Mall?
I know you resent your former home for fucking you up and destroying your dreams and your self-confidence. But this is it, man. Staten Island remains the last bastion of pure working-class New York culture. I mean, it's like a preservation with only a 30-minute ferry ride or a $16 bridge on or off. It's like you're stuck in a space-time continuum.
You know, you talk about Staten Island like it's Jurassic Park.
Are we going